killing spree for Fall, and they're going to keep this up. I'm in trouble as well. Basic, not unable to get the final hit, but he moves on to Black instead. Able to take him down 3 for 0, and Fall continues the fight, moves on to final, gets the triple kill. Triple on to Khan, the decimation, the Maniac, is it the Savage? Yes, easy peasy with the first one in NACT. Best player on a killing spree now. Mark Judy with Blazing Lead in the backside. Jules Judy there as well. With that Shadow Stampede, but the hook comes in. A double kill for best player. Can we make it a triple? Yes. Turtle says, wait a second, a lot of damage. Comes in onto Kai, takes him out. Next is going to be powerless. The hook just falls away from Pow. And luckily Zero is able to find Joybog there. And now Zero in trouble, taken out from Nova Zane.
Super Shark very low. Zia is going to find Bokarasa. Blazing duet from Sleep. Toon finds Dino. Zio finds DPZ. Coppola takes down Super Shark for a double kill. And Zia with the triple is going to find Sleep. Dirt Chicken goes down. Fried Chicken finds Team. And Yato finds Fallen. 3 members dropping. Mobazane drops down Toteneck. Arvel very low. Falling engagement as well. A full wipeout as ISO takes down Arvel. Spree activated. 2 members falling to 1. Make that another falling, and Bloodhounds is just fighting it out. Coppola is going to find Fallen. Basic falls, Sleeps falls, Dino, and Bokarasco. Oh, look at the high kick plays with the pathing. Thorn Rose, not enough. With the full team of BTK stampeding around him, they will press him down. And oh my goodness! Zia stills the Lord from Mobazane.
Is down, traded for Coppola, and down goes CPR. They are trading kills. I don't even know what is going on anymore. Defend with 3 players left. Secures the kill onto Toinks, and you can see right now Fallen in a little bit of trouble. Appraiser's round takes down Powerless. Kai in trouble as well. Avalon cleaning up shop. Zero is not long for this world. Goes Avery. They aren't able to find a kill onto Magic. Oh, there it is. As I say that, here comes the burst. Uneven with the electrifying beats. Out comes the deadly catch. And down goes Zia. ISO finds a kill onto Cone. Maddie for you in trouble. Is he going to be able to get away? Coming in with that Mortal Coil. Myth looking for the red tree. Mobazane finds the Lord and the kill onto Myth from ISO.
Once again, moving on to Coppola here, looking for the finish. Gets the final shot. That's a godlike kill over the side of best player. Zia's gonna flicker in, double kill. Dino goes down, and best player continues the torment. Make it a triple, looking for the Maniac. Can he lock on? He's under the tower. He doesn't care. Bokarasco trying to get the outplay, but Zia takes the kill from his hand.
How is Novaria getting caught so close to Naruto?
Oh, wait a second, but they do get the catch. Oh. ISO able to take the tower. Fly Chicken a little bit of trouble. Possible Black Dragon, but wait, everyone's getting melted down. Yato picking up a kill. It's 4 taken away from Avalon, all for the price of none. Zia into the backside with the Blazing Duet, able to find Mobazane. ISO getting brought low as well. Fly Chicken trying to get out of here. Can he do it once again? Not strong, but Meal flickers in and gets him. It's a trade. ISO picking up another kill though. Shark getting low as well. Yato flickers in and finds Shark, but taken out from Zia.
Blazing duet, dropping down. Merciless joining the party there, low. DPR hits the decimation, finds Avery, gets a double. As he gets uneven, gets DPR to a triple. As he finds Magic, a Maniac takes down Black. The co-alter to save him in the midst of the battle. Matthew finds Mikasa, a punish, a counterplay. Regrets is gonna take down Myth. Kai is gonna take down Khan. Tyrant very low. Kai finds Matt for you. Another body drops. Regrets picks up a double. Finds Tyrant. Knights of Fate. They have the numbers. Trying to get into the backline. Does not find Demon though. He's able to get out of that range. Marcuti, a slight mistake at basic will punish. Takes him out. That is a 3 for none trade. Make that a 4 for none trade. As Gauss falls, basic wraps around, picks up the kill for a double. Merciless, nowhere to go. He does have Zero wrapping around. Good rotation from the Knights of Fates to punish the mobile. capitalization, Curse of Blood, Regrets is gonna take down Sleeps. They get another, Copeland's gonna find Zero. Boko Roscoe taking down Regrets.
Meanwhile, in the back, trying to go ahead and hold him off. Kai, big penalty zone with the flicker there, activates the Colt Alter. Is that going to be enough? Down goes Zero. And you can see Basic putting out the damage there. Yato with the cleanup there. Regrets in a bad way. T comes in, puts the damage on Regrets. Bobazain out to the back line, takes him out, finds himself almost the double there. No, he does find the double as ISO takes the tower. Does go wide, Joymon gets taken out by best player. Now set his sights onto ISO, and another kill, a double for best player. Ooh, Zane trying to make them pay for it. Look at the taunting by best player. Recalls are out. Immortality for Super Shark has been activated. That's a complete wipe for BTK.
Welcome guys to the NACT recap with Liz. Now, can you believe it? NACT went into beast mode and we're already 2/3 through the regular season stages. It's been an intense journey and an uphill battle for some, but I'm here to take you through everything important that happened. Take a look. To start, TOB and BTK continued soaring high in the last stage, practically booking their tickets to LA. The next stage for these teams is more of an ego battle, stinging more than it waits. And if BTK fans are looking a little blue, it's probably because TOB continued to assert absolute dominance in the arena. By now, every member of TOB has put Mobazane's retry skill on the test, or even Shark managed to snatch a turtle from the Jungle Master's chest. Now let's hear from Shark on how he made his plays to get a taste of their victory.
Shark landed that hook onto Kaja, and what went on in that voice comms when that happened?
I mean, I'm calling the team to like stay in the mid spot, and I know the Kacha could not come to that spot, so I tried to hook on that spot, but for some reason I hooked Madis. I guess that lucky. Yeah.
So you wanted to hook Kaja, but you ended up actually hooking Martis.
Yeah. In the voice chat I said Kacha, but I hooked Madis, so I just like 5.
Wait, when you hooked Martis, what did they say? Like, oh.
I mean, we just 5. It's just a matter. I mean, it's even better if I hook Madis there, so yeah.
Now, if that was just lucky, the rest is pure strategy, as when Shark is not landing his big hook energy, he is peeling for his jungler at all times, sometimes at the cost of others. Let's find out more.
And also, like, Shark, we noticed that you have played Angela a lot this season, and then you always save your ultimate for your one and only jungle best player. It doesn't matter who else needs that ultimate, but you always save that for best player, and that kind of is what makes it so golden for you guys. Because best player needs that like ulti, right? But also we want to know is there like a secret agreement before the games? Like, does best player tell you, oh Shark, ult me, or if you ult someone else, would best player get mad at you?
No, I mean, this moment, I think just let's see I die, because the turtle fight more better for us. I mean, if I ult Sia here, he live and he don't do anything, and we don't have an Angela ult for the turtle fight, so I just ult Lin for the better, and we got turtle. Good trade.
That's true. It's all very tactical, and it teaches you guys as tank players to really look out for your carry and for what turns the game.
It is this sweet, sweet Angela that crowned our new King of the Jungle best player and let the Jungle King himself take us through some of his master engages.
And so today, we got you guys here to first talk a little bit about some of the plays that you've been making. Obviously, individually, you guys made a lot of plays, from Lord Steals to just Shark's Bush plays, as well as best players' amazing assassin skills. But as a whole, as a team, you guys have also made a lot of plays that got the viewers like, whoa. So let's go through a little bit and see like what went on in the team comp. And like this one here, Shark initiated, and then I don't even see best player here, but then this was a 4 versus 4 right now, and then it kind of turned into just a mashup. So just go through a little bit like what happened here, guys.
I think for me as the Fanny player, it was perfect for me. As you saw, Shark hooked the Minotaur, completely one-shot him. I was on my way down. Ramus also used his ult, which was literally perfect. Oh, Kaja also ulted the Fredrin, by the way. So there was basically nothing stopping me here. The only thing that they could have done was flicker out or just try to dodge me. But as you see here, I think I played it perfectly. Killed Ramus in one shot.
Power dive, but they've like used all their utility.
Yeah, it was actually the perfect scenario for me this game.
Were you
And it
recalling
worked out
right
pretty
here?
well. Oh yeah, I was a little bit of bad manners, but that's all for fun, you know.
Oh, and that was one HP, but you still lived.
Now, as our reigning champs prep for the next stage, what do they have to say to each other to continue that dominance?
And as you guys are here, I want to know, best player, or Shark, is there anything that you want to say to each other that you haven't said? And I'm sure you've said a lot of things to each other during practice and everything, but is there one thing that you would wish the other person do more in the game, or just anything you want to say to the other person as a jungler or as a tank player? Like, what do you wish they're doing more, or just anything that you want to tell them?
For me, honestly, I don't think there's anything I want Shark to do more. I think we played this perfectly as a jungle and roam, you know. And about the whole ult thing, yeah, I mean, clearly the majority of the ults will go on me, but if he has to ult others, he will, you know. It's just like all situations are different.
And he's like, if you can, if you will, but you know, you should still ult me. And Shark?
I mean, for me, Carlos, I think he stopped doing the recalling. Sometimes he might die.
Oh yeah.
Up the game. But yeah, he did good the whole time, so it's fine.
Wait, so there's times where he like recalls and then he dies, and then it's just like a little bit embarrassing.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you want to say to your fans?
For anybody that's out there, support TOB and make sure to support me and the BTK brothers out there in ISF.
Shifting gears to the fateful showdown of the underdogs, Stage 2 witnessed a major reshuffle as KnightsofFate stepped up their games. These NA gems has finally made a mark with their overpowered mechanics and high versatility as they secured a top 3 finish with some of the most unconventional and head-turning drafts. Now, I've managed to get Zero and Powerless, the mastermind behind KnightsofFate, to answer some questions that you're dying to know.
Powerless and Zero, you guys have 2 weeks until that series come, and you're in a good position because we talked about in the last recap like how many points you need to get in order to make a comeback, and then for the bottom teams after around stage 1, you needed to get at least a top 3 play, and then you guys made it. You guys were the only team that made it through and got the top 3 finish in stage 1, in stage 2. So moving to the next round, a lot of our fans have been watching you guys since 2020, and I've actually put a lot of hopes in you guys too. So moving to next stage, are there any like changes that you guys are deciding to make to secure that top 3 finish, or how confident you are?
I'm pretty confident that we can get the top 3 again.
I too am confident with how it's going right now. I
think we just need a little more time to figure out a game plan and draft. Because in all honesty, this week we only kind of planned for Avalon, and we were like, yo, we're not going to be able to play the rest of the games. We're too tired for this. We don't know what to do. So we kind of just went along with it. We really only planned for winning against Avaternal.
As discussed in our last recap, getting a top 3 placement is critical for some of these teams to get a foot back in the game. Now, KnightsofFate made it happen, but not everyone is just as lucky. Despite Area 77 coming in line with DPR landing that double Savage and Maniac in just 1 game, it wasn't enough. Bloodhounds also fell down the safety zone, putting their fate on the line. So stage 3 is where the real race begins, as Avalon, KnightsofFate, and Bloodhounds have to battle it out neck to neck on points to defy all odds and secure their quarterfinal tickets. But hey, anything can happen in the Land of Dawn, as there are still 2 weeks until our warriors reunite in the battlefield after IESF. This is also a reminder for everyone to check out IESF, where Best Player is joining BTK to represent the United States in Romania. Now, as that's happening, we're also looking at the first open period for NACT teams making roster adjustments. And based on the changes we've speculated and heard, it might be just what the teams need to turn their fortunes around in the last stage. I'm your host, Liz. This is your recap of the NACT and your journey to M5. I'll see you next time.
Bloodhounds, all of them very low. Tyrants rage onto the wall. Zero takes down Dino.
tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara Aquino wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship. And you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%. Good luck to all of you guys, especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Hi everyone, I'm Eterna. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene. And I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, LLBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Nefel, and here's the thing, we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT falls. All of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up guys, I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating. They told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors. BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable...
When you find something in life that speaks to you, then you win that thing. 8 teams, the dream for each team, take their place on this trophy. Who's gonna win this baby and go on to M5? If you want to hoist this holy grail, then know this: you will never be forgotten. Now it's your moment. Come and get it. It lasts a lifetime.
After a long-awaited 2 weeks break, the thrill returns as we march into Stage 3 of the NACT regular season. The excitement is at its peak as teams made some roster changes and have 2 weeks to prove their mettle. Who will be our 4 finalists to reach LA? Let's find out. I'm your host Liz, and joining me at the desk today are our 2 handsome casters, Trex and Yue. It's been a while, boys. Welcome back. How you doing?
I'm doing great. You know, it's been 2 weeks. I've been itching. I've been waiting for some Mobile Legends. I've been waiting for some NACT, and we are finally back for Phase 3 the final phase before playoffs.
And I'm just super excited to see everyone, all the people in the community coming out here, joining us live. And of course, you know, getting to see Trex and the beautiful Liz. You know, it's been quite the amazing 2-week break.
And the fans are just ready to see you guys. Now, as we get the show on the road, as always, let's first take a look at the tournament format. In August, 96 teams battled out in the qualifiers, only 8 advanced to the regular season. The regular season is divided into 3 stages with a cruel but exciting point system. Stage 1 features single elimination, where one weekend created a clear divide. Stage 2 and 3 follows the same exact format in double elimination across 2 weekends, and judging by the points accumulated, the focus in stage 3 is shifted to the 3 closely matched middle teams vying for a spot in the grand finals. 4 teams with the most points will put on a show in the offline grand finals event and will ultimately determine our champion representing North America in the journey to M5. Now, with all of that being said, let's focus on our show today, Tread. So what are we looking for at the bracket?
Well, the bracket is definitely interesting. In Stage 3, we have another double elimination bracket to culminate everything we've seen so far. Some of the matches we're going to be looking at are the TheOhioBrothers facing off against the Night Horde. After that, my personal favorite of the day, KnightsofFate going up against Bloodhounds. After that, BloodThirstyKings taking on Aggravate Ones. And last but not least, Avalon going up against Area 77. UA, are there any matches we really need to keep our eyes on here?
You know, honestly, it's all about that juicy 4th and 5th plate, the race into that grand final spot where it's going to be hosted in Los Angeles. And I really cannot wait to see, you know, how these matches go through, because a lot of these teams are actually quite neck to neck. But talking about neck to neck, we do have, it's all about the money. We got the prize pools coming up, 10K grand total for the first place winner, and 5K for that second place. And 3rd, 4th, 5th, everyone gets a little bit of that pie. Lots of diamonds coming out, 100K diamonds for that first place and 75K diamonds for that second place. And man, that is a lot of money, and it's going to be all given in that Los Angeles venue, Trex.
Yeah, it's definitely a big prize pool, a lot of diamonds, more money for more teams than we've ever seen before in any NACT event. But you know what we also have more of? Liz, I'm pretty sure you got something for all the viewers.
As always, when the players look at the money, we got the diamonds, and that's all that matters. And today, we have the first giveaway on its way. 40 giveaway codes are listed on the screen, where you have a chance to redeem for a chance to win one of these permanent skins. We got the Dark Rose, Professor of Hell, Glass Blade, Space-Time Shadow, and all what's more. So please type that code in, find the link in the description, and be one of the 40 users to secure one of these skins. Now, I heard a new skin is coming at the box, so what are you guys excited about for the new skins?
I mean, personally, I just like free skins, so you know, giveaway is always nice for me. I'm a fan of many skins, a lot of hot ones. We got the M5 Yuzong skin coming up in the end of the year, going to be exciting. But like I said, free is always better.
That's absolutely correct. And now, as you guys are typing in those codes, we have our first game on the way. The first game is going to be Avalon versus Area 77. And let's take a look at our predictions from our wonderful casters. Oh, before that, we have the fall standings. I got way ahead of my head. And first, we have BTK versus TheOhioBrothers. They're at 1st and 2nd place. They're doing pretty well. They're pretty safe for LA already. And then 3rd and 4th place and the 5th place, that's what we're really looking at for these 2 weekends, because they're pretty neck and neck to points. The 6th and 7th place, Area 77, Aggravate One, and Night Horde, they're looking a little bit rough, but you know, anything can happen over this last weekend, as KnightsofFate last weekend made it to their way to a top 3, and that could happen for Area 77, who knows. Now, as we jump forward, let's look at the casters' predictions. UA, as always, you always have the price of the mundo. You always have your hopes for the underdog, and this time, let's see if you're correct.
Yeah, 4 and 18 is gonna be my votes, but you know, I always say it takes a little bit of skill to get a caster's vote onto that type of area. But you know, I am rooting for A77. I see all throughout the casting desk, it is going to be Avalon. Trex, got any final thoughts here?
I mean, I think right now we're in crunch time. A lot of these games maybe could end up going any way, right? So I don't think the Area 77 vote is too bad. Of course, Area 77 sitting in that number 6 spot. We mentioned it's mainly between Knights of Fate and Bloodhounds, but Area 77, if they play the series of their lives and really grind hard, they could maybe try to steal something as well. So we definitely want to keep our eyes on them in this upcoming series.
A top 3 finish is all they need, right? And Knight of Fate made it happen, and we were looking at some roster changes for every team. So, Trex, take us through what's happening for Avalon.
All right, so this is probably the hottest roster change we've seen in a while. We have Toinks coming back into that roam spot, Basic still holding down the gold lane, Demon in the mid, Fallen in the jungle, but here's the big play, right? Victor, aka Cardi, aka ex-BTK, third place M3 player, is now joining the roster. And a lot of us are wondering how he's going to do, how he's going to play in this EXP lane. What are we going to see from him? What type of heroes he's going to bring to the table? And if he's going to be a huge game changer for Avalon.
I really think it's going to be a big game changer. You got that experience coming from the world stages, the leadership coming out from Victor. And you know, when you pair it along with Basic and Fallen, who has been there and done that, this team looks like they are completely ready to challenge into that first or even second place slot and even potentially go into, you know, the next M series.
Okay. I like it. Spicy take. Definitely a hot take. I know Avalon from the beginning, they have been a team we have to keep our eyes on. They're a team that are hungry for that first place. They're not just here to secure top 8. They kind of remind me of Ackerman last season, a team that like maybe isn't as good as TOB, maybe fighting to be as good as VTK and some of those top 2, but they want it. They think they can do it. They believe they can do it, which, you know, a lot of other teams are just comfortable making it to season, let alone making it to playoffs or M5.
And you know,
and
a lot.
Course,
go ahead.
You go ahead, Yue. Tell us the juice of behind the scenes.
Well, you know, I've been practicing a lot, you know, outside of just casting, and I've seen Avalon go throughout scrims after scrims after scrims. These guys work hard. These guys have been practicing. I know a lot of these players quite personally, especially since they do come from the west side. So I'm excited to see if they are up to the challenge to go against the big calibers, the BTK and the TOB, which, you know, we've seen them in the last NACT. They've been doing so well, so consistent, so persistent in making sure that they have that top spot. Liz, go ahead.
I mean, we've also seen in the last NACT, they were actually part of, or the last NACTs, they were actually part of the top 2 teams, right? So that's something I think the fans are also looking at, because Basic and Cardi, they're both, you know, ex-TOB, ex-BTK, ex-whatever it is, but that's going to be something that's very exciting for our fans. And let's see how Victor plays with this first series of the night.
So Yue, we're jumping in. We're jumping in. I like it. We are here into the draft. Avalon up against Area 77. We got a little bit of time. Looks like the bans have already started, but I want to ask you a question, Yue. You know, you voted for Area 77. I think a lot of us know Avalon are the favorite here, but if you had to give it like a percentage, what do we think Area 77 can actually take this game?
Well, you know, in terms of...
Do we think it's close, or do we think they're going to have to fight hard for this?
You know, I think A77, they have done their homework against a really big team like Avalon, right? They come into this series kind of as the underdogs, but when you take a look at the tournament history, you can't really say A77 is the underdog. They've been there and they've done well in so many different tournaments that I really think that A77, they got like a 50% chance going against something this big, and especially since Avalon, we saw the roster changes earlier. Cardi coming in new, and actually there might be a little bit more of a roster change. We have Tarzan coming in this time as a jungle instead of Fallen, and I think that might be a difference breaker. We have not seen him in this tournament, but he did previously play for Gosu.
Yeah, so Guapo, aka Tarzan aka Guapo. We've known him for a while. He actually used to play on the Valley with Basic, so there's some comfortability there. This is back before M4 Valley, etc. This was Valley before Chicken and Zane and everybody joined. It was Basic, Tarzan, Arvel, etc., etc., right?
You're a fan.
I think, yeah, I know them. I mean, yeah, they were a good team. I was really hoping they were going to stick together as a team. But yeah, Guapo was also one of the roster changes here. I was wondering if we were going to see him or Fallen play tonight. I think it's a good time to do this. Avalon is sitting in a comfortable spot. Even if they have a rough game today, they still only go to lower bracket. Why not throw the sub-jungler in right now, see how things work, and start prepping for those playoffs?
Yeah, changing things up. Like I said, A77 probably have done their homework. So this new roster change is bringing in Cardi, bringing in Tarzan. It completely shifts, and even putting Toinks back onto that roam position, which we've seen him do quite well in the XP position. But going into the drafts already, you see an Xborg first pick, and the counterplay is going to be that Bruno. That's kind of the hot topic that I want to see. The Bruno has been being picked up in MPL ID and PH.
Everywhere.
Everyone's been loving that, Trex.
I mean, he's got like you can build him to where he has like 100% crit rate. Like, he's literally critting every single hit. He's got insane damage. It's nice to see a marksman as well, who's not just your typical Trinity build. Another pick though I want to point out is I've been waiting for this pick. I think me and you have both been waiting for this. Like, the Paquito, like, where has it been all season? Literally everywhere around the world is like a pick or ban hero right here. We see him all the time, and finally we're going to see him picked up from Area 77 here. We are seeing Poggy pick up the Lancelot, so we know that Paquito's most likely going to the XP lane, right? On the side of Avalon, things are pretty typical. We have the Basha, we have the Valentina, but then Victor picking up the Xborg. And is that a Lilia?
Do you see how fast these picks are being tossed onto the board? It really feels like both teams have done their homework and they know exactly what they want. And it's very clear cut. And you talked about the Lilia. Lilia did receive a nerf in the early game. They took away the ability for her to reset her orbs when she does use her black shoes, but they added almost a 40% cooldown reduction on her first skill in that late game when she does reach that level 13 and 14. So we're definitely going to see a lot of damage, maybe not in the early game, but it's definitely going to be doing quite well in the late game. But you talked about the Lancelot. I actually think that Boxia pick is quite big. It's, you know, jungle pressure, it's fast, and it's just really, really good overall right now.
Yeah, the Bosch has been a monster, especially against Poggy on this Lancelot. He's going to need to be careful. If Avalon wants to play the aggressive route and try to invade, things like that, especially with the Grok, with the Valentina, and now with the Basha as well, you got a bulky, you got a dive-heavy composition that can definitely try to put a lot of pressure onto DPR in this Lancelot. I'm wondering how Lilia is going to do keeping up in the laning phase, keeping up with that wave clear. Normally Lilia is a great hero for that, but like you said, there's been some nerfs, there's been some issues. There's some reasons why people aren't picking her as much. But wait, Gauss Cutie going to pick up the signature Cho here. So drafts are laid out. Another thing to point out, 2 crit marksmen in the gold lanes, no speed marksmen. We're going big burst damage here. This is the meta we've grown to, and it's definitely exciting to see.
Yeah, a lot of the new faces coming up. Erithal, especially with the Hash Claws buff. Now everyone's been picking that up. Bruno actually enjoys that Hash Claw rework too, and I think, you know, this is going to be quite the show. Now, talk about these 2 comps. Avalon has a very front to back type of comp. They got 3 very strong frontliners, the Grok, the Boxia, the Xborg, and they got the Rithel and the Valentina doing the support damage from the back. But what I'm worried about from A77 is, do they have enough sustain, right? Do they have enough tankiness to deal with the Boxia? Because you could build the Lancelot into the tank, right? You could go Paquito and do quite well in the front line, but it's just not going to be good enough when you got Boxia building full tank and you got that Xborg shredding everything down. But take us in, Trex.
Well, let's see how it goes as we jump into the land of Dawn. This is Avalon up against Area 77. Area 77 trying to make a comeback here, fighting for this number 4 spot. Avalon just trying to defend and hold tight and make it to the playoffs.
Already good mid lane prios coming out from both teams, looking to fast clear. There's no, you know, XP level 2 with the mage or with the roam going on. It's quite standard coming in, but Avalon already slightly ahead. It looks like the Xborg Victor already creating that impact. He has that fast clear in his lane, and he's already rotating towards the mid side.
You know, speaking of Victor and this Xborg, right? I'm wondering, the Xborg is nice, but I kind of feel like it could have maybe got picked up too early. Yes, it does great at dealing with some of the bulky heroes on the side of Area 77, but a lot of those bulky heroes are going to be very mobile. You have a Cho who can work his way against that first skill. You have a Paquito who can also work his way around, burst down that Fragra armor. I just think that Area 77 does have some answers to the Xborg right now, and if they can play it right, they can make Victor not as impactful as he could be.
Yeah, and let's talk about the impactful PDR on the top side. Did try to get that gold crab, but it did get denied from Guap, so a little bit of a small gold lead already for the side of Avalon. And man, that roly-poly, the cheese wheel, like Eunice likes to call it, already on the other side of the jungle, taking care of these camps.
Yeah, and Tarzan, you can see they want to be aggressive, right? They're definitely moving in, but up in the top side, a little bit of action as well from Gauss Cutie here, keeping space for Merciless. I'm surprised there's so much action up in the CXP lane. Gold laners just kind of having their own time down here, but now with Turtle up, 2 minutes in, Toinks and Tarzan gonna look to try to fight for this, but it's Demon and Victor as well. DPR trying to make his way in, gonna take a little bit of bird damage, puncture through the wall. Nice Phantom Execution, maybe a little bit too early, tries to go, but Tarzan able to take that first turtle. DPR in a little bit of trouble. First blood is going to go over to the side of Victor there. That's Avalon taking a small lead at the start of this game.
Wow. Good news coming in from Avalon. Even with an assassin jungle, it still feels like Tarzan understands how to retreat, because quite honestly, when you look at Lancelot, right, that retribution on the objectives along with the first skill and with the Phantom Execution, it should be a very sizable lead, maybe like a 60-40 in that objective, but Tarzan, the wild card coming in from Avalon, securing that first objective, it really tells that the experience coming out from Ghost and all the previous tournament, it all adds up, and it's been refined in this match here.
Now, I will say DPR used that Phantom Execution a little bit too early, I think, right? Like the turtle was still like 40%, and he used it to kind of move around there, and that ended up... Wait a second, Galsky in a little bit of trouble trying to Shimpo away, but can't. Demon picks up the kill. 2-0 for Avalon, 3.5 minutes in. We're starting to see some small mistakes come from Area 77 here. They're going to need to tighten up because Avalon is going to capitalize on every single one of those.
Yeah, and with the cheese wheel coming in, it just feels like the rotations are coming in fast. Even the jungle speed is there. And Tarzan, you know, he's just making sure that he's going to be a higher level. And you can already see a sizable gold lead. You're looking at about a 1K, and that could be quite well, but ooh, mid?
Wonder if someone's going to go for it. Tarzan, they get a nice knock on a DPR. DPR force try to puncture away and use the Phantom Execution as an escape. A Demon taken out from Gal's Cutie there. So Area 77 picking up something here. Jules Cutie on the run, going to get knocked up, taken out. Tarzan picking up the kill. Gal's Cutie under the tower now, but here comes Victor. Watch for the dive. He does have that last insanity. He's going to get some burn off. Decides not to pop that ultimate. Head back to the lane.
Yeah, and I am, you know, a little bit cautious right now for A77. I'm a little bit worried, right? You have Tarzan 1-0-2 along with an objective. He's doing quite well. It feels like the rotations are based off of him, and using a Boxia pick, he's just going to be bullying A77 every single objective, and it seems like he's going to get this turtle pool here, and the tango is going to start.
I will say this, Area 77 does still have Mark Cutie, right? He's deathless. Yes, they've lost. This is going to be the second turtle they lost, but the gold lead isn't escaping too much. It's about 2,000 right now. Definitely playable as long as they keep Mark Cutie in good standings. You cannot sleep on the Bruno and those balls of fire right there because those things hit hard.
Yep, and talk about hitting hard. We're reaching about this 5-minute mark. It's pretty much going to be, you know, where some of these players are going to be completing that first item in bot side. 4-man.
Ooh, Mark Cutie trying to dash away, gonna get terrified under the tower. They're diving. Demon able to pick up the kill. And in comes away the dragon from Demon against Gauss Cutie himself. Gauss Cutie looking for one himself now, though. Basic trying to get a couple shots off onto the tower. Gauss Cutie gets away, dragon off onto Demon. It's 1v1, and Gauss Cutie comes out on top, picking up the kill. It's 2-4. Avalon still sitting with a little less than a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade. Pretty well from both sides. You know, a little bit of gold coming back and forth from both of these powerhouses team. It's only about a 2k gold lead, so we're not looking at too much right now. But what I'm more curious, it does seem like the Lancelot chooses to go for an attack item. He went up with that war axe, and you know, it kind of makes me a little bit worried once again, right? I felt like A77's comp, they don't have the frontline ability, and especially if PDR is going to go for some offense and physical, it might nerf, you know, Mark QT's damage, because they could just build brute force. They could just go for some of these defensive items. But Tarzan, good position.
They're trying to sandwich here. They want Mark QT. Comes wild charge, the knock up. Mark QT melted down, tries to dash through, but Basic picks up the kill. Jules QT here as well, but Demons got Tarzan's back. Jules QT gonna black shoes back into the midst of them, trying to get away here, but Tarzan wants to find another one. Gauss QT and Jules both in trouble. Here comes DPR, maybe just trying to distract from the backside, create a little bit of space so Gals and Jules can get away safely.
Man, that cheese wheel is doing quite well right now. 5 out of 5 kill participation, and they're looking for bot side.
Oh, DPR. It's going a little bit too deep, man. Area 77 is just split up right now, to whereas Avalon's moving as a unit, man. At least 3 of them are always together. And Area 77 kind of taking this at more of a, everyone's kind of split up, and they're just getting picked off one by one by one.
And you know what's worse? The 3 kills on A77 all goes to Gauss QT. And if there's any kills going to a team, we really don't want to see it on the roam. It's better than not having any kills, but if all the kills are going on to Gauss QT, it just means A77, all the attack damage dealers are going to be underfed.
Yeah, now looks like Tarzan's going to try to take the orange buff, is able to steal it away from DPR. Mark QT takes tower in the boss side away. Gauss QT look for Way of the Dragon on Demon. Demon able to just get away, popping the black shoes for himself. And Basic picking up a kill onto Gals. Now Jules in a little bit of trouble, stuck behind the wall, can't get away. Demon finds Jules. Doinks going to go down to Merciless. Merciless back in the fight now, trying to help out DPR. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Avalon still coming out on top.
The gold lead is not that bad, right? We're looking at about a 3k gold lead. 8-4 is the score at 8 minutes in, but it's not really too much about the gold lead or about the score. For me, it's about the map pressure, and right now, Avalon has all the map.
Blasting Sanity onto Mark QT there, but Mark QT maybe wants to re-engage. Tarzan trying to take on this purple buff, going to steal another buff away from DPR there. You mentioned map pressure, and that is definitely pressure. Area 77 just can't find an answer right now. Avalon is all over them.
Yeah, that is going to be a sad jungle on the side of A77. They're really getting outdone by this cheese wheel, and I feel like, you know, the Boxia pick is quite well, especially for a lot of the tank junglers, and Tarzan has been renowned for that, but bot side, it feels like they're going to go for Merciless.
Oh, another one, man. They just keep doing this, man. One of them sitting under the tower, and all 4 or 5 of them come in and find him, picking him off. DPR now coming in maybe a little bit too late. Tries to spot the Phantom Execution, trying to get away now as Tarzan is there. Gauss QT low, burnt up, almost to a crisp, but able to get away with just a sliver of health. But that's 2 members down once again for Area 77.
It's definitely not looking good for the underdogs right now. You got Tarzan 208, 10 out of 10 kill participation. Basic 3-0 and 6. He's got 9 out of the 10 kills. It definitely feels like these new players coming into Avalon completely changed the tide, changed the game. You know, you have Guapo on this cheese wheel, and he's just doing quite well. Now, Avalon with the map pressure, it's probably going to be a Lord uncontested too.
Yeah, I mean, Avalon's just had the quicker rotations. Even Cardi or Victor right now has been moving down from that top lane as Merciless has been a little more stagnant. And on the Paquito, you're mobile, man. You should be getting involved in those team fights very early on. Paquito's got a huge power spike to level 4, a huge mid-game impact. And Merciless has been the one player here that only has the 1 death on him. He needs to be a game changer. Trying to lock on a Basic there, not able to get the finish though. Toinks with the wild charge and the knock-up. Here comes Victor. Does have the last Insanity, decides not to pop it though, being patient with it. They know they have control of the game right now.
Man, that's just experience showing off Victor, because if I was the expert, I would be like, last Insanity going in, let me try to get that kill.
Spam.
Yeah, but this guy shows the discipline, shows the experience. He knows the Lord is coming down. That's already an advantage. He doesn't need more, so he's just going to make sure he stays disciplined, stays on the stays on the objective, and making sure these lanes are being synced perfectly.
And there's a few times he's held on to that last man standing very well. Even in the early game when he came to the mid side looking for, hold on. DPR, Jules able to find Basic there. There goes the damage for Avalon, but they still have more. And Area 77 still in the run. DPR dropped down to nothing along with Merciless. And while this is happening, Victor chipping away at the top side. Just when Area 77 felt like they had something, Avalon able to make it an even 1-for-1 trade in the Lord. Now crashing into the inhibitor. Merciless looking for the knockout strike, looking for the punch, but Jules Cutie goes down to Demon. Demon able to pick up that kill. Lord is getting melted down. Luckily they don't lose an inhibitor just yet.
Yeah, but it was a small mistake coming out from Avalon. I would feel like it is one of the more costly deaths coming in. Basic did go underneath that tower, was able to pick up that second mid tower, but did end up getting chunked by PDR, but Conceal.
Ooh, Conceal play. Gals looking for a kick, looking for a way the dragon onto somebody. Toink's gonna get the double man knockup though. DPR forced to back up. Gals Cutie finally locks on a Demon there, but Merciless not able to connect. Victor finds Gals, and DPR on the run. Mark Cutie gets involved for a second and is instantly taken out. Tarzan now hunting for more. DPR brought low, gonna go down to Basic there. The splash damage too much to handle. Avalon take 3 and lose none.
A77 really got to slow the pace down. You had Jules QT in that base, and it was a 4v5 just trying to trade for a blue buff. And look at Avalon right now. They're sieging all these objectives.
Yeah, this could be it. Jules QT forced by the black shoes just go back and die. Merciless now on the field. Gauss Cutie pops up as well. A wave of minions come out of Area 77's base to help defend, but Avalon's not giving up just yet. They're going to back up and wait for another moment to strike.
And look at the snowball coming in from Avalon. You're looking at a 10k gold lead, 16-5, 12 minutes in. You know, I don't really know if I could say that there's anything better than that, right? They have the 10k gold lead. They've denied buffs after buffs after buffs, and with this objective coming up, it's really hard for me to see A77 try and contest this. They just don't have the resources. They don't have the level. They don't have the map at all.
Yeah, and even with something like the Paquito, even with Mark Cutie who's fallen way behind, or even with Gals who can get those random picks here and there, Avalon is just so ahead right now that even when Gals got the way of the dragon onto Demon a minute ago, they weren't able to get the finish because they don't have the damage right now. Victor gonna come in, try to steal the orange buff. No, Mark Cutie able to secure, but Basic and Demon gonna fend DPR away as Tarzan secures the Lord. Nice zoning from the side of Avalon. Tarzan still being aggressive, looking for Gals there. And is going to get the stun. Avalon just going to wait for this push now.
Hey, I was going to say that is 4 ultimates being used from the side of Avalon just to kind of pressure that Lord. And I thought the Lord was going to march out with this wave, but with the Lord coming out on the next wave, Avalon's going to have a lot.
Oh, if they can get this finish here, that's huge. Tarzan is bulky though. Can they get the final hit? No, Tarzan going to be able to walk away, and Jules Cutie almost goes down himself. That could have been crucial to this defense, but they weren't able to pull it off.
But they're not going to have Tarzan. And they definitely use Basic's little crossbow ultimate right there. So they're going to be down maybe 1 or 2 spells, but they do still have the flickers available. So I believe Avalon's going to be looking for a play.
Watch for Merciless, coming to the backside, looking for Basic here, trying to connect. Nice wild charge coming from Toinks. Team in gets the outplay. Victor finds Jules, and that's 2 members down already. Base is locked on, and Lord is still up. Avalon gonna clean up and take game number 1.
Man, that's quite a convincing opening coming out from Avalon right there. We're talking only about 15 minutes, and you know, the gold lead was quite one-sided. Avalon had that foot on the gas and stepped right through this game. Trex, man, what an opening game.
Quick game, an easy game. It looked like for Avalon, they completely dominated. Area 77, I honestly feel like they kind of started losing the draft. The Basha pick is so strong right now. It's so good right now. It's something that you don't want to just give up for free. And I don't think the trade for jungler, getting the Lancelot in place of the Basha, was worth it. Hopefully Area 77 learns something here, licks their wounds, and comes back hard for a game 2.
Yeah, and honestly, there's quite a bit of other heroes that they could have gone for. Maybe something a little bit more tanky, like the Akai. I know the Fredrin was being banned out, or maybe they had the opportunity to pick up the Boxia themselves, but they chose to go with the Pack and the Bruno. And you know, taking a look at the post-game stats, 20-5 is going to be the score. 14-minute games, just like Trex, you said. It is an absolutely quick one, and it feels like the MVP has to go to the wild card, Mr. Tarzan here.
Tarzan definitely coming in very strong, 3-0 and 13, but Victor as well, both new entries onto Avalon in this final phase. Victor, I mean, what a time to come back right now when the meta looks when that EXP lane looks very similar to a year or 2 ago, 2 years ago, back when the X-Board was playable, back when the Esmeralda, Uranus, all these things that Victor's already very comfortable on. It's a great time for him to come back into this.
Yeah, great time it is. It's a 4v5 fight from A77 and Avalon wipes the floor with them. I feel like, again, they're just playing a little bit too fast. They kind of have to slow it down, make sure that they can grab any sort of small advantages and try to push this game further, because 14 minutes, you don't get to go to that late game. You don't get to have that Lord dance and fight it out. It's just a complete one-sided, and look at the Turtle, Lord, and turrets. That is a huge lead for the side of blue.
Yeah, a whole lot of blue on this screen right now, but Basic kind of an unsung hero here. I feel like the Aerithel isn't like the most flashiest. You can't always tell when Aerithel is putting out the damage that she is, because, you know, she's just kind of moving around, firing off shots, nothing super major to see on screen, but Basic was definitely outputting in that game. Able to definitely just, I mean, the splash damage we saw, I'm pretty sure he hit a minion there, and DPR still took some of that ult damage and went down. So it is definitely major and crucial to a lot of those fights.
I feel like it's kind of like a synergy when you add the Aerithil's late game potential, and you have something like a Boxia where it could run in the jungle really quick, and without, you know, too much pressure coming in from A77, they were able to get that early game advantage, pick up a kill here and there, and also grabbing up the objectives to let the Aerithil scale into this late game monster. And we saw Basic just completely free hitting. He was disrespecting people underneath the tower, going in, charging forward.
Yeah.
He does not care. He's taking this dub tonight.
I don't know if it was due to the Lilia not being able to clear wave fast enough or what it was, but it felt like Area 77 was never really making any ganks in the early game, and Avalon consistently was. They were either attacking the gold lane, they kept on going after Marcuti until they finally got him, and then once they got Marcuti, things just kind of went downhill from there. I think what we need to see Area 77 make some plays in that laning phase. They need to give something that that Jules Cutie will be able to keep up with Demon, that Jules Cutie is going to be able to match that pace and move around and try to make plays happen in the offlane, or at least defend in the early game so that they can make it to the mid and late with an even gold standing.
Well, some of the more popular mages I think that are available, the Eve, which hasn't been, you know, quite popular in North America.
Gord.
Gord is quite nice also. You also have the Faramis that's been played quite often, and also the Novaria has been coming out to play in a lot of the professional scenes. So I actually think there's quite a huge mage pool that A77 should kind of choose to go against, because that last game, just like you're saying, the snowball coming in from mid, there was just no impact coming out from that Lilia.
Listen, man, I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. Gord has a faster wave clear than Valentina right now in the first wave. He is just shredding through things. It's insanity. He's able to keep up. Yes, a little immobile, a little weak to certain picks like Assassins and things like that, because there's no dashes like the Valentina or no high mobility. But up against a bulky front line like Bosch and several other heroes of the nature, he does very well. He can find a good position and pop it off. It's been popping up all over the place. Definitely something to see that could pop up maybe sometime tonight. Maybe not in this series, but it's definitely a possibility. Now, bans, the Valentina and the Bosch are taken out this time from Area 77. Avalon forced to switch things up.
Yeah, and I think the Fredrin pick should come out from A77 right now. It was banned in the first game and didn't feel like they were too comfortable on that Lancelot pick. Although I know PDR, DPR, he does have an assassin pool. I still like the more traditional utility junglers, and talk about that Fredrin. It does get picked out, but there's a lot on the board. There's still the Pack, the Bruno, the Charizla, even some of the mages like the Faramis and also the Kadita available for Avalon to pick.
Yeah, I'm really upset that we had that. We had the Paquito and the Bruno picked up last game, and I just felt like with what it was paired with, it didn't really have the opportunity to shine. I still think they're very solid picks, and I still think they're something that we could see here. Avalon need to respond. Do they lock in? There goes your Charizla. Do they lock in mid here? Do they lock in Rome?
they gotta go with like a Faramis or even a Kadita, but not the more traditional pick. This is something that's quite interesting. It is going to be locked onto Toink, so this is going to be different from the Bloodhound strategies, and it kind of skews a little bit towards the Asian meta. They like to pick the Valier Roam against something like a Boxia, which we've seen quite a bit in IESF, but this time it's a freshman, and I feel like it might do quite well still.
I mean, it definitely, either way, it could be flexed, right? Toinks could keep it. It could get flexed over to Demon. It gives Avalon a little bit of room here when we get into the second phase, and it makes Area 77 have to choose how they want to ban, right? Now, yes, so far with the Fredrin, I think it works. Is it too early? Because now Area 77 kind of play against it, but Area 77 doesn't care. They're going to go right into that. They pick up the Kaja and the Paquito, but honestly, I feel like they're picking right into that Valier. Like, those are picks that Valier kind of wants to see. Like, all right, come on, Bird. Burn your wings, Chris. Push you back. You know, same thing with the Paquito. But Avalon now, Tarzan.
Wow.
This is kind of like, I'm going to be honest, this is a pick that when Akai was very popular, Tarzan did very well on this hero.
Yeah, and a tank jungle versus a tank jungle matchup, you know, it's definitely going to be very objective focused. It's going to be a lot of 50-50. You're going to see the Kaja going for the flicker, ults, rinse, and repeat. So A77, they have the pick comp coming through. They also got the pack to kind of mow down the lanes quite well, but Terizla also is able to do a lot of cutting itself. You talked about the Valier being that anti-invade, able to just push members back. Even though I think the Valier pick is good, I still have to give it to A77, especially with the Kaja pick here.
I will say, though, right now, Avalon looking very prepared for team fights, looking very prepared for 5v5s. They've got tons of CC. All three of these first picks right now they're going to be setting things up for the team. Area 77 looking very, we want to pick you off. We want to try to get one. We have this Paquito who does insane burst damage. But the thing is they kind of had a similar comp to that last time, and they weren't able to get those pick-off types of plays. So I want to see Merciless be a bit more mobile. I want to see him set up some traps. Same thing from Gal's Cutie here. They need to be ready to attack and not play so passive, you know, when those level 4s start coming in.
But do you know what I have not seen so far? The Edith. Right, and the Edith has been a hot pick or ban, especially in the Asia scenes. They could run it mid, roam, they could run it in the XP. It's been quite flexed all over the place, but it's not really being shown too much here. Although I'm wishing for it, I don't think it's going to be happening, but I do think the Bruno pick, I think Avalon's smelling onto this right now, especially with the carry being banned out and also the Brody.
Yeah, I mean, the Brody's, I mean, now, yeah, but Bruno's, I'm surprised. I don't know.
Textbook.
Bruno's so, and especially with a lineup like this with Avalon, with all of the control and CC and everything on the front side, Bruno's going to thrive, man. He's just going to be able to get free shots and hang out. Like I said, unless Merciless and Gal's Cutie can actually make those plays happen and get to the back line, it's definitely going to be trouble. And Area 77 banning out Gold Lane, what do they pick for themselves now?
Well, they kind of want to go for something like a Kadita or a Farsa, but going against that Akai, I don't think Kadita is going to be the right pick. So definitely they choose for the other option. They're still missing that marksman. Maybe go for a Claude to somewhat deal with maybe the Valier to go on the backside, but they choose for a very early game marksman here.
Clint, I mean, we've been seeing traces of him, little sprinkles of him. He hasn't done like amazing. Okay, I don't know, man. I feel like I'm liking Avalon's draft a lot. I think Avalon looks very solid here. Area 77, on the other hand, does, if they can pop off, if Merciless can pop off and Gal's Cutie can get some early game pickoffs, if Area 77 has like this window of opportunity, I feel like, and if they can make it work, they could definitely control the outcome of this game. But once they miss that window of opportunity, I just feel like Avalon has such a good team fight composition there and there.
Yeah, but Avalon's got kind of a light mid lane, right? They have the Valier, they have the Kadita. I'm not sure if both of these pair extremely well, because Kadita, you know, they want to body the opponents, and Valier kind of pushes them back. But game number 2, Trex, I'm so excited.
Game I like it. Match point for the side of Avalon. Area 77 looking for a reverse sweep, and take a look at that Fredrin skin. That thing is beautiful. Definitely my favorite skin right now. The effects look amazing, and no, that's not an ad-lib. That's my honest opinion. Area 77 trying to fight back here. Can they do it?
Hey, talk about that Neo B skin. We saw the Lilia being played last game, but I don't think the Neo B skin came out over there. Like, you know, I kind of wish that they were able to showcase with that Neo B skin, but take a look at some of the emblems. You see a massive surge of quantum charge on the side of A77. It kind of tells me that they want that movement speed, they want to move fast, and they're going to try and see if they can use that mobility to their advantage.
Yeah, literally 4 of them, and that's what I was talking about. They need to be mobile this game. Merciless needs to get involved. I want to see him rotate up for this turtle. I want to see him just leave his lane and get involved in the fights, because Avalon wants to bring fights, right? Like, that's what they did last game. That's what we're going to do this time. Look at them right here, right now. The only way that Area 77 is going to get the advantage when they're getting invaded is if Merciless or Mark Cutie get a bit more involved. And here goes the wall pin already onto Gals. Toinks just getting free hits. Demon picking up first blood. DPR looking for something. Mark Cutie there as well, trying to get the passive shot. Can they get the final hit? No. Mark Cutie already used the flicker and can't force the engage.
Somewhat of a similar opening coming out from first game. Tarzan was on that cheese wheel, kind of trying to go for that third camp onto the top side, and he's definitely going to look to go for a little bit more. And DPR kind of in the same situation as before, trying to figure out if he could find that level 4, but there's just no minions left for him to farm here.
First, they were on the cheese wheel. Now he's on the cheese spin. Either way, he's moving. Tarzan making plays happen with Turtle up now. Like I said, we need to see Merciless get involved in this. He's got to try to focus onto that backside, keep Demon at bay, something that he's trying to do right now. But Victor is here and waiting, also at level 4, has that penalty zone ready to go. Gals Cutie hasn't hit level 4 yet, so we're not going to see any huge play from him. I think they want to try to reset this turtle, honestly, buy themselves a bit more time. And now with Gauss Cutie getting that Divine Retribution in, maybe we see something happen. Keep our eyes on DPR in the side bush. Tarzan going to go for the heavy spin, pushing Gauss Cutie. Comes the Rough Waves. Gauss Cutie able to use the flicker, though. Wastes the Rough Waves, but out comes the Feathered Airstrike as well. So a couple ultimates already down. DPR finally getting involved into this turtle fight. Merciless has made his way into the backside, doing a nice amount of damage on Twinks there. A little bit of repositioning though, but DPR is still solo. It's 4 members up against 3. Avalon should be able to take this. DPR trying to make his way in. He finds it, he takes it. Gonna take a hit from that penalty zone, but it's okay. Area 77 take the first neutral objective.
Good news for A77. They're able to grab up at least a little bit of gold back into their favor. The gold lead is still in the favor of Avalon. And you can see even some of that jungle level. It's still level 6 versus level 5 in that jungle position. But with that neutral objective secured for A77, it pushes that early game into that mid to late game. And it kind of secures A77 a little bit more leeway on the upcoming fights. And I feel like that is going to be, you know, quite impactful for the side of A77, because if they have the damage, they have the experience, they have, you know, the items, they should be able to do quite well using the Kaja and the pick-off potential.
I mean, speaking of items, Mark Cutie going to start working on, I'm pretty sure Berserker's Fury up front. Did pick up a little bit of defense there. Help deal with Basic. Basic as well. Looks like he's going to be going into the Haas Claws, picking, and there they are, already locked in. And Mark Cutie locks in the Berserker's Fury almost at the same exact time. So gold laners sitting at a standstill once again. Area 77 keeping things in the middle.
Yeah, it's quite close right now, 4 minutes in. The gold lead is, you know, really insignificant for both sides. But what A77 does have, they have that flicker on cooldown. And if Gaskut is able to just pick off, rinse, and repeat, A77 can really get an advantage on this side. But they're going against that Valier, and he talked about the matchup. The push comes through.
Cutie walks into him. I feel like he knew he was there, but wait, he gets the grab. He pulls him in the suppression, and there goes a kill from Mark Cutie. Finally evening things up and making some plays happen. This is what we want to see from Area 77. Gonna walk into Tarzan there. Watch for Demon, though, hiding out in this bush. Does have the Rough Waves ready to go. I think he's gonna try to pop on to Gals. He does. There's a Petrify, the knockup, the boom, and the takeout. That's textbook right there.
Yeah, a little bit of a clean hide and go seek for Tarzan. He was kind of peeking around the bush, kind of just showing his cards a little bit early, but the fish was in that bush and was able to take care of business. The Petrify was used, so that is a utility down, but with a member being down from Avalon, I mean, from Air 77, I don't know. They're going to take this pretty much uncontested.
Yeah, Merciless is here. DPR making his way around. I don't think he's going to go for it. I think you're right. They are just going to give it up. And I don't think it's a bad play. Turtle, second turtle, not huge, right? I mean, first turtle can be a little bit important, but Area 77 still holding a gold lead right now. DPR a little bit ahead in the jungle, making rotations. But who's going to get the first pick off in this gold lane?
Well, we talked about the first pick off. Basic actually fell during that turtle fight right there. Oh, where? Mid?
No, I didn't even notice that Basic fell.
Yeah,
Good
he
catch.
fell 1 versus 1. Mark QT was able to pick up that top side, and they're able to push out that tower. So that's going to be quite the lead. And, you know, although Avalon was able to grab up, but Divine.
Oh, speaking of grab up, Victor going to get grabbed up, trying to use the flicker, going to get stunned though by the Fed Airstrike. Gals Cutie and Mark Cutie on the hunt. Victor on the run this time. This is a side of Area 77 we didn't get to see in game 1, and now we're seeing how they play with a lead.
Can we talk about how beautiful the wild cards coming in from Avalon, like how well they are doing? Victor, you know, has a great opening, and he's still trying to defend onto this bot side, and Tarzan doing quite well for himself, especially in the game 1, looking to push that momentum into game 2. But DPR?
DPR needs to be careful. He could get pinned here. Tarzan looking for him. Gonna use the heavy spin, put him against the wall. Twinks there as well, getting some nice chip damage. Out comes the rough waves, and DPR gonna go away today. Tarzan able to pick up that kill.
That's tough, man. You could build that Athena, you could build that Radiant, but with a free pin like that, Demon is going to have the full set available. And take a look at the score right now. It is a 3-2 lead for the side of Avalon, and Demon 2-0-1. He is that mid laner right now, taking care of business, making sure that all the kills are pretty much going through him.
Yeah, Demon's done a great job. Just, I mean, from game 1 to now, Demon has definitely done very well. He's definitely a solid mid laner for the side of Avalon. He knows how to be patient. He knows whatever hero he's playing, he plays it the way it's supposed to be played. And right now, the way he's on this Kadita, the way he's just waiting in bushes, waiting for those pickoffs, he does it so well, and he always makes that rough waves count. Now, third and final turtle on the field. Merciless making his way in, and DPR working on the purple buff. I don't think they're going to be able to fight for this one.
Hey, that's fine, right? 877, they were down significantly at this 8-minute mark. We're talking about maybe like a 2, 3, or 4K gold lead in game 1, and now they're barely up by 300 gold. I think that's a complete win for 877. They have this game in control. They're looking to push onto this late game, but Victor, he sees Gals.
I think Area 77 knew. They smelt that in the water. DPR was waiting in the bush. He's like, yeah, we know you guys are there. We're not falling for that one. But that's what you have to be careful with. That's what Area 77 needs to be careful with Avalon. They're sneaky, man. I mean, Area 77, like we've seen them try to wait in bushes, but it seems like they get a little too trigger happy, and they're like, no, we're not going to sit here. Avalon will just wait for you, man. Speaking of waiting, here goes Tonks right here. Gals Cutie looking for it, but they're always ready.
The Valier, man. You talked about it earlier, that second skill. A little bit of an anti-initiation mechanic built in, and on that roam position, it's quite tough, but Toinks.
Ooh, Gals Cutie flickers in, but the Winter Truncheon saves Basic there. Mark Cutie able to find Toinks, though. Mark Cutie starting to do a nice amount of chunk damage. DPR into the backside, gonna get the taunt on Demon. Area 77 decided to take what they can and back off, and they got a good kill on the Toinks.
Yeah, a kill is a kill. Although A77, Gals QT, he used that flicker into Divine Judgment, and Toinks actually shoved him back into that wall. So Basic didn't move, but Toinks was still the man to follow. But even with the man down, Avalon pushing that lead onto that mid side, grabbing up a very important objective there.
I mean, that's what you're supposed to do on Bruno, man. You don't always have to hit heroes. You could hit towers, and you're still making a huge difference in the game. Bruno's probably got some of the... I mean, the man just shreds down towers, or bursts down towers, I should say. So if they can move around him and try to kind of reclaim some of the map, they can keep Area 77 from just controlling everything here.
Yeah, I kind of have to agree. The Bruno pick that has been popularized throughout the C's and the Indo and the PH recently feels like they're definitely looking to push a lot of the towers, but the heavy spin comes out.
Ooh, DPR under the tower. Mark Cutie here as well, going to flicker in, able to dodge Demon. Look for the finish. DPR does go down to Basic, though. Feathered airstrike from Jules onto the backside. Going to get knocked up from Tarzan. Jules looking for the finish. Going to be able to dash away, not get knocked up, and Mark Cutie picking up the double. Basic and Toinks down. Out comes Victor on the backside. Look for Jules, though. Able to find him. Now, is he going to be in trouble? No. Merciless and Gauss Cutie know they don't have enough damage to take him, but still a 2-for-2 trade. Area 77 keeping the gold deficit at a minimum.
Neck to neck is definitely how you describe this game. A77, they didn't do so well in the first game, but to able to bounce back at least somewhat of a momentum, I think that's quite huge, and it kind of shows the caliber of team A77 are, especially with the experience being lined up. You know, it's 5-5, 10 minutes in. It's really quite even, and you know, if a game is going to go long, I definitely feel like this game might go 15-20 minutes here.
I hope so. I want a game 3. I don't care who wins. I just want a game 3. I want some excitement on the phase 3 right before the playoffs. Let's see, like our girl Liz said, let's see if Area 77's got the metal here and can handle this, because Avalon is definitely bringing it. Tarzan going to start up on this Lord.
Yeah, the Space Warriors are definitely looking to clash onto this Lord. The conceal plate does get popped out, and
ooh. Gal's going to get the pull. DPR to the backside. Victor there as well. Pops a heavy spin, though. Will be able to escape, but that is an ultimate for each side down. Area 77 trying to take control over this pit. The Lord hasn't been reset yet. Still sitting at about 70% health.
yeah, the dance continues, but A77 is going to be down that Flicker, Conceal, and Divine Judgment, so Avalon should be able to take this lead, but topside there is going to be a slow push, but it looks like they're going to finish.
If Merciless can pull away Basic, though, it could help with this. Tarzan going to try to come in. Tarzan takes the Lord, able to steal that away. And now Gauss Cutie in a lot of trouble. Victor able to pick up the kill. DPR forced to dash out as Tarzan makes his way around the top side. Mark Cutie firing off a passive shot, but still Area 77 have to tuck tail and run.
That is a very good neutral objective taken by the side of Avalon. They just had all the members in the right position and able to get that clean retribution. It's typically like a 50-50 when you look at some of these tank jungles, but Tarzan is just winning everything with just his strength and his talent, and definitely putting him in as the wild card in this series along with Cardi. It's really paying dividends here.
Yeah, another big problem is Jules Cutie just unable to keep up with Demon right now. Demon holding about a 1,000 gold lead. Jules Cutie just getting the second item locked in. Winter Truncheon, Clock of Destiny, just falling a bit behind, and that's supposed to be, you know, your big backline damage. That's supposed to kind of control these fights a bit, and Jules Cutie unable to do that right now, to whereas Demon has just been on point with it, finding those pickoffs, finding those moments, creating space. So I think Area 77 still, I mean, they can still do this, right? Mark Cutie, 5 kills, 0 deaths. Definitely the, you know, the golden egg in the basket right now. But they need to find that moment, and the rest of the team needs to also step up if they want to defend this and try to take this game back into their hands.
Yeah, and Demon is 6 out of 6 kill participation, and I really feel like it has to do to Tarzan being on the Sakai. He was able to bait out a couple of these fights, getting that heavy spin pin onto the right targets, giving Demon an easier time, and he's on a 5 out of 6 kill participation. Like, this mid and mage duo, they're completely shifting this game, and bot side push.
Oh, Merciless looking for something. Feathered Airstrike does drop down. Merciless poking out. But Avalon just sits on the edge, waiting for the moment to jump back in. Hanging out in their jungle. They're going to move over to this purple buff and take that too, and this is going to make Area 77 fall more and more behind.
Well, falling more behind could be a thing, but at least what they have is the Feather Airstrike. They're able to kind of zone away Basic every single time he's looking to siege. Make sure we put one Feather Airstrike onto that Bruno, push him back, make sure that he is on the edge, and I think that's a good sign, but heavy spin.
Cutie has to use the flicker. No big plays coming from him right now, but like you said, I don't think they're looking for a big play. We're just kind of biding time, trying to gain back a little piece of land, Gauss Cutie goes in though, takes a lot of damage. Basic finds it. Basic brought down to about half health with Jules Cutie. Nobody able to get that finish.
Yeah, the Valier Roam is doing a lot of work, and this is the type of hero that I kind of want to see a little bit more often in the North America scene. We've seen the Valier being played even in the grand finals of M4, and to be able to see it again here, it kind of makes that full circle picture for us as the audience. Like, we get to see a combination of different heroes being played for Avalon. We see the Valier, we see the Bruno, and both heroes are doing so extremely well in this series.
I mean, this is what we were worried about. We saw the Valier get picked up, and then we see Merciless pick up the Paquito. We see the Kaja, and we see DPR. And it's like, man, it's going to be so hard to engage when you have this Valier constantly pushing them down. And there it is, Gauss QT once again going to get pushed back into the midst. Basic, able to pick up the kill. That's a Lord and a kill for the side of Avalon, and Avalon smells blood in the water. They're going to come to try to find for more. They're hunted down the next. They get the stun. Merciless trying to run away, but they're constantly catching up. Finally does get the speed boost. Able to get away just in the nick of time, but Lord is coming soon.
Smart play. They knew Gauss QT's flicker was already used on the last heavy spin onto the bot side. So Tarzan making the correct decision. He knows there's no flicker. He gets that free pickoff, and with the Lord marching down right now, although Gauss QT is still gonna come up, it's just, you know, that's just another kill going towards the side of Avalon, stacking up to that gold. And now the waves are being synced. 16 minutes in, you see a 7k gold lead. All the items are, you know, quite being bought from both sides.
Mark Cutie does have some damage to output, does have some possible wave clear. Same thing with Jules, still has the feathered airstrike. So I don't know if, as long as they don't make a big mistake, they could survive this, right? This is definitely comebackable for them. Merciless trying to make his way around the backside. But Toinks is there, always waiting. Basic as well. Avalon not pushing too deep. They don't want to try to force him. There goes Gals, looking for one. They're able to find Basic. A nice play, but a heavy spin connects. 2 members of Avalon drop. Make it 3. Victor with the immortality won't be able to get away from this one. Area 77 fighting back, biting back, looking for the moment to strike.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of worried about in the beginning for the side of Avalon. They have the Bruno, but with the Kaja, the flicker. But here,
Toinks in a little bit of trouble. Tarzan there as well. Jules getting brought a little too low. DPR gonna hold the front side. They need to take some towers here, UA.
They gotta be careful of Gauss QT, man. This Kaja is doing work. He's had 5 deaths, but all these 7 assists has been on target to Mark QT going in.
Beautiful flicker by Mar. That's what we're waiting for. Mar now online 8-0-1. We're 17 minutes in, and Gold is getting to the peak moment.
That's a 4-for-0 trade for the side of A77, bringing the gold back into even grounds. And with the map, you know, being opened up for A77, Avalon might be on a back foot here, especially if they don't have Toinks. You see A77 roaming around the map freely right now, and that's what you do not want to see if you are rooting for Avalon.
Yeah, and I will say this, Mark Cuty's got a nice gold lead over Basic right now, 2,000 gold. So even though they were at a deficit there for a while, Mark Cuty, like we said in the very beginning of this, as long as he can go deathless, as long as he can hang out, that damage is going to come. And this is the time when Clint is going to shine. It might be a little late in the game, but that's okay because Area 77 are still here. And take a look at Merciless, cutting down the top side, taking another tower. Area 77 has come back into this game, UA.
Yeah, and Mark Cuty's items. He's going for a Blade of Despair, Endless Battle, Berserkers. Those are all extremely expensive items. So Mark QT is actually, you know, having one of the highest gold in terms of the items that he has. That's quite huge. And at 8-0-1, we talked about full participation, and Mark QT definitely on that wave right now.
Yeah, and he still has more space for one more item, man.
Yep.
I got more coming. This isn't even my final form, you know. He's ready. So let's see if he can be the game changer here. Avalon with their heavy CC still kind of controlling this Lord pit. We want to keep our eyes on Demon hiding out in this tri-bush as well as Area 77 try to kind of constrict, try to surround Avalon here, because then Toinks has to pick which way am I going to use these skills, right? Which way am I going to heavy spin? Which way am I going to penalty zone? If we can come at them from several different angles, it could be the advantage here. Lord getting brought down low. Tarzan does still have the heavy spin. DPR needs to watch out for this because that could be the game changer in this 50-50 retry battle. DPR making his way in. Merciless up against Basic in the top side. Here comes the engage. Gals Cutie looking for something here. Down comes a feathered airstrike. Victor forced to flicker. Tarzan looking for something, able to find the pick onto Mark Cutie. Mark Cutie uses the Wind of Nature. Able to survive that for a second there. Flick through. No damage was coming onto him. And they come in. Demon finds the Lord though. Ooh. Hiding out in the backside for a long time. Able to finally make the strike happen. It's going to be a Lord crashing down the boss side. What did Mark Cutie use there to survive that heavy spin? I know there's not a lot of damage there, but it looked like nothing was landing onto him.
Yeah, he got the flicker. He also got the second skill. He was able to escape death, but not at the cost of Demon getting the Lord. And you talked about Demon being that man for the side of Avalon. He continues to go ahead. Even with Tarzan down, Avalon's able to secure this objective, and that puts A77 on the back foot once again.
Yeah, I mean, now they're back onto the base, but this is where they fight well. Gauss Cutie will be back up in 6 seconds. With the gold where it's at, they're going to be able to melt down this Lord. We're going on. We're peaking at 20 minutes. UA now, you know, game 1, I was a little upset. I'm like, man, game
14
1,
minutes.
12 minutes, whatever, 14 minutes. This is Mobile Legends right here. This is what gets my blood boiling.
Yes, and 20 minutes in right now. The Lord has been down, but basic, it looks like he's trying to get that top side, but A77.
Oh, Victor. Immortality pops. They're going to wait for him to come up. Looking for the finish. Demon taking a little bit of chip damage as well, but Jules Cutie goes down. The response from Avalon. We thought Area 77 was going to have one, but Avalon takes it instead.
Yeah, and I here thought Jules was the one that was going to get a kill on Demon, but Twinks and Demon just using those range abilities, able to poke down the Farsa, and without a Farsa, Avalon should be able to push here.
Tarzan's looking for that heavy spin. He's trying to come around the backside. Basic able to take out the tower. Victor also engaging on a Merciless there. Area 77 under the towers. Out comes the Worldy. Fun fact, the new ult is called Worldy.
I think it's cute. You know.
You like it? I like it. I mean, it is cute. The Worldy, it's easier to say than Wave of the World, I'll say that much.
Yeah, it's definitely good, but Basic is still quite alive. But
speaking of ultimates, Basic gonna get pulled in, able to flicker away though. Gonna be able to get out of that one. Victor wants to engage. Down goes Tarzan though. Gauss Cutie will pick up the kill. Basic takes out the tower, but a big fight ensues. Gauss Cutie and all of them brought down low, but a Feather Airstrike looks for one, finds Basic. It's 2 for 0 trade. Area 77 immortalities come in clutch.
Yeah, but that's a 50-second death timer for Basic and a 40-second for Tarzan. And without those two picks, that's a range on the front line. And only with Toinks, Demon, and Victor, they have a bit of a wave clear. But is that going to be enough to defend against A77? I feel like
they should be able to at least get Lord. Area 77 should definitely be able to get Lord here in time.
You know, I feel like there's even an opportunity for A77 to try and get a mid push. They are up, and the wave clear is really onto that Kadita and Turizla. But A77 chooses to go a little bit more safe. They have the top side pushing in. The mid and the bot are also cleared as well. So when this Lord does spawn, there's going to be 3 lanes of vision for the side of A77 to be able to secure this quite easily here.
Yeah, they should. I mean, if they whiff this, it's rough. But here comes Tarzan. They need to chip down fast. They're running out of time. Tarzan is a fast boy. He's going to come in with a heavy spin, trying to make his way. Victor bought time, and they make space. Lord lows down. The DPR still secures when most needed. Demon bites the dust. Mark Cutie picks him up. And now Tarzan on the run as well. Out comes the conceal play. There's no escape. Area 77 has him in their grasp. 5 men still stand as 3 fall down for Avalon. Area 77 trying to take us to game 3.
DPR, man. He was able to take care of business right there. He didn't really get too much of the 50-50s in the early on games, but taking this one, especially with Tarzan running down, that's huge for the side of A77. I feel like this might be all the base turrets down and even potentially a game ending.
You know the only Lord that matters, right? It's the last Lord, and right now DPR got the last one. Here he comes. They're going to try to end. They've locked onto the base, and that is it. Area 77 tie things up. We got one more game to go.
Let's go. The aliens coming in clutch. A77, especially DPR, on that retribution on the objective, and it almost felt like Avalon had the advantage. They had the penalty zone on the Fredrin. The Akai was in a position to
heavy spin.
It was crazy.
I don't know how DPR got that. I don't know what sort of voodoo magic he pulled off to get past all that CC and still secure the retry, but he put his big pants on there. He put his big boy pants on there, and it's 1-1. Now we're smiling, UA. Now we're having fun. Now we're playing Mobile Legends. Area 77, we were wondering if they were going to pull something out in Phase 3, and it looks like they're hungry for this too.
And are y'all entertained yet? Man, DPR with the retribution, but honestly, it's Mark QT that has been holding it down since the start of the game. 9-0-5, 14 out of 15 kill participation in this 23 minutes game. A77 just coming out ahead. without Mark QT being shut down here.
Okay, so I called it. He did end up picking up the Wind of Nature. I'm almost positive when he, I know I'm like hounding back onto this.
He's got
but when he
immortality.
got pinned that one time, I think he did have immortality. I think he sold around, but when he got pinned that one time, I wish we had a replay of it. He was taking no damage, but here comes the final big play. Let's take a look at it.
Where's Mr. DPR right here? Able to
Ooh,
get
the knock-up.
The Retribution with the Lord 4-man knock-up onto Tarzan. Man.
Lord MVP?
Lord, hey, I mean, I can't even say Lord MVP. DPR MVP and also Mark QT playing the most consistent game with 0 deaths and 41 kill damage there.
Yeah, that's insane. 41%. That is almost half of all the damage output from his team. Literally half of that 289,000 is all Mark QT there pretty much. Just a monster. The carry, the rich guy. He's got 2 and 1. Showing basic that he's here to play for that gold laner spot.
And we also have to give it to Gals QT, right? He's on the Kaja, one of the more disciplined picks, and he was able to take care of basic time after time when they were looking to siege. And I feel like that is going to be a weakness off of a Bruno. He doesn't have the dash. He don't got the BMI like the Claude. He doesn't have, you know, too much utilities. He's not taking the Purifier. So if Gals QT can conceal Flicker, get onto basic over and over like this, I wouldn't be surprised to see that Kaja being banned out in this very third series.
Yeah, and he definitely had like a little bit of an iffy start throughout the early and mid game. He was having a little trouble, but towards the end, they finally kind of got it together and they were able to make those plays happen. It feels like, I don't know if they had a little rust after the 2 weeks. Maybe they weren't practicing as much as they were supposed to, but now Area 77 seems to be in full groove. Avalon this time on the blue side, first pick. Match point for both teams. They're going to ban out the Kaja, ban out the Franco. No suppression today, boys.
Yeah, but A77, Gals QT is completely known to play that Chow. And although it didn't pop off on the first game, we've seen multiple times that Gals QT is able to do quite well on that hero, so that's still going to be available on the board. Now, with 2 suppressions being banned out, it opens up all the mage picks, it opens up all the tank junglers, and I feel like the Fredrin and the Boxia, they've won both games. And on the other hand, if they were banned out, it feels like the lead just goes on to the other side. Although the Akai was doing quite well, he was just unable to close out this second game here.
So do we think Area 77 bans out the Fredrin here now that they don't have first pick? You know, since they ban out the Bosch, do they ban out the Fredrin, or do they go, because we still have to worry about the Valentina, we still have a lot of other things, so maybe they give up the Fredrin, pick up the Valentina. Paquito is going to be banned out for Avalon. Merciless going to have to switch it up as well. But now with, you know, so much on the line, we're starting to see a lot more target bans. It definitely feels a lot more crucial than the past 2 games did.
Well, I like the pack ban. We kind of saw the pack being played on the first game. Not so much impact, but the second game, when the Lord was dancing, you saw the pack coming in from the backside, Merciless clearing that mid side, able to kind of get a surround on Avalon. Avalon was kind of forced to get the objective, but they were on the back foot. They were not comfortable that game. And man, Trex, you called it. The Fred man gets banned out here.
You know, you could almost say that Pack was impactful last game. No, but yeah, Fredrin ban. I think Avalon, I think Valentina up front, right? Valentina's a solid up front pick. Demon does great on it. We saw him in game 1, but no. They prio Victor on the Uranus. So if I'm Area 77, I'm stealing the Valentina right now.
I don't like this. I don't like this. A lot is on the table. The Terizla, which does extremely well against the Uranus, is available, and
Valentina?
I even argue that the Terizla is better. The Valentina is great, and the Eve, which was banned out quite a bit in a lot of the tournament games in Asia, finally gets a showing. And I feel like if this Eve pick goes well, the rest of the series today, we're not going to get Eves anymore. It's going to be banned out. People aren't going to let that happen.
We'll see. I feel like it's been a hero that's been banned a lot, but then also not banned, especially over here in NA. Like, we'll see it get banned for a day, and then another day it won't get banned at all. So it's kind of up in the air, but Avalon is going to still get that Valentina, so they get a real-world manipulation for themselves. They do kind of lack CC on the side of Avalon right now.
Bruno?
I think they need a little bit. Yeah, pick up the Bruno. I think it could work. They're going to go for the Martis, though. I think Mark Cutie, after seeing Mark Cutie on a Clint, like, he's like, you can ban whatever marksman you want. I'm going to run it. But this right here, I think, works well with the Eve. And with the penalty zone, we have our CC lined up. Now we just need damage on the side of Area 77, towards Avalon went damage route first, and now I think they need to find a little bit of control here.
Well, here's what I think about that Martis pick. I don't think it does. I think Martis is, top 4 junglers, right? I think the Fredge and the Boxia stands way ahead compared to everyone else. I think Martis comes at a quick 3rd and 4th because he has the CC immune, but I don't think it's actually picking up the Martis. It's to protect the Terizla and the Eve pick. It's to deny the Martis away from Avalon, because quite well this Martis does really, really good, and especially since Avalon likes the utility junglers. Tarzan went with the Akai. Martis is able to CC immune that. So if Tarzan was looking to go for another utility-based jungler, they already have this Martis to, deal with all the utilities coming out from Tarzan.
Yeah, it also just pairs well with, we know Marcuti probably going to end up with some sort of late game marksman. So they already, now that they have some early game secured, they can kind of withstand any onslaught that Avalon wants to bring, because we know Avalon likes to be aggressive. We got Victor on this Uranus. You know he's going to be trying to cut waves. You know he's going to be trying to get into their face with whatever they pick for Toinks as well in the roam position, and the Valentina. So I think it's a solid pick for Area 77 to defend against that laning phase that Avalon always tries to be aggressive, because the past couple games, Area 77, that's where they've been weak, that first few minutes. So with this, the Yve, the range, also with Merciless on this Terizla, I think they have a good withstand against whatever Avalon picks here to attack early on.
I feel like Avalon kind of has to go with an Akai, or even potentially go with an assassin. But Tarzan, it's been rare to see Tarzan on something like a Ling or a Hayabusa, especially in these championship moments where these games mean a lot. And when we talk about a lot, A77, if they were able to win this
huge
game, Trex,
it's so huge.
It turns everything that we've talked about in the top. Like, it literally makes it where, we could talk about that later. Trex.
Yeah, that's later. We'll see what happens. But yes, if Area 77 win this, it flips the scoreboard on its head. Yes, Avalon still has a chance, but it puts Area 77 in such a good position, and it also puts Knights of Fate, and it puts Bloodhounds. It makes that 3 and 4 spot look juicy, man. It makes it look juicy, and right now Area 77 is looking for it. I like the Grok pick. More CC, more control, more walls, more things to pair up well around that evil. Everything on Area 77 just screams real-world manipulation right now, and it looks beautiful. Avalon, now, what are they going to do to kind of smooth out their composition here?
Well, Trex, normally I could be like, hey, they'll pick this, that, it completes with their draft. But I'm not gonna lie to you, Trex, I have no clue. I really do not know what Avalon can do against A77. I'm excited to see what they pick, and they end up going with the Akai. I think the Akai is decent, but Martis does have a counter to that. The Grok is able to immune some of the CCs with that, and quite honestly, if they use the heavy spin to pin the Eve is not going to move. The real world, the RWM is still going to be there, casted. So I feel like Avalon is actually backed into a corner with this Martis pick here.
Yeah, a lack of range on Toinks. I think a lot of Avalon right now, it's like, we got to get to late game, man. For the first time, I feel like Avalon has to get to late game. Yes, they do have some early game aggression, and never sleep on Demon, right? If Demon and Toinks and Tarzan can get some sort of early game play and get a kill onto Jules or get a kill onto Mar, it could be insane. But hold on a second. They didn't even have to do that. They didn't have to do that. They didn't. But once again, I'm going to explain it. I think I'm going to go analyst mode here, right? I'm going to put my glasses on real fast. Another hero, like, they could have picked up some other marksman here. They could have. The Beatrix is open, so many things. But the Zamon's Force Another ode to the RWM here, man. It's going to slow people down. Like, they're just playing around this box right now. Almost every hero is meant for this composition. And though the Harith, it's kind of iffy, it does outrange the carry and laning phase with that poke of the first skill or whatever, with the, I forget what the name of it is. But, so I mean, you can kind of outrange there a little bit. Definitely interesting draft from Area 77. Sorry for cutting you off there, UA, but we are jumping now into game number 3. This is the first series of the day, and we're at a rubber band match. Avalon and Area 77 looking to move on to the next line. move on to the next line of this bracket. Who's it going to be?
Oh, man, I am so hyped. You said we did not have to get a Harith pick, but he ended up picking the Harith. Now, I was a little bit confused. I'm expecting like a traditional marksman or something physical, but maybe the Harith is something that they like to go against the carry, because quite honest, Mark QT, he loves the carry pick himself. And to be picking the Harith against it, it definitely means that Mark QT has something up its sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Harith has I think a lot of people forget, man, Harith has a good range with that poke, man. He can keep up in the laning phase, he can clear waves, and you can see their health bars right now. Right now, basic is a little bit lower. It's not a lot, but you're just showing that Mark Cutie can kind of outrange there. Look, he's winning in the laning phase. He's able to dash around, and as long as he plays it safe and doesn't get picked off, he'll have the advantage here. And when it comes to team fights, I like Area 77's draft so much. Now, I can never sleep on Avalon. They have a lot of kill pressure here, right? They have a lot of kill pressure with the Valentina, with the heavy spin, with basic in the late game, and most of all with that Minoan's Fury. If they can make some big plays, they have the wombo combo potential, but can they do that here?
Now I'm a little bit more interested in DPR's build path here. He did end up going for a little bit more of a damage lance on that first game. It didn't go quite well, so I'm expecting maybe a Hunter strike at most, but Tarzan going with the same opening is able to secure that little creep onto that top side, giving him a little bit of advantage in the jungle once again.
You can see how much they're favoring Victor here. They know that we haven't talked much about the Uranus, but the Uranus, even though it doesn't have the CC, it doesn't have that, it can still be very detrimental in the late game, in the mid to late game. If Victor gets an advantage in the EXP side, he could definitely be huge at zoning jewels away like he's doing right now, creating space for his team and focusing down on a Mark Cutie. He has that consecration to kind of move in and out of the RWM, so it wasn't a terrible pick in a sense. Even though they picked it up front, it can still work, fighting against the composition that Area 77 has brought.
Now, something quite interesting that I don't think anyone caught. Demon on Quantum Charge? Hello? Have you seen this before? Because this is quite new to me here.
He wants to be a fast boy, man. He wants to be a fast boy. I don't know.
I mean, I think maybe they took notes on that game too, where A77 did have 4 Quantum Charges, so Demon kind of joining that wave right now. Take a look at some of the items you already see. Oh, before that though.
Oh, Basic's in a little bit of trouble here. Wait, they walk right into a trap possibly. DPR in a little bit of trouble, taking a lot of damage. So Minoan's Fury gets the knock up, and DPR goes down. Next will be Gals. Jules Cutie pops the RWM. Mark Cutie in trouble as well, gonna get pinned to the wall, trying to get away, trying to escape. They're knocking him up though. He gets some shield. Demon's on the trail. Toink's there as well. Mark Cutie is trying to find a way to escape, and he does, but that was a close call.
Yeah, but not the greatest opening from A77. If you take a look at that fight, that was deep in Avalon's jungle, so A77 bit off a little bit more than they can chew. They were going to go on the aggressive, but ends up getting punished by Avalon. And look at Basic on this boss side already taking care of half of that gold tower.
And Merciless is having trouble with Victor as well. I will definitely say this, Victor has had the upper hand in these EXP lane bouts over the past 3 games. Mark Cutie now, luckily he didn't get that death, man. If they would have got all 3 there, it possibly could have been a wraps for Area 77. That was a big misplay by Area 77. I get it, they thought they had it, but Toinks was ready, jumps over the wall. I mean, they walked right into enemy territory, and Avalon took full advantage of it.
Well, we kind of see the gold lead already sitting at maybe like a possibly 1.5k right now, 4 minutes in. It's not the worst, but A77 definitely has to try and keep this gold close. When they do end up keeping the gold close, they're able to perform quite well in the late game, and I feel like that's when A77 really shines.
Victor's so annoying, right? DPR's gotta hate him, bro. He's just sitting in his jungle, and there's nothing DPR can do about it. This is how you play the Uranus, ladies and gentlemen, and we haven't seen someone play like this in a while, but Victor is all in Area 77's face right now.
And you know what the crazy thing is? Avalon fought that objective 3 versus 4. It was just Victor zoning out DPR, and the rest of A77's member, they have no response to this Uranus. They have the Eve, but the Eve doesn't burst, and the Grok is unable to hold down the Uranus enough for the damage to come in. So A77 losing on both fronts. Even on the gold side, they're not getting advantage. They're not getting anything in this game so far.
And then with the Hare's pick, are they ever going to really be able to take out Victor here? Like, they have no shred. Like, the more you talk about it, it's like it feels like they have no burst on their mage. He's going to be a major problem the longer this game goes on.
And Tarzan doing quite a bit of damage, but I'm surprised the heavy spin did not come out. The objective isn't even...
Oh, a lot of damage on a basic there. Nice airborne, but wait, the Nolan's Fury comes in the nick of time once again. Jules Cutie pops the RWM. Tarzan trying to get the heavy spin, gets a double pin onto DPR and Mark Cutie. They find Toinks though. DPR gets the kill. Now he's moving on to Tarzan here. Mark Cutie getting a little bit of damage as well. Back in the mid side, Victor able to take that tower though, making plays across the map.
Whoa, suddenly A77 started winning fights with the flicker. Grok ult coming down. Victor was able to take up that mid side, so it's still an advantage. I would say it's a winning trade for the side of Avalon. The gold lead is still around this 2k mark, and you said it earlier yourself. Uranus right now, there's not really anyone able to kind of lock him down, but Mar, bot side.
Mar in a little bit of trouble. Demon look for him. Wild Charge does come in, but Mar's still in trouble, stunned up, trying to get away, but can't. They should be able to get the finish here, and they do. Toinks finds the kill. Gauss Cutie now in trouble as well. They thought they were going to make the play, but Avalon strikes back.
It's looking a little bit of a grim situation coming out from A77. Losing that mid tower was huge, and now losing Mar on this bot side. Avalon kind of just getting away, and they also have this objective taken.
Oh, Jules Cutie in trouble. Minoan's Fury, and heads are rolling. Area 77 falling to the ground right now. Several towers are dropping, and this should be a turtle over for the side of Avalon. Tarzan does have the heavy spin. DPR trying to make his way in, but Merciless here as well. Are they going to make it? DPR able to steal it, getting a little bit of gold. Trying to even things out here because they are falling behind. It's 3k deficit, and Avalon doesn't want to let go of that grip.
Well, we talk about the 3k deficit. The first game they had a similar deficit around this same time, and this is kind of where Avalon, even though they weren't getting, a huge lead, they're able to kind of take care of the map control. And right now, Avalon definitely having the map control. I always talk about it. I feel like the map control is way much more advantageous when you compare the kills or even the gold lead. So having the map is just so impactful, and Avalon definitely taking care of business right now.
It's a 4k gold lead for Avalon right now. Area 77 playing it slow. They're not over engaging. I don't want to count them out just yet. Mark Cutie does have a death, has finally locked in that feather. Might make a little bit of a difference here in these fights. Merciless comes back in, but he's getting shredded down for basic. Able to pick up the kill. Minoan's Fury to help secure more. And now the heavy spin. Gauss Cutie goes down. It's a double kill for basic. Mark Cutie in a little bit of trouble here. Getting bursted, getting taunted. This could be bad. DPR wants to re-engage though, does have the decimation. Is he gonna be able to find it? No, he goes down. Demon steals it and takes the decimation for himself. Demon under the tower. It's 3 members down, and Jules Cutie could be next.
Yeah, Jules Cutie could be next, but Mark Cutie was able to pick up the Akai right there. At least that is going to be 1 kill coming out from the side of A77. You saw the decimation coming out from Demon. I was like, the Martis was going for the Akai, and Demon was the one that made that counter play. Now take a look at some of the items. You see Demon going for more of a utility build, and Victor going for that dominance ice into an Oracle. He is a beefy boy, and I feel like our worst fears are coming alive, at least for the A77 side. Victor just looks completely unstoppable. right now.
Yeah, there's literally no answer, man. I don't think they can kill him.
Look at his score,
I don't know. Like they literally have to. They would have to all 5 stun him up, hunt him up. I just don't see anything that can deal with him right now, at least in the time period. Let alone with 4 other members of Avalon on the field. They're gonna have to just completely play around him and try not to let him take away towers by split pushing.
Yeah, and we kind of saw the RWM coming down from the Eve, but the impact was just not there, especially with the heavy spin coming out from Avalon. That's kind of a bad news coming out from A77. It's 10 minutes in. It's a 6K gold lead for the side of Avalon, but it just feels like Avalon's just completely in control in this game.
Yeah, this is a major problem, and it's like Avalon's just able to take any objective they want because of Victor, right? Because I feel like earlier when Area 77 finally won out in a fight, is because they let Victor take a tower, they let him cut the wave, and that's pretty much what they're going to have to do here. They're going to have to just let him do his thing and try to get a 2, 3, 4-man wipeout to where it's actually worth whatever sacrifice they lose to Victor in the off lanes. But Lord is marching down this bottom wave. Avalon trying to crack some base towers.
There's just no contestants coming out from the side of A77, and if this keeps up with the Lord marching down, Avalon, I feel like they should be able to take this team fight quite easily. And you know,
they're real grouped up. They got to watch out for Toinks. Watch out for the Moen's Fury. You can smell it, you can feel it coming, but he's patient. Toinks is always waiting. He never wants to waste it. They are able to melt down that Lord. Wave's still coming, but Area 77 should survive to see another day here.
Yeah, it's a good defense coming out from the side of A77, but they don't have the farsight that they had last game where they were able to zone out the Bruno quite well. This time around, they have the Eve, but it doesn't feel like the impact is there as hard. 7K gold lead, 12 minutes in. You know, A77 really have to try and build some of the items. I feel like Mar has to get onto that Divine Judgment, Divine Glaive real quick, or there's not going to be any damage here.
Dallas Cutie trying to find Basic. If they can take out Basic, that is huge. Basic flickers through. They're not able to finish. Noen's Fury knocks him up. Mark Cutie finds Basic into the backside, though. Demon able to find Mark Cutie. It's a 1-for-1. Make it 3-for-1. Area 77 finding the moment to strike Victor. Maybe he's finally going to go down here. Demon there as well. Merciless looking for the finish. Victor caught up on the wall. They finally take down the immovable object. It's a 4-for-1 trade. This is looking similar to game 2.
It's a huge misplay coming out from Avalon, sending 4 members back into the caster's desk, and A77 come out ahead with just Mark UT fallen, and even with Mark UT fallen, they have DPR here with the Martis. Should be able to push some sort of towers, and I kind of want to see DPR go for a little bit more offense, maybe get that mace, but he chooses to opt to go for a full utility jungle. He doesn't even have a cursed helmet. He's just going straight for a dominance ice into a radiant here.
Yeah, I mean, hey man, he needs to be bulky. He's got to survive. Basic is shredding right now. He needs as much health as possible. It's definitely becoming a problem. Avalon, though, with that, the gold deficit is now only at 2,000. Area 77, we see the possibilities that they have to win team fights. Can they do it again, though, before this Lord, or for this Lord?
Well, the real question is, can they get to Basic once again? Because they're winning that fight because they were able to grab Basic, but at the cost of Mark QT. Now, doing it once, you could definitely say, hey, man, like, that is a job well done, but are they able to do it twice? And if they're able to do it twice, even to a third time, it's going to look pretty good for A77 here.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be easy. And it was a bit easier up there at the bottleneck of the inhibitor towers, right? In the open field of the rest of the map, it's a lot harder to catch Basic off guard. And look at him, he's going for the split push right here. Gauss Cutie with Toinks there as well. They get the knock up. Can they find the trade here? They're going to lose the Lord. Area 77 wants to find something a little bit more. Toinks jumps away, gets caught in the RWM. Still unable to find him though. Merciless finally picks up the kill. Area 77 looking for another one. They lose the Lord. They need to make something count here. Basic dashes in though. He's fearless. I like the style right now. Avalon just feeling comfortable.
Well, that is going to be a roamer for the Lord. Now, the real question is, how is these lanes going to be synced with Toinks coming down in 12 seconds? And I do believe Toinks should be able to come onto that mid side. So it is going to be a perfect sync coming out from Avalon. Basic already sitting onto this top side, and 14 minutes in, he's gonna have the full trinity. Victor is gonna have probably all 4 defensive items, and Toinks picking up that Athena's, which is going to completely negate a lot of damage coming out from Mar.
Yeah, they're going to wait for it. Gauss Cutie doesn't try to force the fight on Tarzan, though, but the Lord does get the crack. Takes down the inhibitor. Up on the top side, Basic looking for an angle here as well, as Tarzan holds down the front line along with Victor. Merciless there, trying to keep them at bay. They're chipping away at the Lord. Another inhibitor does fall. Area 77 still on the ropes, so they should be able to shred this down, and Avalon knows it. They don't want to force the fight just yet. Victor is a tanky boy, a beefy boy, so he's going to be able to hang out, but that's a lot of damage. He's brought down to about half health as Tarzan and the rest of the gang watch for a moment to strike. Area 77 just hang out in the base and wait for the chance to come out.
Man, Victor on this first pick, Uranus, taking care of business, being
now we know
so
why.
Extremely annoying. And, you know, I was kind of questioning. I was like, hey, man, you're going to give that to Rizla out just like that. But Victor definitely showing us a complete different side on that XP. Took it one for the team, blind picked this Uranus, and look at him, man. So inspirational right now.
You know he was in the VC like, just trust me, guys. Just trust me, guys. Just give me the Uranus. Give me the Uranus. Just trust me. You know that was the vibe. And Avalon was probably thinking the same thing. We sure about this? All right, yeah, do it. And he is completely one out in his lane. And you mentioned it. Trizzle's supposed to work well against the Uranus, and he did not. Victor's just getting the outplay purely.
Yeah, and you look at the KDA, it really does not paint the picture for the impact that Victor has done in this game. He zoned out DPR for almost every single objective. He was there lane cutting and had the priority of walking around, clearing the waves first, getting to the objectives cleanly. And it feels like Avalon definitely have this pocket picked, refined already. And take a look at some of these items. Basic already finished with the whole entire trinity, has that Demon Hunter golden staff, and even built up to that Athena's to deal with some of the damage coming out from the Harith and Eve.
Yeah, I mean, Area 77 is trying to hang out here, but once again, they're gonna, I mean, are they gonna just give up this Lord again? Are they just looking for a big a big bounce back fight? Because with Victor in their face, they still can't kill him, and they can't even get into the Lord pit. Like, they literally can't even walk into the pit right now. Gauss Cutie, though, wait a second. Oh, big damage on a Demon. That's huge. That's their opening. DPR and Gauss Cutie are in. Watch for Toinks, though, and Basic hiding out in this top bush as well. Area 77 kind of knows something's up. They don't have vision on the rest of the team, but DPR found his way. With a member down and on a 30-second death counter, that could be the advantage. Victor
look at Mark.
Brought low here. They're going to look for him. Mark Cutie finds the finish. Immortality pops. This could be big for Area 77. They found the pit. They found the opening. Tarzan, though, still there. And this time, Area 77 is doing the zoning. They've only been able to take one tower this whole game, but this is an opportunity to fight.
Mar is huge with the Harith right now. He probably has that Divine Glaive with the Holy Crystal. And we were worried about that Uranus, and he took care of business like that. And Gauss with the Flicker Wild Charge, able to get onto that Demon. They grabbed up 2 of the important targets coming out from Avalon, and they're looking to take this lead. They got the mid tower, they got the top side pushing, and the Lord is coming out on boss side, and Victor is still not even up yet.
Yeah, they just need to not make a big mistake. If they don't make a big mistake, then they can definitely take an advantage over this game. The gold has slid into their hands, and the Lord crashes. Area 77 don't want to go too deep, but Victor's still in the backside. If they can crack an inhibitor, if they can gain some land, it is a win in my book. Area 77 back in this. It's 55k gold to 54. They've taken towers. They've evened the playing field.
How far do they get on this? Is this the momentum that we're talking about, or is this just a team comp with a heavy spin?
Tarzan with a heavy spin onto Mark Cutie. That's a bad one to get it onto, but wait, the winner turn on pops. They still have a little bit of time, and No One's Fury goes down. Gauss Cutie, Immortality pops, but Toinks will fall. His Immortality pops as well. Mark Cutie and Basic both trade a couple shots, but Mark Cutie's still there, able to find Toinks. Area 77 waiting for another bullet strike. DPR wants to find the inhibitor. Can they crack it? Victor's still standing there. No, they can't. It doesn't fall, and now DPR's in trouble. Victor looking for the finish. Immortality pops. Can DPR get away from this? Victor into the backside onto Merciless. Mark Cutie there as well. Able to get the sidestep on a Demon. Beautiful play. Demon forced to flicker. Mark Cutie still there, and Victor being oh so a nuisance still. Merciless bounces back with the penalty zone as DPR looks for another one. They're still fighting. They're still trading punches. It's the rumble in the jungle, and Area 77 are here. Jules Cutie goes down. Basic pops a Spleety Light Wheel, looking for another one as Mark Cutie gets pinned against the wall. Another pin, another hit, and Basic moves forward. DPR finds Tarzan, though, as Basic gets the shutdown. Mark Cutie's still on the map, and so is Merciless. Victor not going to let Merciless get away from this one. I don't think there was an escape route. Basic looking for the cutoff. This is a fight, but Merciless is still up, pops the penalty zone, gets some health back, but that should be it, UA.
The outplays after outplays after outplays. Basic flickering forward. Mark QT dashing around, dodging spells left and right. Demon just prolonging the fights, and Victor, the man of the hour, still alive, full health. He was in the battle of all of it. And Avalon comes out slightly ahead in that field. Now, Lord is coming up in 20 seconds. All the members of Avalon are going to be up. So, 877
too, though.
They still have an opportunity, but being down one member, that's going to be tough, because when it was a 5 versus 5, they got the pick off and that snowballed them into these objectives. But now being down the member, it might be tough. But ooh, the Lord actually came up, and Merciless, he's walking up. Yeah, he's up. So it is going to be a 50-50. But man, Mark QT, I didn't think he was going to do that much damage, and he took care of biz.
Yeah, it's a game, boys. It's definitely a game. Gauss Cutie was able to get a nice position. Victor walked right past him earlier. Another wall comes out, and like you said, this feels like a 50-50. Game 3, each team with equal opportunity here. Who's going to make the play that counts, and who's going to make the mistake that takes him out?
This is interesting because Bot is already slow pushed, but Victor is looking to get a hard shove to force a member, but RWM popped.
But Basic on the mid side, he has a wave of minions.
Oh no.
Gauss Cutie's on to him. Merciless there as well. Basic knows he's in a bad spot. Toinks trying to force forward. Jules in a little bit of trouble. Going to get knocked up. A lot of damage coming in. Basic able to get the killing spree onto Jules Cutie. Doesn't have the speedy light wheel, but still doing a nice amount of damage. DPR looking for something. Pops the decimation, but does not get the finish. So no passive today. A double kill for Basic. Basic flickers in. Hits by the penalty zone. He tried to get the finish onto Gals. Quite can't connect. Basic looking for more though. Merciless in a little bit of trouble. Is taking out a triple for Basic. Area 77, that could be the end there. It's 40, 50, and 30-second death counters for 3 of their members. Avalon doesn't even want the Lord. They might try to go for the finish here. Mark Cutie does not have the Zaman's Force. Actually does. He does drop it. Able to dash around. Just needs to clear some waves. They did have a wave of minions come out of their base, so they can defend a little bit longer. Basic looking for an angle. Nice knock up on a Mark Cutie. Able to find Tarzan, though. Terrified. Mark Cutie may just go down here. Looking for Victor. The Basic is locked onto the base, and that will be it, ladies and gentlemen. In a best of 3, Avalon have come out on top.
Victory!
Man, Basic taking care right there. Flickers forward. He grabs those double kills right there. He was free hitting pretty much throughout this whole entire game. None of the A77 members are able to get onto him. And I'm sweating right now just watching this game, Trex.
Yeah, that woke me up, man. That got me ready. You know, we came into the first series. I was really worried it was just going to be a quick 2-0 sweep. But Area 77 puts up a great fight. But in the end, Avalon comes out on top with the sustainability of those 3 matches. I mean, definitely an exciting best of 3.
Yeah, exciting. You have Victor on this Uranus first pick. Again, the stats do not show. 16-14 is going to be the overall score. 22 minutes of exciting gameplay. Once again, Victor 1-2-4, but this man, he's definitely going to be the sandbag of the team. But the MVP should be pushed onto Basics with a 10-1-4. Has his whole entire Trinity, has that anti-heal along with immortality. Man, Basic doing God's work right now.
Doing Avalon's work for sure. I mean, and look at this final play. Jules gets knocked up, and I just felt like that was the end. And DPR tries to come in here. He uses his decimation, but he doesn't get a finish onto anybody. He uses it right there, and he doesn't get the final hit, which pretty much makes him just a fish out of water there. And that was just kind of the nail in the casket.
Yeah, and you can see Basic flickering forward, still has that Athena shield, and he's just completely free hitting. He, you know, it's almost back like the M4 Basic when he was on the Valley, and man, look at the rich guy. Basic is there, but the sandbag coming in from Victor, I believe he was the one. He did so much damage too, 23% damage dealt, and that is really, really close when you compare the damage with Basic and Demon there.
Yeah, I mean, and it's like, because he just sat there the whole time, just spam first skill, sit in the middle of 4 people. The damage starts to rack up. It's never a killing blow. It's never anything like that. But to be 3rd place and close behind the 2 people tied for 1st, essentially, and have taken the most damage, Victor, like you said, yes, you can't see it by a KDA, but definitely did amazing that match.
Huge that match. Now we go back into the very first series. Avalon was able to take care of this team fight. It was a 5 versus 4, and they got the way of the dragon, but it just did not seem enough. They mopped the floors and continued to push forward. Tarzan on the cheese wheel, 309 right here. He has pretty much all the kill participation. We talked about it. Basic just having clean games overall. The second game comes through. Trex, Mark UT, 8-0-3 here.
Yeah, this was that big play from DPR, man. This is when Area 77, we thought there was a big chance that they were going to be able to come back with the reverse sweep. And they came in strong game 2, man. We're at 23 minutes. That game ended up going on for about 26 minutes. I mean, and they pull through. But here in game 3, when everything came down to it, Avalon, and even I didn't even notice that pin from Tarzan onto Marcuti, and even though it didn't get the kill, it made it so Marcuti couldn't get involved in that fight when everybody was low health. Because if Marcuti could have, he would have got the finish onto all 3 of those members in Avalon. But Tarzan buys the time so that Basic can clean up house.
It just feels like the new Avalon, especially with the 2 wildcards coming in, Cardi, putting Toinks back onto the roam, and especially with Tarzan in the jungle. It feels like the whole team has refined into kind of like a death ball squad where everyone knows exactly what they need to do at what time. Getting that pin onto Marcuti, just like you're saying, was, you know, so important. They zoned out the damage dealer, and they were able to let Basic pretty much completely free hit, and that really led to that 3rd game victory for Avalon in this first series.
Well, with such an amazing first series, I'm very excited to see what the rest of the night has in store. Let's toss it back to our beautiful host, Liz. How you feeling about that match?
Oh my god, guys. I was on the edge of my seat. I was completely stunned by the amazing play that Avalon has pulled out. They definitely practiced. It's very obvious. And the MVP, as you see on the screen, will go to Basic. Now, we had a lot of moments throughout the games that Victor had his moment. Tarzan came in very strong with a tie, but Basic really mastered his skills all through 3 games. And you guys were talking about the Bruno pick, right? You guys talking about Bruno coming back this season. And what do you think about that Bruno game? Wasn't the best, but what do you think about the hero? What do you think about Basic coming in this game?
I mean, I think Basic definitely showed up. Even in game 2, he did a really good job. Area 77 just kind of came back there, you know? There was like, it's not like they controlled the game the whole time. And as we saw from game 1 and game 3, he took 1 death in each of those. And kind of like similar to game 1, even though he's not on the flashiest heroes, he still made a huge impact in all 3 of those games.
And he was able to really take care of the business. He was able to get those free hits in, get the damage dealt, farm pretty well, even with, you know, A77 team that is very good at ganking onto that gold side. He was able to push back that pressure and make sure he could get quite ahead here.
Absolutely. And after a short break, we're going to look at my favorite game of the day, like Knights of Fate against Bloodhounds. That's the game that we're looking forward to. And without further ado, we'll take a short break and we'll see you back in 5.
Welcome guys to the NACT recap with Liz. Now, can you believe it? NACT went into beast mode and we're already 2/3 through the regular season stages. It's been an intense journey and an uphill battle for some, but I'm here to take you through everything important that happened. Take a look. To start, TOB and BTK continued soaring high in the last stage, practically booking their tickets to LA. The next stage for these teams is more of an ego battle, stinging more than it waits. And if BTK fans are looking a little blue, it's probably because TOB continued to assert absolute dominance in the arena. By now, every member of TOB has put Mobazing's retry skill on the test, where even Shark managed to snatch a turtle from the Jungle Master's chest. Now let's hear from Shark on how he made his plays to get a taste of their victory.
Shark landed that hook onto Kaja, and what went on in that voice comms when that happened?
I mean, I'm calling the team to like stay in the mid spot, and I know the Kaja couldn't come to that spot, so I tried to hook on that spot, but for some reason I hooked Madis. I guess that lucky. Yeah.
So you wanted to hook Kaja, but you ended up actually hooking Mardis.
Yeah. In the voice chat, I said Kaja, but I hooked Madis, so I just like 5.
Wait, when you hooked Mardis, what did they say? Like, oh!
I mean, we just 5. It's just a murder. I mean, it's even better if I hook Madis there, so yeah.
Now that was just lucky. The rest is pure strategy, as when Shark is not landing his big hook energy, he is peeling for his jungler at all times, sometimes at the cost of others. Let's find out more.
And also, like, Shark, we noticed that you have played Angela a lot this season, and then you always save your ultimate for your one and only jungle best player. It doesn't matter who else needs that ultimate, but you always save that for best player, and that kind of is what makes it so golden for you guys. Because best player needs that like ulti, right? But also we want to know is there like a secret agreement before the games? Like, does best player tell you, oh Shark, ult me, or if you ult someone else, would best player get mad at you?
No, I mean, this moment, I think just let's see I die, because the turtle fight more better for us. I mean, if I ult Sia here, he live and he don't do anything, and we don't have an Angela ult for the turtle fight, so I just ult Link for the better, and we got turtle. Good trade.
That's true. It's all very tactical, and it teaches you guys as tank players to really look out for your carry and for what turns the game.
It is this sweet, sweet Angela that crowned our new King of the Jungle best player, and let the Jungle King himself take us through some of his master engages.
And so today, we got you guys here to first talk a little bit about some of the plays that you've been making. Obviously, individually, you guys made a lot of plays, from Lord Steals to just Shark's Bush plays, as well as best players' amazing assassin skills. But as a whole, as a team, you guys have also made a lot of plays that got the viewers like, whoa. So let's go through a little bit and see like what went on in the team comp. And like this one here, Shark initiated, and then I don't even see Blessed player here, but then this was a 4 versus 4 right now, and then it kind of turned into just a mashup. So just go through a little bit like what happened here, guys.
I think for me, as a Fanny player, it was perfect for me. As you saw, Shark hooked the Minotaur, completely one-shot him. I was on my way down. Ramus also used his ult, which was literally perfect. Oh, Kaja also ulted the Fredrin, by the way. So there was basically nothing stopping me here. The only thing that they could have done was flicker out or just try to dodge me. But as you see here, I think I played it perfectly. Killed Ramus in one shot.
Power dive, but they've like used all their utility.
Yeah, it was actually the perfect scenario for me this game.
Were you recalling
and it worked out
right
pretty
here?
well. Oh, yeah, I was, a little bit of bad manners, but that's all for fun, you know?
Oh, and that was one HP, but you still lived.
Now, as our reigning champs prep for the next stage, what do they have to say to each other to continue that dominance?
And as you guys are here, I want to know, best player, or Shark, is there anything that you want to say to each other that you haven't said? And I'm sure you've said a lot of things to each other during practice and everything, but is there one thing that you would wish the other person do more in the game, or just anything you want to say to the other person as a jungler or as a tank player? Like, what do you wish they're doing more, or just anything that you want to tell them?
For me, honestly, I don't think there's anything I want Shark to do more. I think he played this perfectly as a jungle and roam, you know. And about the whole ult thing, yeah, I mean, clearly the majority of the ults will go on me, but if he has to ult others, he will, you know? It's just like, all situations are different.
And he's like, if you can, if you will, but you know, you should still ult me. And Shark?
I mean, for me, Carlos, I think he stopped doing the recalling. Sometimes he might die.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome back, guys, to 5 minutes as promised, and we're jumping right back into second game of the day. Bloodhounds versus Knights of Fate. That's going to be the most exciting match of the day on my book, and let's see what our casters voted as their predictions today. I know I voted for Knights of Fate, having a faith in the Knights of Fate, and having a fate in their performance, but Yue actually and Trex voted for the underdogs Bloodhounds. Now, Trex, I know Yue always picks the underdogs, but what made you turn your vote towards the Bloodhounds?
I just have a feeling, you know, I want to make a statement. Last phase, everyone voted for Bloodhounds, and I voted for Knights of Fate, and I got the upset there. This time now, everyone's switching sides over the Knights of Fate. They did have an amazing showing last phase, but I think Bloodhounds are going to come into this hungry. They have to win this. Like, it's very, I mean, they don't have to. They could try to come back up to the lower bracket, but if they win this, it puts them in a very good spot. I think they know that. I don't think Knights of Fate are like leagues above Bloodhounds. I think it's an even matchup, and it could swing either way. So if Bloodhounds have that grit in them right now, then I think they can definitely pull it off.
Well, Bloodhounds have definitely been the team that has been there together. They have quite the roster. They have Bocaroso, they got Easy Peasy. Like, pretty much all their members have been sticking through thick and thin on the Bloodhounds. So I feel like in a series like this, where it means a lot, I feel like Bloodhounds is going to have the synergy advantage to take them into that next level. What do you think, Liz?
I definitely agree with you guys. Bloodhounds is the dark horse that came into this tournament and shocked the world with some of their plays. But I gotta say, you guys ditched me out there. It was the three of us against the world in the last series voting for Knight of Fate. But this time, it turns out that you guys actually favor Bloodhounds. And I don't know, we'll find out which team comes on top. I know there's some roster changes with some of these teams. So let's see what's going on with the player substitution for Knights of Fate.
Yue, take us through it.
These are familiar faces. Regrets coming back from Gosu days. And I also was squatted with him back in the days. I forgot what was the other name, but Regrets, definitely a very, very pronounced player. He subbed out for Bossy. I do believe Bossy actually has a lot of experience in NACT, even in the Latin League. So, and we've actually seen in the very first series, Avalon had, another swap. He is now powerless into the gold, Bossy into the roam position. So a little bit of a three-way swap, and we've seen the wild cards from Avalon do quite well, Trex, and this one I would not doubt that they definitely came prepared here.
Listen, we're gonna have a little story time again real fast. For those that don't know, Sir Bossy has been a player on a lot of teams. He used to run with Nicolette and Best Player back in Team Sexy days. When I saw this roster change, I was very excited to see where he was gonna be. And another good thing to point out, right, is knowing Knights of Fate, those emblems that show what lane they're going to be in mean nothing at all. Any of them are willing to play anything. We saw Zero show up in gold. We've seen them all over the place. They run 3 fighters sometimes, no marksman. I mean, literally, that means nothing. And knowing Sir Bossy, knowing all of these players, knowing Zero, anything can happen. Bloodhound's got to be ready for that.
And for Knights of Fate, there's a lot of things that are going on with their personal life as well. I've actually done an interview with them as in the NACT channel, so check that out if you want to know a little bit more about Knights of Fate as a squad. But they have a lot of personal commitments, so we've seen a member change every single game this series, and they didn't disappoint us today. They have another roster change coming at our way, so we'll find out. We only can know how they perform as we see them on stage. So that's going to be very exciting, and let's find that out as we jump into the second series of the day.
All right, Yue, we got a whole lot to live up to after the series we just had. You know, I said that I thought this was going to be the most exciting. Liz says the same thing, but after that last best of 3, I don't know, man. I don't want to let anybody down if this just goes completely one way. Now, Bloodhounds up against Knights of Fate. Bloodhounds did not have any swaps. They're still the same 5 players. They're still the same 5 dudes staring at us on those little pictures, ready for this game. Knights of Fate, though, we know they move around all the time. They're used to this. Are they going to be able to prevail against the Bloodhounds today?
Ooh, a little bit of a respect, man, coming out from both sides. The Fanny gets banned out. I believe Kai is good at it, and Zero is also very good at it. But the Martis, a little bit of the respect coming out from Easy Peasy. He did end up getting the first Savage of NACT, so right, banning that Martis out is going to be quite well. Now, talked about something earlier that I kind of want to, you know, go over it real quick. We said Sir Bossy goes into that roam and powerless into that gold. You said maybe don't fall into that trap. I kind of want to just make a call and be like, yeah, I don't think Sir Bossy is going to that roam position. It's got to be powerless here.
It could be. It literally could be anybody. I'm waiting. We'll wait. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Like maybe Zero goes back to jungle or something. You know, like you never know what's gonna happen here. Like, I mean, things are all over the place, especially with this team, and that's what's gonna have to like Bloodhounds really have to decide. And is that a Kufra ban?
That's for power.
A Kufra ban for powerless. I mean, we're targeting off the rip. We got our guns out. We're ready to go. They got targets on their forward. We got the Martis ban for Easy Peasy. We got the Valier ban for Bokarosco. We got the Fanny and the Kufra. It's, you know, they're coming in ready for this one.
Oh yeah, they don't want to let anyone on their comfort, and the lane gets banned out.
So much is open.
Kai. Yeah, the Boxia, the Fredrin, that was winning games 1 and 2 for Avalon. You have literally every mage available. The Novaria, which Boca likes to play himself. The Eve, the Farsa, the Valentina, the Bruno.
Every EXP laner is open.
Yeah, the Xborg actually, which Bloodhounds traditionally loves.
Yeah.
And that was quite banned out and picked early for the last series.
It is, though.
Just like I said. Go
Bloodhounds, though, first pick. Do they lock in the Fredrin, something like that? Do they lock in the Valentino? The Basha's open. I think Basha's a solid up front pick. It's been so strong. I don't think we've seen Easy Peasy on the Basha yet, but still, I mean, I don't think it's like a super complicated hero to play. You just kind of roll around and do damage. But no, I think things are definitely going to get interesting in game 1 because of all these target bans.
I think it's a Fred or Valentino. I'm gonna close my eyes. Fred Valentina, but something else, a Kaja is also still available, but they don't go for either of those pick. This one's not bad here.
Terizla gonna get followed up immediately by Knights of Fate with the Fredrin, and I'm wondering if Fredrin, like, so Knights of Fate kind of won me over last phase, man. They threw, I think it was when they were playing against Avalon, they came in game 1 with their kind of cheesy 3-fighter strat. They put like Mikasa on the Freya and stuff like that. And then game 2, they came in with strict meta, right? So like they're known to kind of bounce around, and it makes it hard to deal with them, right? They kind of throw those curveballs at you. They throw one draft where it's like, whoa, what is this? And then you come into game 2 and you think they're going to do the same thing, but no, they come right back to normality. So I mean, Knights of Fate have a lot of versatility here. Bloodhounds, they're going to have to find a way around that. There goes the Franco getting picked up. So we have suppression on the board. Does Bloodhounds fire back with the Kaja for some suppression of their own?
I feel like a Kaja Kadita could work well. The Novaria is still available. They could opt to go for that Bruno pick that's been popularized the last couple days. The Joy is also still available. There's honestly quite a lot of picks that are opened up, but Knights of Faith, they have this 1-2 punch. The Franco into that Fredrin, and that's like a knock up into a straight hook, and that might be the wombo combo that they need. It's hard to beat.
Yeah, and they pick up the Eve, so Bokaros is going to have to be careful against this Franco. That's a dangerous hook when you're standing still. It's a dangerous suppression, right? Same thing with this carry. Yes, you have the shred. We saw how well Basic did on it, but you gotta be smooth on the carry when you're up against a Fred, when you're up against some heroes that can catch you off guard, because carry doesn't have a long range. You don't got a sniper, you don't got nothing to kind of fire off. You got to get up close and personal, so Bloodhounds need to create that space. Knights of Fate with their last pick of the first phase.
No
Stop
way.
It.
Oh my.
Stop it.
We're back. NACT 2023 spring.
The boogeyman is real, boys. I thought he left.
The Twinkie Winky on a different name comes in with the Hanabi pick. Man, I thought we were getting treated earlier with the Herod, with the Valier, and now we get a Hanabi pick. Ooh, but before we talk about that, I need to talk about the carry and the Eve. These two picks are absolutely dangerous when it comes down to going against utility junglers like Fredrin. We're going to see the impact that the Fredrin has is going to be negated by a lot of the CC, the true damage coming out from carry. And I do believe that might push Bloodhounds over the edge in this first phase draft.
I don't know, man. I'm still trying to wrap my head around this. Don't get me wrong. Like, I get it, man. We saw some crazy stuff. This is the cheese I was talking about. Knights of Fate have bust open they broke the wax. They're cutting up the cheese right now, and they're putting it in front of Bloodhounds. A Bloodhound's going to bite, or are they going to keep it simple? Because right now there are plenty of answers to that Hanabi. They just need to make it work. They can't let this game go too late. But even then, I feel like carry late game scale, just like the Hanabi. As long as they don't get any caught off by any crazy hooks and just let Knights of Fate roll on top of them, I feel like Bloodhounds have a really good advantage here just with that pick. Second band's coming in. Kaja banned out from Knights of Fate. We have Kadita banned out from Bloodhounds. Does Knights of Fate continue to rail in? I was just going to say, do they continue to rail into the Roam? They do. There goes that Edith.
Man, first time Edith being banned here in today's NACT, and Edith has been a hot ban for the MPL IDs and PH area. It's a really good pick, and a little bit different. They do opt to ban out this Harith, and I don't know too many people that are picking this Harith up that consistent. We kind of saw it earlier in the last game. It did okay, but wasn't the best pick.
And then we get an Esmeralda, another little bit of an off pick. I'm not saying she's bad, but we definitely haven't seen her that much recently with things like the Uranus, with things like Darizla and Fredrin. I'm wondering if are Knights of Fate gonna get real crazy here, man?
I don't.
Did they run Esmeralda jungle this season? I feel like I saw them do something cheesy like that. I'm just wondering if they're gonna go like full fighter here and just have Hana be safe in this little pocket. I can't even guess because like you just never know with them. There goes the Basha for Bloodhounds, very typical textbook. I don't even know what Knights of Fate are gonna pick last. So I can't even fathom what their brains are thinking.
They're going for full meta. We saw the Grok being picked up.
Solid.
A lot of impact, even in the A77 games. And the Boxia pick just kind of brings them full circle to make sure that they have enough utility to deal with the jungle speed of Fredrin. But Knights of Faith, it almost seems like they're setting up for Esmeralda mid, because Esmeralda, I don't think it does well against the Darizla, and it's definitely not going to do well against the carry. So maybe they're looking to counter out the
mid,
shield. Esmeralda
Freya
mid.
offlane or some stuff like that.
Yeah, I feel like the Freya offlane could work, but then they would be missing a little bit of magic damage. But if you put Mikasa on like an Alice, for example, everyone builds tough boots, negates the CC coming out from Fredrin, and
there's the cheese, boys. I'm sorry.
We can't even guess it. The
Esmeralda mid.
Lapu
Esmeralda
EXP.
mid. Lapu EXP. Fredrin jungle. Like we said, it's just gonna be a little pocket, four fighters, one tank, you could call it, whatever you want. 4 boys around Hanabi, running down the middle. Let's see if they can make this work. I think Bloodhounds does have some solid answers to this, right? But here's a big Boca Roscoe is gonna be having a tough time this game. You have Esmeralda diving, you have Lapu diving, you have hooks, you have so many things to get to that, right? A lot of answers here for that and for carry as well. If Knights of Fate can catch them off guard with this draft, it could be the answer. But let's see as we jump back into the land of Dawn for the second series of tonight. This is Bloodhounds going up against Knights of Fate. Does look like we have a little pause here. Tell me what you think about the draft, Yue.
I feel like in terms of Knights of Fate this side, they're really reliant on something went wrong, right? You see 0 on this Esmeralda with Retri. There's 2 Retribution. So I do think that may be the issue. But like I was kind of going back, right? Let's just say giveaway 0 code was going down mid. The giveaway code down there. Make sure to claim your chest. 0 on this Esmeralda. I feel like that is the biggest determination if Knights of Faith is going to be successful or not, because that's the only magic damage that Knights of Faith have. But we've seen magic Esmeralda, but it's just not that common yet.
I got a feeling, I'm sure they're trying to figure things out, but I'm sure that is the reason for this pause. 2 Retributions on the field for the side of Knights of Fate. I'm sure our team is working diligently behind scenes to figure out what the outcome of this is going to be. Yeah, I mean, the draft, let's still talk about the draft, because whatever this outcome is going to be, I'm sure the drafts will stay the same. If they decide to run the game continuously, or if they decide to give them a redraft, I don't know. Like a repick of emblems, essentially.
Well,
Yeah.
Bloodhound.
So there is going to be a game restart to let everybody know the picks will stay the same. But yeah, so we have some more time to talk about this. Do you think Knights of Fate can do this?
You know, Bloodhound has a very balanced, we kind of call it the meta draft, right? They got the best jungler, they got the Boxia, they got the Terizla there, also with the carry, the Eve. So it's quite balanced in the sense that they have a very front to back. They have a lot of the high pick priority. On the other hand, Knights of Fate have that raw element, the surprise, the cheese, like you call it, a little bit of a Swiss action right there. I still think it determines that the Esmeralda is going to determine if they have enough magic damage, because they got the Lapu Lapu to deal with the carry, with the Eve, right, to completely zone them out. They have the Fredrin to deal with the jungle pressure and get that 50-50 play. The Franco has the pick-off potential, but without magic damage coming from the Esmeralda, it's just not going to be enough, because then they can just build all physical.
That's true. I mean, I think here's the kind of catch-22 to the diving, though, on top of Bokarosco too, right? And like the diving onto the carry is, the whole point of their composition is to kind of, it's that pocket strat, right? It's that funnel into the Hanabi for the mid to late game, right? But if they dive, Hanabi is now alone, right? So there's definitely this like give and take there on who's going to dive too deep and leave their carries behind, who's going to find the better angles. Is Hanabi always going to be safe? With the Basha, they don't have like an assassin on the side of Bloodhound, so it's not like they can just get on top of Hanabi. They do kind of have to crack through. They have to dive themselves as well. But with the CC of the Grok and everything like that, I just think I like Bloodhound's draft much better, definitely. But again, we can't count Knights of Fate out, because they do these things sometimes. And that element of surprise works, man. Like, people just aren't prepared to go against a draft like that. You haven't planned for it. You haven't thought about it. Unless Bloodhounds are just that much ahead right now and they have thought about this, it is definitely, it's a scary thing to look at on game one, you know, second series of the night. You got a lot on the line, and they throw these curveballs like this at you. It's definitely a interesting take.
And how do you prepare against a Hanabi pick? What, you scroll back to videos 6 months ago, watching Ooga Booga play? Like, that's, you know, it's quite hard, but it looks like we're going into a potential fast redraft here. Gives us maybe just a tad bit more time. Man, Knights of Fate, they're really pulling out all their cards. Zero on a mid Esmeralda, the Hanabi on a powerless, and Bossy, that wild card element, which we've seen Avalon do quite well with the addition of Tarzan, Cardi into Toinks on that roam position. So kind of feels like maybe the roster changes are going to be roster buff.
Yeah, don't worry, everybody. If you have a little bit of PTSD from the word redraft, this one is going to be exactly the same. The picks will all come out exactly as we saw them before. So excited to see how this goes. Like I said, I mean, normally if I saw a draft like this on any other team, I'd be like, yeah, okay, this is easy. Bloodhound should be able to take this easy. But Knights of Fate, it's like you learn to not count them out, right? And they bring that kind of same spirit as Empire. Even though a lot of players did get switched, it's not really Empire. It's not Avalon. They remind me of Empire last season is what I'm saying. They remind me of Empire last season because they brought, like, Empire also cheesed a lot. And Empire had Mikasa. You had some of these people that moved around. They would change roles. They would change things. They would bring in this weird meta here and there. But Knights of Fate, where they differ and where they do better than Empire last season is they know how to play meta as well, right? So, like, if they can win this game, if they win this game right here, I think it's GG's. I think they come in next game, play a draft like Bloodhounds have right now, and just roll over.
Now, you kind of compared the the Empire versus the Knights of Fate. They're both kind of trying to secure that fourth place position, and it really came down to the very last phase, right? And right here, Knights of Fate, you know, already proving that they have the ability to take over teams like Avalon You know, maybe BTK and TOB is a little bit out of reach, but Trex, take us in here.
All right, let's go back into the land of Dawn. This is going to be game one in a best-of-3 Knights of Fate up against Bloodhounds. Like we said, we like the draft from Bloodhound. It is what we would call meta, right? They have the picks that everyone wants, and they got them in their hands right now. But Knights of Fate don't care, man. They gave them those picks. They were ready for them to take those picks. They brought something different. They brought something niche, and I think they feel confident on it.
Yeah, and take a look at some of the skins coming out from Knights of Fate right here. The Esmeralda Collector. You got that Franco Legend, the new Neo Beast that is available in the shop. The Fredrin skin comes out. Some of the emblems, the Quantum Charge coming out from Fredrin is quite standard nowadays. The Focusing Mark, which you haven't seen, but Bossy.
Oh, it's a lot of damage on a Sir Bossy. Dino able to pick up the kill. First blood for the side of Bloodhounds. Kopla puts out the wall. Zero and Kai trying to come in as well, but Easy Peasy just wants a Lethal Wander. He's going to be able to take him, and now he's going to try to engage for V3. They're going to find another one. Zero goes down. Easy Peasy rolling on to the next one. That's 2-0 at 1 minute.
So
is it going to be 3?
I think that if you look at the top side right now, Dino looking like he has the advantage in the lane clear. He can clear the lane level 1, and he can rotate early. And Eve, we talked about how Eve can impact the sustain, the utility junglers like Fredrin and Franco. Now Eve does even well, especially going against an Esmeralda and even a Lapu Lapu. These heroes, you know, they have the ability to kind of close the gap, but it sometimes is just not enough. The slow is too much to handle. And even with the Eve nerf, it is still a really popular pick.
Definitely a popular pick. Now, Powerless versus Sleeps here. Sleeps, Powerless, like in the immediate laning phase, the Hanabi surprisingly doesn't do too bad, right? Especially because Carry doesn't have a lot of range. Hanabi gets that passive and kind of keeps Sleeps at bay. But towards mid-game and without minions there, Hanabi loses that range, right? So Carry needs to look for those moments to kind of gain some space back. With Turtle back on the map, Sir Bossy did end up taking this roam position. He's on the Franco. He's already taken a death. Bloodhounds looking for control over the pit as Kai and Zero waited out, but the wall comes out. Mikasa dives in with the bravest fighter. Looking to target onto Bokarosco there. Out comes the falling Star Moon, but Easy Peasy still takes Turtle. And Dino is cleaning up. 3 members down in a matter of seconds. Bloodhounds now 6-0.
Hey man, Trex, you and I, we're looking quite nicely. We should have got Liz to jump on the voting because it seems like Bloodhound is definitely taking away this early game. A complete clean 6-0 sweep, and Carry going the same route as Basics, not buying boots and finishing up that Corrosion Scythe immediately.
Yeah, 1,000 gold a minute we're talking right now. We're at a 3K gold lead for Bloodhounds, and we're 3 minutes in. They are scaling, but Powerless has not gone down yet. But I feel like now, with Bloodhounds having this lead over the whole mid lane, this is the time to strike. Turtle is going to be on the bot side, so it's a great time to start moving down that way. If they can get a kill on the Powerless here, I think it's a wraps.
Yeah, I do think so too, but Powerless is actually up about 300 gold. You can look at the gold plate. The Carry Sleeps, he did try to rotate onto that Turtle side, but Power was able to get a quite sizable lead onto that gold side. And you know, with the gold being completely
nice hook. Suppression does come on to Sleeps. Lucky knock up in the response. Sir Bossy goes down the speedy light wheel. It's 1-for-1. Marksman for Marksman. 2-for-1 overall though. Kopla now on the run. Zero here on that Esmeralda. Looking to try to get a kill, but Easy Peasy shows up. The Appraiser's Wrath comes down, but can't get the finish. That's what you call a deficit. Kai still trying to look for something though. Kopla taking him for a ride. Zero survives it though. But now Mikasa's here with Kai. Easy Peasy. Dino as well. Out comes the bravest fighter. Decides not to use the stun just yet. They're going to keep it in case they have to escape. A nice hook comes on Easy Peasy, and there comes the stun. Out comes the penalty zone, though. On top of Powerless is Sir Bossy. Easy Peasy still goes down. The response is here from Knights of Fate. They fight back.
Yeah, definitely fight back. The gold lead kind of already collapsed back. It's not in the favor of Knights of Fate yet, but they definitely have the priority over this objective. And with Easy Peasy being down, they're completely destroying this. And man, Sir Bossy, we talked about the surprise element, the wild cards coming in, and Sir Bossy with the hooks after hooks. He set up the fight earlier, able to grab up one of the members of Bloodhounds, and he continues to do it again with the box heal.
Yeah, I mean, very well played from Serbasi there. We haven't seen, I don't think I've ever seen him play roam on a team. Back, he was always an XP laner. This is our first showing of him, at least in NACT, I'm pretty sure. I'm sure he's played roam, but in NACT fashion, this is his first time on this roam position, and he's not doing bad. He's like, what, 2 and 1 on hook ratio right now. He's landed 2, probably missed 1. He has taken a death, but still taking a few deaths, but still doing all right.
Zero has gotten that new Star Lithium scythe. It does show a Calamity, but definitely is going to be a Star Lithium scythe. But Bossy flickers out.
Oh, knock up from Copla. Serbasi in trouble. Sleeps able to pick up another kill there. RWM comes down. Bloodhound's starting to focus down into this gold lane a bit.
You could kind of see the impact that the RWM has using the Eve. You know, we kind of didn't see Eve being picked up, as she did receive that nerf a patch ago, but lately it still feels like the RWM, it may not have the utility that it had back then with the slows, but it's still definitely making a huge impact on the games.
I love how Boca Roscoe's playing super safe right now. Look how, see that long route he took to the mid lane? Because he just knows, man. He's like, yeah, they're waiting in mid. And he knows he is the target right now, but he's still 2-0-5. He's doing a good job. He's holding on to those. Serbasi about to get shredded again. Goes down, easy peasy, picks up the kill. Serbasi having a lot of trouble here. Kai tries to come in, Sleeps, forced to use the flicker to try to get away here. Down comes the falling Star Moon, but now everybody's caught up inside of the RWM. Boca Roscoe holds on to it and pops it at the perfect time. Bloodhound's still up.
Yeah, but the damage coming in from Knights of Fate, it's not bad. They do sacrifice Serbasi, but out of whopping 0, 5, and 1, he's not going to be worth that much. And if Bloodhound continues to only focus on Bossy, it's just going to keep Powerless really safe. And he's already doing quite well in terms of farm. If he's able to pick up a few more extra kills, he's definitely going to be a problem for the side of Bloodhounds as they look to contest this neutral objective.
Ooh, Kai walks in, able to take that turtle. Will he be able to get away from this though? Dino there as well. Serbasi waiting with the hook. Dismisses Copla. Look at the bot side. Sleeps in trouble. Gonna get stunned up. Zero catches him off guard, and they get a kill into the hands of Powerless.
Yeah, a little bit of a overextension coming in from Sleeps. They knew that members of Bloodhounds were in that objective, and Knights of Fate able to win out on that objective and on the other side of the map. But Bloody Hunt.
Copla should be all right there. Bloodhounds gotta know Knights of Fate. This is their plan, man. But of course, Powerless is that's the egg in the basket. That's the only egg in the basket here. And they've been kind of leaving Sleeps alone in that bot lane. I think they need to stay with Sleeps all time, because Knights of Fate know that as long as Powerless does okay and Sleeps does not, they can win this game. Look at him shredding through towers, shredding through lanes right now.
Man, we thought the Bruno pick was shredding towers, but Powerless definitely taking the icing on the cake. The conceal play comes out.
Copla making his way around for a possible engage. Dino walks right. I mean, Mikasa walks right into Dino there. Sleeps able to pick up the kill. It's a good kill to go into the pocket of someone who's died twice. Able to get a little bit of gold back there.
The kills are going in favor of Bloodhounds. They're able to get pick-offs one after one, but the map is still relatively even for Knights of Fate. They're able to get Powerless onto a very good lane, grabbing up a lot of golden. The hook.
Oh, big hook. Serbasi able to get the shred down. Sleeps trying to run away. It's going to be bad. Knights of Fate making a comeback here. The gold is now at a standstill, and like you said, map control in the favor of KOF.
And map control, I feel like, is the name of the game nowadays. The kills don't really mean too much when you got that advantage in the map, in the towers, and Powerless already doing so much work and continuing to push this top side. He's going to be able to grab up both the towers just like that. Knights of Fate having the advantage in every possible way here besides the kills.
That's looking rough, man. Knights of Fate hit that rubber band. They found that mid-game spike, and they are rolling with it right now. Bloodhounds on the backboard. Forget your meta. Knights of Fate bring their own style, and they are styling right now. The cheese is strong with these ones.
Yeah, they're definitely slicing the cheese. And talk about the retry. Kai actually has a better time hitting these objectives.
Oh, another big hook. Bloody Hunt comes in. Copla tries to come to the backside. Boca Roscoe able to find Powerless. Zero also zoning away, but Sleep spots the speedy light wheel. Mikasa looking for it. Lord low and easy peasy finds it. 3 members annihilated on the side of Knights of Fate. just when they had it in the bag. Sleep's coming for Mikasa now. It's a double kill, and 4-0 plus a Lord. Bloodhounds spike away into the lead.
Yeah, Bloodhounds did not get that last turtle, but was able to grab up this objective along with 4 kills. That's a 4-for-0 trade for the side of Bloodhounds. They take the neutral objective, they get this bot side push, and they're looking to get some more.
Yeah, they're definitely coming for more. I mean, and that's all it takes is that one big swing, right? All it takes is a big wipe, and out of nowhere, the field starts turning blue. And now the power spike has shifted a little bit. With Sleeps now online. Oh, nice hook. That is also a big win condition for Knights of Fate. We said it, that if the Franco can land some nice hooks, it could be the game changer. And like you said, Sir Boss, it doesn't matter if he has 6 deaths. As long as he keeps landing hooks, it doesn't really matter.
And honestly, as long as he doesn't get a kill, his gold is not going to be reset. And that is just going to be advantage for the side of Knights of Fate. They're looking to defend. Powerless is able to grab up, but right, we talked about the Easter egg. Powerless able to get a few kills, and they're able to get Powerless to be shut down there. Boca Rosso 4-0-8 has the Ice Queen, has that glowing wand, and 30% cooldown, adding on to a potential brute force going up to that 40% cooldown. He's gonna have that RWM pretty much in every single skirmish here.
Yeah, looking at both gold laners, I mean, Powerless actually about 500 ahead, just locked in the feather.
That's interesting, right?
Yeah, it's gonna start to be a problem, man. With 5 items in now, 1 more to go. I'm wondering who's gonna end up winning out here. But I mean, Sleep's also though is shredding. We just saw him shred down 0 on the Esmeralda. So it's definitely a battle of marksmen here, and who's gonna be able to take out who first.
Well, Sleeps definitely has the advantage in terms of dealing with 4 front lines coming out from Knights of Fate, but their Knights of Fate is still kind of opted to go for a very front to back heavy comp. They have the front lines available. They have the hook opportunities being set up by Kai, and Kai's doing quite well. 3-1-1. They have, you know, the people that have been dying are just 0 and Bossy, so even if they're dying, they're not really getting too much advantage.
Seal play coming in. Nice hook does land on Dino there. A little bit of trouble, a lot of damage. Dino is going to go down. Powerless picking up the kill. All the members are under the tower. They take the tower, but at what cost? Nice knock up, big shred. 0 goes down next. Sleeps picks up the kill and the purple buff at that. Easy peasy out of town. It's a 1-for-1 plus a tower. Bloodhounds end up coming out on top.
Did you see how Powerless was free hitting easy peasy, but the Boxia just proves a little bit too much. One of his passive is he does reduce incoming damage, you know, bit by bit, and it's definitely going to do really well, especially going against a Feather and a Demon Hunter. And this Lord completely melting by Sleeps as Bloodhounds take this absolutely uncontested.
It's definitely a game right now. I mean, I still don't want to count Knights of Fate out just yet, right? Sir Boss keeps on getting these hooks. If he continues to do that and he finds the right one, he finds Boca, he finds Sleeps, it could it could literally be we're looking at he finds Sleeps and it's a total reverse wipe. Like if they find Sleeps or something huge and Bloodhounds make a mistake, Knights of Fate have the damage of Powerless to just wipe out a whole team in a matter of seconds, right? There goes a hook. Sir Boss not able to connect. Lord does get the crash because it is enhanced. Bloodhound's going to try to make the push here, take something with them. Boca Roscoe still has the RWM, decides not to use it just yet. They're keeping it patient. They got about a 6K gold lead. They can do that right now.
But Power definitely has the lane clear. And we talked about a lot of these siege towers, but the RWM comes out.
And there it goes. Able to pop it off for a while. Dino into the backside. Nice suppression on to Kai. I mean, Kai goes down. Boca Roscoe picking it up, and Easy Peasy is taken out. It's a 2-for-2 right now. They have cracked the base, though. Boca Roscoe, Dino, and Coppola are still up. Sleeps was taken out, but wait, Powerless goes down as well. So, I mean, marksman for marksman, jungler for jungler. It's an even trade, but still Bloodhounds find a tower.
Yeah, but the base is completely wide open. The top side is 1 hit away. Bloodhounds really pushing the pace here right now in this game when it's only 14 minutes in, but it definitely feels like Bloodhounds has the strategy right now, even though Powerless is getting these damage dealt and Sir Bossy is getting these hooks. Now, I was interested in the items, and that is a feather of heaven along with a glowing wand. Is he?
Hey, man.
He's giving us a seminar. Is it a welcome to my TED Talk moment?
That was the Ooga Booga build last season, and everybody was wondering about it. I literally watched. I saw G arguing with people about it, saying it was actually a good build, saying that you do get the passives from these, and yada 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 yada. Some people were saying no. I still don't know the exactness. If there's, one of our guys, somebody give us an exact video, prove whether it's right or wrong. But that is the build, and it does work. But wait, Kai gonna possibly go down here. Sleep's able to take him out. Bloodhounds look for something. Nice wall. Coppola doesn't have the wild charge, so he's not gonna be able to make a huge play there.
Yeah, he kind of wasted that flicker to get a wall, and it just did not look like a set advantage for the side of Bloodhounds. Maybe he just had to go for the flicker wild charge, but it didn't seem like he had that available. Now with this build being up, it kind of adds to that raw element of cheese, and if Powerless is able to get a sweep, I do think he's still going to have quite a big advantage. But the side of Bloodhounds, they still have the RWM, and Volca Rosso not punished at all. 6, 0, and 9. 15 out of the 19 kills for the side of Bloodhounds. Man, he's definitely having a field day right now.
So here's the thing, right? With Powerless picking that up, you sacrifice your you sacrifice a possible wind of nature, you sacrifice a winter truncheon, like you sacrifice an immortality. I think that, is it worth it? Even if you're getting a lot of value from those items, I feel like you lose a lot with that. I'd like to see Sleeps build again and see if he's going to go defensive at all for any type of sustainability, any type of survivability. But there's definitely some loss there, right? And when we're creeping longer and longer into this late game, being able to survive for just 3 more seconds can make all the difference.
And we have to talk about the matchup, right? Boxia has the damage reduction per hit, so every little bit of chip damage that Powerless does, Boxia's going to be able to just defense against that. You're going to see a lot of ones being shot off at easy peasy. He's just so extremely tanky, and also Dino with the damage reduction, but Lord
does connect, but they do take it out pretty quickly. Bloodhound's not quite able to finish things out just yet. They take another tower. They're going to walk by and take this one as well. And now the base is completely cracked open. 112 minutes for the next Lord. Do they try to finish this, or do they try to end it?
RWM is still available, so that's something that they're looking for. All flickers are also available, but Bloodhounds choosing to go a little bit more of a disciplined route, and I totally agree. But now that we're getting into this late game phase, 17 minutes is 19-10 is the kill score. We don't really even need to talk about the gold. We can look at the immortalities, the winter truncheons coming on. And, both teams not opting to go for the immortalities just yet. Volca Rosso has, he did sell his boots for an Ice Queen, or not, for a winter truncheon. So that's going to be an added utility to make sure that he's going to be smooth sailing and safe in spot.
Yeah, but look at Sleeps, right? He has the Wind of Nature, right? He also has a little bit of defense against magic damage to help deal with Zero here.
And power.
So, I think in the end, Sleeps technically right now he's going to output damage no matter what. He doesn't need 2 more items. He can pick up that defense and still shred. And if that Wind of Nature can buy him enough time to kind of bob and weave through something, or take a shot to the face from Mikasa with the Bravest Fighter, something like that, it can be the game changer.
Yeah, but I feel like, the Athena shield might be a slight overkill. The damage coming out from Knights of Fate, they have 0 on this Esmeralda damage, but a 2-4-2, it's not going to be too much. And Esmeralda, it's very hard for Esme to hit onto the backside going against an RWM, going against an anti-heal monster like the Boxia. So it might be a slight overkill, but with the second or the third Lord coming up, Bossy.
Sir Bossy walks right into it. He's not going to be able to escape this one. Immortality pops Powerless, though, getting some free shots onto Coppola there. Down goes the fight. RWM comes out. Bokarosco to pick up the kill. Dino still caught up along with Zero, but Zero wants to try to get the finish. Zero flickers in, looking for more. The Winter Truncheon pops. Bokarosco trying to get away here. Won't be able to. Immortality pops now. And members of Bloodhounds are falling in the backside. Bokarosco goes down. Zero finds, but Easy Peasy finds Zero. Now it's Powerless and Kai up against Easy Peasy and Coppola. With Powerless up, they should have an advantage over this Lord.
Yeah, but Powerless is full health. He was able to negate the RWM, the penalty zone, and he's looking to get this next objective. They have to try and zone out the members of Bloodhounds. I don't think 50-50 is going to be the right call, but if it's a 50-50, Kai still has a slight advantage with the first skill along with the Retri, and they're definitely looking to maybe creep in, but both teams opting to
It's a dangerous Lord. 50-50 is like, it's not worth the gamble. I think both of them are like, you know what, let's just let this reset.
I think it's a good choice, right? Both teams are still looking to go into the late game. Bloodhounds, they have the base secure, so they're going to have advantages pushing towards their side no matter what. Now, Knights of Fate, they don't have exactly the best split pusher. Esmeralda, he does build full damage, but it's not going to be able to do too much, and it does seem like they're opting to put 0 on the side with the hook.
Big hook on Dino. Dino should get shredded down here. Don't know if he's going to be able to get away. Uses the flicker, still up. Does not have an immortality, but still going to hold down the front side. Easy peasy trying to get this. Kai comes in, gets knocked up. Easy peasy takes the Lord. Mikasa to the backside, though, with that bravest fighter. Able to get the stun, sleeps, sidesteps, able to pick up the kill. Moving on to the next one. 0 finds Dino. It's a 1-for-1, but Bloodhounds take the Lord.
1-for-1 at a 21-minute mark. Dino is the one that falls. The Lord is going to be coming down. So if Bloodhounds
look at all those numbers over there.
If they
what was that?
The glowing wand, the feather of heaven, the corrosion is just on hit damage over and over. Now, Knights of Fate, they have Mikasa coming up in 25 seconds. I don't know if that's gonna be fast enough. It's a 4 versus 4 here, and the flicker comes out.
Yeah, but they do have powerless.
Oh, there it goes.
Look, boom, gone.
Man, that's crazy.
They gotta kill powerless. If they can't get powerless, they're not gonna be able to get to the base.
Yeah, and powerless, I think he sold his boots. He's walking quite slow, but he's definitely gonna have a lot of siege potential. If Bloodhounds is not careful and they let powerless walk full health, and especially if he's able to kind of get ahead in these team fights and maybe potentially win a winning fight with powerless still available, the whole entire Bloodhounds towers, everything is gonna go down with one bad team fight. And 22 minutes, we talk about the Lords doing quite a lot of damage and impact, but Knights of Fate just has that clear speed, has the Iron Hook coming out from powerless. They're not in a great situation. They have all the towers down, but they're still fighting neck to neck every single fight.
I want to see. I think this is ample opportunity. Bloodhounds try to get some backdoor action or something. With everything cracked open.
BOD on Copla. Copla.
BOD on Copla. We need some damage for powerless. That's the plan, I think.
Oi!
Oi! There we go. A little something. Mikasa still up into the backside. Mikasa forces to use the bravest fighter. Try to get away here. Kai backs off. Bloodhounds still taking control over the pit. 50 seconds to the next Lord. A lot of time for Knights of Fate to rearrange themselves.
So KOF definitely, they have to try and play off of Sir Bossy's hook, and he's doing an amazing job making sure that they always get a hook. Now, even with a hook, Bloodhound still has the RWM to zone out. They have Copla to deal with some of the anti-CC and 2 of the most tankiest heroes in the game, the Boxia and also the Charizla. So it's still a hard-fought battle for Knights of Fate, but it still seems like Knights of Fate is still holding on. They even have the map not past the river, but at least past their base. Like, they're walking around still relatively freely here.
Yeah, and I mean, and Bloodhounds have to be careful mainly because of that hook, right? It's hard to like camp in a bush when you have a Franco checking the bushes, right? Because if you get hooked, it's G's right now. You get hooked, it's dunzo. There's no escape right now. We did see Dino do well, but look for sleeps up in that top side right now, along with Copla. Esmeralda, Zero knows. Zero smells it. He's like, yeah, I know what's going to try to happen here. Mikasa's there as well. Dino on the bot side. Could see some action happen here. We're forcing it. It's 2 up top, 2 up top, 3 down bot, 3 down bot. Lord down about 50%. Powerless going to zone in. Look at the shred. That's a lot of damage. Easy peasy looking for the engage. Can't quite get to it. Powerless takes the Lord and comes to penalty zone. Dino gets shredded down. Powerless free hitting onto everyone. Copla now trying to come in. Gets a knock up. Powerless doesn't get phased by it.
Power?
Mikasa is here as well. Easy peasy, taking more damage. Powerless continues a free shot and sleeps, goes down. Mikasa picks up the kill. It's 2 for 0. Knights of Fate back in the game. Easy peasy low as well. These are 60-second death counters. Make it 70. Knights of Fate may be able to end things here.
That's it. That's it. If Powerless lives right here, maybe swap an item out for something like a sustained Mikasa.
Huge flicker. Bokarosco pops one to Charnchi and won't be able to survive that one. Goes down. Mikasa takes a shot to the face, but it's just Copeland now. He's going to pop the wall, try to stall time, but the clocks are too high. Not enough time today. Knights of Fate waited it out. Bloodhounds weren't able to get the finish, and now Knights of Fate take game number 1.
Dude.
What happened, bro?
My heart cannot handle this, right? We've seen exciting actions coming out in the Avalon game. Now we see it once again. Knights of Fate able to take care of all these fights, and we talked about Ooga Booga, we talked about Powerless being that Easter egg, as you said. I thought it was going to be the Esmeralda making the magic damage, but I totally forgot. The Feather of Heaven into a glowing wand, completely shredding the Lord, getting that red tree off. Full circle for Knights of Fate here.
You know, they put so much. They put their 2 major heroes up top, Coppola and Sleeps, up in that top lane, thinking they were going to be able to make a play, and in the end, it bites them back. And that's what happens when you get to 25 minutes. You make a call, and either it does well or it doesn't, and in that final moment, Knights of Fate make the right call.
Let me make a unpopular opinion here. 23 to 19 is going to be the score. 25-minute game, but the unpopular opinion, Sir Bossy with the MVP in my heart, taking 5 deaths literally within the first 10 minutes of the game, coming out ahead with hooks after hooks, taking one for the team, making sure that the focus is on him and not Powerless. Trex, take a look at this Lord here.
Bro, that hurts, man. My mind's already on the next game. Like, can Bloodhounds take this blow to the face of having such dominance in game 1 and still come back and try to get a reverse sweep? Knights of Fate, they played it cool and collected the whole time, man. They never panicked once. Even in those last moments, they always had a plan. Sleeps comes in here, gets caught off, gets stunned, and once Sleeps goes down, it's G's. It's over. Easy peasy's next. And Coppola not able to get Powerless there. That's it.
Tough. It is an extremely tough situation. Powerless able to get out ahead in that. You can take a look at some of the stats. The rich guy and the carry goes to Powerless doing the Knights of Fate work right here. Highest damage dealt, 46% damage dealt. That is the guy you want to completely take out of the game, and Bloodhounds was just unable to do so. Coppola having the Forgotten One and also the biggest sandbag on that team. Ooh, Hanabi, it is going to get banned out the next game.
You think so?
It's not coming back.
You think they're just gonna ban it?
But the real question is, does Power have another trick up his sleeve to entertain the people?
Well, see, here's the thing. I think next draft we see Knights of Fate not get all crazy. I think they just stick to it, right? And this is what they do. They throw you off guard in draft 1, and then we come into draft 2, and it's like, what, you ban out the Hanabi? Fine, we'll just pick the Basha, we'll pick the meta picks, and we'll beat you that way too. So I mean, let's see how exactly they do end up pulling this off, because now Knights of Fate will be on the blue side. Match point. Bloodhounds with so much on the line here. They gotta try to win this if they want to try to go to playoffs. Otherwise, it's going to be a very bloody battle in the lower bracket to even have a chance at it.
Well, let's rewind a little bit, right, Trex? We saw the Knights of Fate do target bans, and also from the Bloodhound side. Knights of Fate believe, just like what you're saying, it's going to stick to the game plans. They take out the Savage Martis, they take out the X-Borg along with the Valier pick. I feel like they're just going to stick to what they have been banned out. Bloodhounds on the other side, they opt for the Hanabi ban, but there's also other things available, right? Powerless does well on the Kufra, and I believe the Kufra might get taken out along with the Fanny. So I feel like both bans are going to be quite targeted, but it leaves open all the other heroes, like a first pick to Rizla, something like a Valentina. I mean, everything is on the board here.
Hanabi ban, man. Hanabi
It's
ban.
out.
It's,
Yep.
Where am I, bro?
And the fanny's out too.
What Twilight Zone did they drop me into today for series number 2? I mean, I respect it. I get it. Like, it's just like, I don't want to deal with that either. And Powerless does play it that well, and Knights of Fate play around it that well. They make it work. So with this, like I said, but here's the thing. Still, Knights of Fate, like, that doesn't really, I don't think that really makes a huge difference here, man. I don't know.
Now, they do opt to ban out this Kaja, leaving open the other suppression available that was banned out in a lot of the previous game, the Franco. Now, the Franco first pick might not be something that Knights of Fate are looking for. I feel like they got to grab the utilities, something like the Fredrin or the Boxia, which both should be available. And Bloodhounds, just like what I said, they go for the target bans, they take out the Kufra, and it's quite interesting. There's 2 bans on Powerless, 1 ban on Zero. It's really, really hard and difficult to draft against a team like the Knights, man.
Yeah, it's I mean, that's why it's probably better just to do. I mean, in the end, I guess it probably is better to just do these do target bans and just leave things open and see how it goes. But this time, Xborg will go over to the Knights of Fate. Bloodhounds, on the other hand, just like last time, a lot open. Valentina, so many different possibilities. Fredrin, Franco. I think the Franco could be good. Take it away from Serbasi here.
Franco carry, Franco Bruno. They can even opt to go for the Uranus, which Cardi has proven that the Uranus is absolutely insane. The Trizla is also available for them to pick the Valentina, which quite does well, but we all kind of know Boca likes to go a little bit more untraditional. Maybe we might see a Navaria being picked up to make it go extremely front to back, but nope. Bloodhounds chooses to go for a very heavy opening to deal with the Xborg, the pack, which we've seen Merciless do well, going out from the backside, trying to get to Avalon, and this time around Bloodhounds is going to be the one that takes it up.
Yeah, I mean, we have a solid front line here. Knights of Fate, though, with that Xborg. With that Xborg. There's some possibilities, but I just, once again, like, you just never know what Knights of Fate are going to bring here. Taking their time a little bit.
Franco Boxia, come on.
Franco, I mean, yeah, Boxia could be solid here. Very solid with it already getting picked last game. Bloodhounds, I don't count it out from Knights of Fate. I think it pairs well. There's your Boxia. And then what, Franco for Serbasi again? Oh, the Bruno.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm going to tell you this. Bruno, the same exact build. I'm not going to say the Trinity, okay? He's not going to opt to go for the Golden Staff, the Demon Hunter Sword. He's still definitely going to go for the crit, something like a Has Claws into a Berserker's, but he can still also opt to go for that hybrid damage that Powerless is known for. He could go for the Feather of Heaven.
Here, bro. Don't get crazy here, bro.
You know, it is up to debate, but if we see a Feather of Heaven, man, just let me know. I'm gonna shoot it in the dark and I'm gonna make sure I hit it.
Bloodhounds, fine. You want to go late game? We're gonna bring some late game for ourselves. They bring in the Leslie. Once again, I mean, this is 2023, baby. Road to M5, anything can happen, and it's true. There's crazy stuff going around the whole world right now. It feels like we're getting close to the end of the world. I love it. I like it. But here we are. There goes the Harith ban once again from the side of the Bloodhounds. Knights of Fate, I think, ban out some roamers here. Well, they still need a roamer. Ban out mid lane. I mean, both teams have the same exact laners right now. So everyone's going to kind of be banning themselves.
And quite honestly, you know, this is going to be the 4th place match. This is like something that is very impactful in terms of who wins this series, who moves on to that winner group, who goes into that losers bracket. And both teams, you know, we see the Hanabi being picked up and it's dead serious. They are trying to win this game using that pick. And now we get to see a Bruno. I kind of favor Bloodhounds' draft still. They have the Leslie. It kind of adds to that late game potential, the true damage that can deal with the Boxia. But Knights of Fate, they proved last game that it doesn't matter if you guys win the early game. It doesn't matter if you guys get all our towers. If you aren't going to kill Powerless and the team fight breaks out and he's the one living at the end, it's going to be over right there.
If Powerless can free hit, but I will say this time, there's not as much walls, there's not as many heroes that are going to cover Powerless as there was last time. Like, there was so much CC, there was so much peel, Powerless to just hang out. And this time, there's no Esmeralda. Well, there still could be, you never know.
Franco.
But, like,
it's got to be Franco.
Franco?
It's got to be Franco.
They don't ban it either.
It has, like, Sir Bossy with impact iron hooks over and over. Even though Bloodhounds was still able to take care of a lot of the fights, Sir Bossy was getting these hooks over and over, and he even showed a flicker forward Franco hook at the very end. So for me, it has to be a Franco paired up with that with the Fredrin pick here.
Unless Bloodhounds take it.
Yeah, I mean,
can Coppola play Franco though?
Yes.
Can he run? I don't think he can.
Yes, I mean, he has to, man.
He has to. Yeah, but can he do it well, man? I mean, I think yeah, taking it would be a good play here. I think it works well too. It can help. They go for the Novaria for Bokarosco. Nice poke.
I like it.
A lot of range, very front to back, but still need a roam. Knights of Fate had to lock in their last two picks here. Franco Esmeralda, just run it, man. Same as last time.
The Esmeralda, I think, does well. I like the Franco pick. Maybe even put 0 on a Kadita, right? I don't know if a lot of you guys know, but there's during the times that Gosu was going on a run for, you know, something like the M2 days where, you know, we didn't get a spot, 0 was on this Kadita grind. So I definitely think it is going to be available. Franco Kadita, go for a heavy pick comp style. Make sure that they can get the front line, get the pack early, and then figure out how to deal with the Nova into the late game. But Nova against Bruno, I feel like that's yeah, I'm just gonna be quiet here. I'm not gonna talk about Knights of Fate's draft, man.
Yeah, you can't, bro. I'm starting to refer to them as like the NA Todak. Like that's like you just never know, man. They just flip the coin. Let's run it. Let's see what happens. They just love fighting. They just want to have fun, man. They're just doing their thing. 0 going to pick up the Gushin for the mid lane. Now 0, let's talk about that because 0 was a jungler, right? Like 0 knows his assassins. Like this is reminiscent of maybe like if Hoon played Gushin in the mid. Like people would kind of be okay with it, right? Like they wouldn't be completely against it, right? So definitely very exciting. It combos well with that Fatal Link. So a lot of possibilities.
This is kind of like the time where we say the crowd goes crazy. Right, and 0 picks up this Gus, right, paired up with the Atlas, but the Bloodhounds end up getting an anti-CC. They have this Akai, and it's quite interesting they're putting it on the roam position. We saw Guaps do a great job on this Akai on the Avalon game, able to take that series victory with the heavy spin. Now, this time around, it's going to be on Bloodhounds' side. I like the pick because it does counter out with the Fatal Links. It's kind of like a set into an anti-set. Yeah. It's going to be hard.
It's one of those, this is actually a moment where I see the Kai, I'm like, actually, like normally I'm not super big on a Kai roam, but this one, it definitely feels like it can work. But let's see, because this is a match point for Knights of Fate. They came in game 1 and now game 2 with some very interesting picks. Bloodhounds trying to come back with a reverse sweep. Can they do it?
This is the 4th place, pretty much. This is the match. This almost determined who goes on to the Los Angeles.
Completely determined.
Doesn't, but you know, once again, Bloodhounds
it helps Bloodhounds a lot.
Go for a miracle run, right? They really have to pull forward. Now, take a look at the emblems. You know, we kind of see the Impure Rage being ran on the X-Borg. This time around, they're going a little bit more defensive with the Brave Smite here. The rest looks quite normal. The Fatal Links, along with the Pull Yourself Together, is going to have that flicker a little bit fast on the cooldown, but a little bit of a damage trade, and Bossy kind of gets a little bit low here.
Kai's being aggressive as well, does the drive-by, misses the purple buff though. Sir Bossy there. Mikasa also holding around the tri-bush right now. Sir Bossy trying to get out of town, trying to get away here. As 4 members of Bloodhounds try to advance. Dino looking for the left jab, looking for the punch, trying to get the kill. Kai in a little bit of trouble. Oh, nice snipe shot from Boca Roscoe. First blood going to the side of Bloodhounds.
That's quite a nice first blood coming out from Knights of Faith, and a little bit of a preemptive flicker coming out from Mikasa. Of course, you know, I don't think it's going to be killed 100%, but definitely saving that help to make sure that he's able to reach onto that level 4 position. But Kai, even though he was killed early on, he rolls back with the cheese wheel, but he's not even level 4, and the turtle is coming up, and Zero along. He's only level 3. He's not going to be able to get that level 4.
Yeah, Sleeps had to go back to base. He was brought very low up in the top side. Kopla comes up in the nick of time. But now easy peasy versus Kai down in the turtle pit. Zero going to show up to the party a little bit behind schedule, but still just on time. Kopla finds Powerless in the top side. Don't know how that happened, but it's a good kill for the side of Bloodhounds. Dino now here with easy peasy. He's hit level 4. Got to watch out for the knockout strike. Here comes a snipe shot from Boca Roscoe, doing a little bit of chip damage on Sir Bossy, and Zero. Easy peasy finds a turtle. And out comes that Echo, able to get vision on the side of Knights of Fate. Bloodhounds back off.
Yeah, but we've kind of seen Bloodhounds getting the advantage on the first game, so I'm not going to get too excited here. But what I have to say is, right now, Bloodhounds, they have the advantage, and Sleeps also getting a little bit of a gold on top side. He's looking to get that Berserkers, and he's definitely going to be able to finish it quite soon. Bruno looking to go for a House Claws, and man, marksmen these days, they just don't like boots these days. They just like walking bare feet on the top side.
Yeah, man. Bunch of barefoot bandits in the gold lane here. Kopla gonna try to come in. Sir Bossy in a bad spot. Sleeps trying to get the finish shot. Tries to get the pop over. Can't quite connect though. Bloodhound's now gonna back off, but still, we're seeing them definitely control the map. It is reminiscent to game number 1, but what happened in game number 1?
Knights of Fate was able to prevail even the early game disadvantage, but this time around Power is on a Bruno pick. Now I feel like the Bruno pick actually fits Powerless's style quite well. This top side right here, he did end up falling onto that first S, but Kopla,
Kopla's looking. Wait a second. Fatal Links connects. Sleeps in a little bit of trouble. Force use a flicker. The Worldie comes out, getting a little bit of chip damage. Easy peasy here, though. Astral Echo does not connect on anybody, but still they don't need the vision. They find the kill. Sir Bossy goes down.
yeah, you got easy peasy setting in the front with the Fredrin, with the Petrify, the built-in Petrify, along with Boca Rosso, that long-range sniper, making sure that they could get hit. But we still have not seen Zero do quite well. But Kopla,
Kopla, a lot of damage on a Powerless. Sleeps, gets the finish. Easy peasy picks up the kill, though. From the backside, sneaky. You know, Zero, though, has 0 deaths right now. And that just means he's farming. He's being very patient. And I will say this, at some point, we're going to get to see the damage, and it could be insane from that Gushin in the mid-game.
yeah, but the difference is that they're able to get 2 deaths on Powerless early on. On that very first game, they got the deaths on Bossy. Bossy would be like a 0-4 at this situation. Turtle?
Easy takes it with ease. Kopla gonna get hit by the Fatal Links. Could be in trouble here. Might be able to get away. No, Zero connects. Finds the kill. First kill on the board for Knights of Fate.
Yeah, but utilities burn for the side of Bloodhounds. The sprint is being caught by both Kopla and Dino, and Powerless gets a solo kill on the top side. Just as I thought that Powerless was getting destroyed there, he actually ends up going up, and he's definitely going to be able to get this tower. The power of Bruno will be shown right here.
Yeah, that could become trouble for sure. Boca Roscoe, though, also starting to put out some insane damage. A big difference this time is I feel like Bloodhounds have a bit more burst, a bit more possibilities in the late game. Knights of Fate also have that, but it's like last game it felt like if Knights of Fate could get to that point, they had huge, ample opportunity. This time Bloodhounds are kind of matched up with that. They also have some insane range with Boca Roscoe and with Sleeps here, which is going to help them out a lot in these fights. I think a lot's going to come down to Sir Bossy and Zero being able to try to get to the back line, being able to make these fights more into the hands of Knights of Fate.
And look at the rotations coming out from Knights of Fate again. They get that top tower just like how they were getting on the bot side. The Fatal Links comes through, but Dino able to kind of sniff that out. But even with that utility being down, Powerless is still going to look to siege onto the bot side of the members of Bloodhounds rotating down.
Ooh, Dino trying to connect on Powerless. Not quite able to get the finish, taking too many shots to the face. Easy peasy there as well. Bocarasco coming, ready for the snipe shot once again. Fires it off, lands on a Kai. Not the right target, but still helps out. Bloodhounds gonna maybe back off. Zero finds Coppola on the top side though. Able to get a pick off. Dino not able to connect. Powerless just free hitting. Ooh, that's a close one. The damage is definitely starting to rack up. Dino look for the finish. Can't quite make it there. He wants to keep going. Dino styling right now in the bot lane.
Yeah, but this time around, Bloodhounds has Bocaroso on that Novaria, and that is going to, you know, make sure that he can hit onto Powerless in the backside. And actually, Kai is going to be the one that picks up this objective. And zero. Three,
Zero, bro.
And that's scary.
That's trouble.
That's trouble. And you know, if it keeps up right now, any person that Zero touches is just going to die.
Yeah, it's definitely going to possibly Dino in trouble now too. Might die himself trying to dash through the bush, but he has vision and Powerless picks up the kill. Knights of Fate, things are starting to swing towards their way. They've taken the gold lead, and they're on their way to possibly taking this game.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a scary situation. Zero already built up the double penetration item, looking to go for a glowing wand. Bossy got that dominance, ice, and power already scaling with the Has class berserkers. He's definitely loving this backside, but Mikasa
still has the armor plus the ultimate. They're not going to be able to take down Mikasa just yet. Bloodhounds just looking for some moments.
Look at
Zero
power
in the mid side. I want to see how much damage Zero is able to do. Too easy peasy here. Not able to get the finish. Easy peasy wants to engage. There goes the snipe. Should be able to get the finish. No, wait. Can't connect. Zero gets away unscathed.
Yeah, to the courtesy of Kai tanking up using the cheese wheel. And you know, it's kind of hard to control, but he definitely feels like he has that dexterity, the reaction to make sure that Zero comes out alive and the shutdown does not go through. But look at the bot side tower. Powerless taking care of business, takes both the outer towers down, while Bloodhounds was looking to get a little bit of advantage on the mid side.
Yeah, I mean, with the damage, with the burst, it's going to come from Zero, and with the burst, it's going to... Oh, wait a second. Fatal Links does lock on easy peasy. Coppola able to get the pin onto Sir Bossy and Kai. Powerless in a little bit of trouble. Powerless goes down. Bocarasco finds a snipe shot. Double kill for Bocarasco, but Zero comes in, cleans things up, finds sleeps. Zero, that's a good play, but easy peasy wants more. Nice taunt, and the finish possibly on to the side of Kai. Mikasa coming in, pops lost insanity. Dino taking a bit of damage, but Bloodhounds come out on top in that fight, a 3-for-1.
Man, how cool does Zero look with that little freestyle gust play? But definitely feels like Bocaroso is scaling well with that Novaria. It's been a hot pocket pick. He is on the way of going for a perfect game once again for 0-2. He's definitely having quite a bit of a style right now on this mage picks. The Eve that he had last game going literally undeath, untouched until the very last few moments. And once again on this Novaria, he pretty much does the exact same thing. 6-7 is the scoreboard, 10 minutes in, and it's really, really close, neck to neck for both teams.
Yeah, Bocarasco definitely thrives on the high ground mages, right? Having that range, being able to comfortably fire shots. He's got good aim. We're already seeing, but Sir Bossy goes into the backside, gets the Fatal Links, sleeps, able to get some free shots off. Easy peasy finds a kill though. Zero trying to engage. Looking for the knives, not able to get the finish though. Sleeps, locks on the ultimate snipe, decides to disengage with it though. Powerless still controlling the pit. Bloodhounds gonna find their purple buff and maybe try to retake this as they regroup and attack again.
Yeah, 1-4-0 trade for side of KOF. The 50-50 Retry comes out, and Bruno, Powerless, able to get that. They're looking to fight a little bit more, and they also got the top side pushing in.
Yeah, Coppola goes down. Easy peasy might just be next. Free shots from Powerless, but Easy peasy is a bulky boy. The Appraisal's Wrath! The response! How many shots in the face did he just take and still finds the kill? But here comes Zero, trying to clean things up. Not enough damage. Sleeps there as well. The Astral Echo gives them vision, and what a counter play from Easy peasy.
The bonk that came in from Easy peasy takes out 3-man and Sleeps We talked about the late game scaling marksman. He's definitely looking quite well. And Zero on this top side, he did get Dino up early, but he ends up falling down with 3 members down. The Lord marching down on the boss side. I feel like Bloodhounds completely just neutralized this neutral objective.
Yeah, I mean, they just neutralized the damage. You know, we've been talking about so many players, but Easy Peasy has also gone deathless, and that boy is thick right now. I mean, he was in the middle of 3 members just taking it to the face, man. Just taking punch after punch and comes back and wipes. I mean, what more could you ask for right now? Definitely a great play. Dino also gets that shutdown onto Zero. Going to put a bit more gold into his pocket. Boca Roscoe, those shots are becoming big. Just brought Powerless down to about 55%. Coppola going to get the pin on Serbasi, though. Sleep's getting some free hits. Serbasi forced to use a flicker there just to get away.
Yeah, Boca Rosso, he's got that lightning truncheon, the lollipop, the yellow lollipop into some pen items. He also got the book, so he's building not only cooldowns, but also very heavy on that damage. Earlier, he had a first skill that literally popped Powerless into half health, and we're just going to be seeing that being replayed over and over. And with this Novaria pick, it provides so much clear for the side of Bloodhounds that, you know, KOF, they're having a hard time pushing this mid tower out.
Not only that, but that Astral Echo is so huge. And like, you get vision for like 8 seconds, I think, off of that onto them. So, I mean, it just helps so much in their positioning in these fights. And that's something I think they had a little bit of trouble with in game 1, is some of their positioning in some of the fights. And this time, they got an idea of where everybody is. Same thing with Sleeps, using the ultimate sniper, not as a finishing, but finding out where people are and making sure they're safe. Knights of Fate, we still can't count them out. With Powerless, you always know there's a possibility. If there's a will, there's a way, and Knights of Fate are going to try to find it.
And I feel like Bossy has to hit a big one. He has to make sure he could get either the Leslie or the Novaria, right? And make sure that Zero can get onto that Powerless, picks up that mid.
Sir Bossy in trouble, though. Going to get pushed back. Bossy locked up. Going to get taunted. Sleep's getting some free hits. Gets out of range. Sir Bossy goes down. Sleeps finds a kill. Mikasa onto Easy Peasy, though. As Zero jumps to the backside and finds Sleeps. Can they make a difference? Coppola able to find it, but goes down for it. It's a 1 for 1, 2 for 2. Make it 3 for 2 as Bloodhounds try to fight back here. But Knights of Fate finding the advantage right before this Lord. Boca Roscoe there. Has the snipe. Doesn't land on Dino here as well. Looking to maybe try to make a play. Try to make a steal. Powerless is onto him. He backs him up, and the Lord goes to the side of Knights of Fate.
Ooh, Power escapes death a little bit. Knights of Fate able to pick up that objective, and it's going to be the second Lord of the game marching down onto the bot side. And the good thing is Knights of Fate, they were able to get that bot side tower, so the Lord is going to be marched onto the far side. And Knights of Fate just really has to see if they can clean up all the outer towers right now. Novaria, you know, doing quite well, has about 8k gold right now, but Zero is honestly not that far behind, and we were able to see him shut down that Leslie. That's exactly what Zero needs to do. Get the Fatal Links, try to get some of the members, if not, grab up maybe the front side and get Zero into a good position where he can just delete Sleeps or Boca Rosso.
Yeah, that is literally like his only job right now, right? Like, just find a good position, take out the squishies. Mikasa gonna zone him back with the last Insanity Tower will go down. Powerless dives in. Coppola shot down, taken down. Easy Peasy might just be next on the block, trying to get chopped. Sleeps finds Sir Bossy, though. Sleeps getting some free shots from the backside, but Knights of Fate are onto them. Sleeps goes down. They've cracked through. They've got a cannon minion. All they got to do is lock onto the base, and this will be it. They know they have it, and Knights of Fate take it in a 2-0 sweep.
14-minute game. A 2-0 sweep for the side of Knights of Fate. You know, they proved everyone that, hey, that Avalon game, that was not a fluke. They are ready to take on this NACT. It is not 100% secured, but it is definitely one of the biggest games of Knights of Fate in all of these phases. And man, I didn't think they were gonna completely clean up, but the Bruno, it just pushes the towers. They got that second Lord, and they just marched straight down, got a couple kills, and ended up completely tearing through their base tracks.
Yeah, the fight before that, definitely the big game changer, right? Zero being able to get that kill onto Sleeps and turning the tides. And Bloodhounds tried to force that fight there. They tried to get that heavy spin onto Sir Bossy. And even though Sleeps gets the kill, he still leaves himself open to get targeted. And from there, the Lord goes down and Knights of Fate just roll in. Once again, Knights of Fate, they win those games, I think, through those small decisions from game 1 to game 2. They make the right decision to whereas Bloodhounds were not able to.
And, you know, quite honestly, the gold lead was very close in both games. It wasn't even like a complete one-sided game, but this time around, 14-17 is going to be the score. Once again, being down in kills, but the overall macro game just seems well, and it almost feels like they just need to get Bossy on this like 0-5-0-6. They make sure that the enemies are wasting spells like the heavy spin on Bossy, giving him, you know, punishing Bossy, and the rest of the members just completely clean up the game. And man, talk about MVPs. I feel like I have to give it to Power here.
Yeah, Power's been a monster, and like you said, Bossy doesn't even come online until he's a -5 KDA. That's how his mental works. Like, once he takes 5 deaths, and it's like, all right, let's do this. So definitely in that final play, we saw Mikasa just do a beautiful zone out. Bloodhounds, once Koplo went down a bunch of the front line, Powerless is able to push through, take out easy peasy, and at that point, it's GG's.
Yeah, that was a maniac coming out from Powerless. The highest gold per minute, and also the damage dealt belongs to him. Once again, 44% damage dealt. He had a 40% damage dealt last time with the Hanabi. He comes out strong once again, but we also can't forget, you talked about it, Zero on that play before, able to get onto the backside, hits Sleeps, hits Boca, pushes them back into their base, and able to secure this game 2 victory, pushing them up ahead in terms of the points here.
Yeah, the boogeyman is back. Powerless is here, haunting the dreams of players around the world right now. This is the guy you hate to go up against in a ranked game, and he's showing that he still prevails even in competitive play. The guy is shredding through everybody.
And honestly, you see Powerless, he's able to pick up this objective by just completely free hitting the Lord, making sure that Kai can time his retry along with his auto attacks, making the Lord, you know, making sure that they can get these objectives quite easily. And instead of a 50-50, you're looking at a 60-40, a 70-30, giving the advantage for the side of KOF as, you know, Powerless pushes uncontested.
Yeah, they definitely push uncontested, and with that, Knights of Fate will move on to the next round as Bloodhounds are dropped down to the lower bracket. Liz, I heard you got a little something for us. How you feeling about these games?
Ooh, I'm feeling great. And before we announce the MVP for that game, let's have the MVP for the community. Nami, how are you doing today?
Hi, Liz, pretty. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. And Nami is a community manager for the NA community, and you used to be a team manager. So tell us a little bit about yourself and your journey in the NA community.
I've been managing pro teams since 2021, and I've been part of the NA community manager, joined different MLBB programs, hosted tournaments, and I do vlog stream sometimes while working in the medical field. And so far, I'm having so much fun being part of this community.
Wow, and without Nami, none of this would happen. So for Nami, as a community manager right now, what is something that you like the most about the North American community?
I really like about the people who is really passionate about the NA community, how they can help the community grow.
And that's absolutely correct. And you are based in LA, right? So the NACT final is coming up, and are we gonna see you there in the venue?
Yes, definitely. You're gonna see me there because I will work there as a staff and do some video content for Minton. And if you see me there, please do say hi, and because I'm really excited to see you.
Absolutely, and let's everybody please say hi to Nami. And Nami, talk about more events coming up. So what are some upcoming events that are happening in the United States or in Los Angeles that we still don't know about?
We're planning a lot of projects for NA community, not only the offline meetup events, but there's so many exciting events coming up soon, so please stay tuned for the announcement.
And definitely, guys, keep in tune for the final and see Nami there at the grand final, as well as stay tuned to all the exciting events that all of our team are working on to give you guys the best experience in North America. Thank you, Nami, for joining us today, and we'll see you at the grand final, and we'll see you later. All right, guys, we are back to the game. Powerless completely dominated Arena. He got 2 respect bans, but it still couldn't stop his Bruno from securing that MVP. And guys, you talked about this, right? The Knight of Fate comes up with a lot of surprises, and for them, they always find a way to come up on top. And Powerless has really proven that the Uda Buddha Hanabi was not just last season's stream. It's coming back to us. It's coming back to haunt some of us, but it's definitely making a presence.
Definitely making a presence. I mean, Powerless, whether you like it or not, whether you hate the picks, whether you think they're this or that, they won the game, and that was a well-deserved MVP. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have had those games. But still, the team protects him. They know what they need to play around. They know that he is the one who's going to secure it in the end, and they just play that strategy so well.
And honestly, the entertainment value coming out from Knights of Fate is so absolutely beautiful. We are all in for a treat when we see Knights of Fate go through with these games. The Hanabi pick, you know, the Kufra bands, the Fanny, like there's so many raw elements that teams just don't want to deal with. And Liz, I know you've been watching these games. It's been, you know, ups and downs for every team. My heart, it is hard for me to take it right now.
I mean, when Yue's reaction went like blank when that Gushin came out, I jumped off my seat. I was like, what is going on? I did not expect Gushin to come up the pocket, but that's something that I want to see. I want to see some excitement going on in the mid lane, not just those long range heroes that we've been seeing all season and all last season. And who knows, next half of the series, maybe we'll see the godly ones Go Su-hoon take out his Gushin. So let's find out as we take a short break.
Welcome guys to the NACT recap with Liz. Now, can you believe it? NACT went into beast mode and we're already 2/3 through the regular season stages. It's been an intense journey and an uphill battle for some, but I'm here to take you through everything important that happened. Take a look. To start, TOB and BTK continued soaring high in the last stage, practically booking their tickets to LA. The next stage for these teams is more of an ego battle, stinging more than it waits. And if BTK fans are looking a little blue, it's probably because TOB continued to assert absolute dominance in the arena. By now, every member of TOB has put Mobazing's Retry skill on the test, where even Shark managed to snatch a turtle from the Jungle Master's chest. Now let's hear from Shark on how he made his plays to get a taste of their victory.
Shark landed that hook onto Kaja, and what went on in that voice comms when that happened?
I mean, I'm calling the team to like stay in the mid spot, and I know the Kaja could not come to that spot, so I tried to hook on that spot, but for some reason I hooked Madis. I guess that lucky. Yeah.
So you wanted to hook Kaja, but you ended up actually hooking Mardis.
Yeah. In the voice chat, I said Kaja, but I hooked Madis, so I just like 5.
Oh, when you hooked Mardis, what did they say? Like, oh.
I mean, we just 5. It's just a murder. I mean, it's even better. I hooked Madis there, so yeah.
Now that was just lucky. The rest is pure strategy, as when Shark is not landing his big hook energy, he is peeling for his jungler at all times, sometimes at the cost of others. Let's find out more.
And also, like, Shark, we noticed that you have played Angela a lot this season, and then you always save your ultimate for your one and only jungle best player. It doesn't matter who else needs that ultimate, but you always save that for best player, and that kind of is what makes it so golden for you guys. Because best player needs that like ulti, right? But also we want to know is there like a secret agreement before the games? Like, does best player tell you, oh Shark, ult me, ult me, ult me, ult me, or if you ult someone else, would best player get mad at you?
No, I mean, this moment, I think just let's see I die because the turtle fight more better for us. I mean, if I ult Sia here, he live and he don't do anything, and we don't have an Angela ult for the turtle fight. So I just ult Lin for the better, and we got turtle. Good trade.
That's true. It's all very tactical, and it teaches you guys as tank players to really look out for your carry and for what turns the game.
It is this sweet, sweet Angela that crowned our new King of the Jungle best player and let the Jungle King himself take us through some of his master engages.
And so today, we got you guys here to first talk a little bit about some of the plays that you've been making. Obviously, individually, you guys made a lot of plays, from Lord Steals to just Shark's Bush plays, as well as best players' amazing assassin skills. But as a whole, as a team, you guys have also made a lot of plays that got the viewers like, whoa. So let's go through a little bit and see like what went on in the team comp. And like this one here, Shark initiated, and then I don't even see best player here. But then this was a 4 versus 4 right now, and then it kind of turned into just a mashup. So just go through a little bit like what happened here, guys.
I think for me, as a Fanny player, it was perfect for me. As you saw, Shark hooked and Mr. completely one-shot him. I was on my way down. Rames also used his ult, which was literally perfect. Oh, Kaja also ulted the Fredrin, by the way. So there was basically nothing stopping me here. The only thing that they could have done was flicker out or just try to dodge me. But as you see here, I think I played it perfectly. Killed Rames in one shot.
Power dive, but they've like used all their utility.
Yep. It was actually the perfect scenario for me this game.
Were you replaying
and it worked out
right
pretty
here?
well. Oh, yeah, I was, a little bit of bad manners, but that's all for fun, you know?
Oh, and that was one HP, but you still lived.
Now, as our reigning champs prep for the next stage, what do they have to say to each other to continue that dominance?
And as you guys are here, I want to know, best player, or Shark, is there anything that you want to say to each other that you haven't said? And I'm sure you've said a lot of things to each other during practice and everything, but is there one thing that you would wish the other person do more in the game, or just anything you want to say to the other person as a jungler or as a tank player? Like, what do you wish they're doing more, or just anything that you want to tell them?
For me, honestly, I don't think there's anything I want Shark to do more. I think we played this perfectly as a jungle and roam, you know. And about the whole ult thing, yeah, I mean, clearly the majority of the ults will go on me, but if he has to ult others, he will, you know? It's just like, all situations are different.
And he's like, if you will, but you know, you should still ult me. And Shark?
I mean, for me, Carlos, I think he's...
Welcome back, guys. We're at the halftime show. I hope you guys have some snacks prepared, because we're gonna have a nice discussion talking about the 4 teams. Like, the 4 teams are gonna be making it to the grand final, and we just saw some of the best contenders coming in with the last series. So, Tres and Yue, I heard you guys have a lot on the table to discuss, so take it away.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Liz. Me and Yue will be taking off this round table. Now, what we're going to be talking about, like she said, is what 4 teams are going to make the playoffs. What possibilities do lower teams have to making the playoffs? And I want to just jump off the front. Yue, what have been your top 4 predictions today?
You know, OhioBrothers, they're standing at 200 points. They have not taken a loss. BTK falling right behind, getting 2 second places. So honestly, those 2 are absolutely secured for me. Now, Avalon, we saw the matches earlier against A77, and it wasn't a 100% sweep. A77 literally almost had a chance to upset. And if it did, you know, it would have changed everything. So I still think there's room to wiggle, but it almost feels like Avalon is going to be secured into that 3rd spot now. Going into that 4th, I still want to say that A77, KnightsofFate, Bloodhounds, all of these teams have a chance. In the lower bracket, there's a long way to go in this phase, and anything could happen, and we definitely saw anything happen in the last games.
Yeah, definitely a lot of possibilities, right? And you mentioned Area 77, Bloodhounds, Knights of Fate. I think that's definitely where the standstill is. We were very wondering if Avalon would have lost earlier, like things could have definitely gotten very crazy. If Bloodhounds could have just won, things could have got pretty crazy. But now we're starting to see it start to unfold, and it looks like the story could just end up being the simple, the easygoing TOB, BTK, Avalon, and KOF. With Bloodhounds and Area 77 now in the lower bracket, it's definitely going to be very hard for them to climb out and try to get ahead in these placements. Now, some other possibilities that could definitely happen, you know, is if TOB or BTK just whiff out. I mean, there still are those chances. Yes, it's not something easy, but if either of them drop down to the lower bracket and somehow get knocked out, we know with all the roster changes, you know, anything can happen, right? Now, do I think that's a possibility? I don't know. Do I still think Bloodhounds have a chance? Yes. After watching the game they just played, they came close, but still, Knights of Fate and Avalon look clean right now. Yes, they take some losses. Yes, they like to live on the edge, but in the end, they come out on top.
Well, the games that we had for Bloodhound and Knights of Fate, they were close. The gold lead was close. The kill was actually in favor of Bloodhounds. But it just seems like Knights of Fate, especially with Powerless, they were able to get the bot side tower, able to get the top side tower. They open up these matches with these sieges that do well with Powerless. So maybe, you know, take a day break, rewatch the games, try to fix the strategies, because quite honest to you, phase 3, it's only day 1, Chucks, and anything can really happen. Every team has to go into the lower brackets if they take one loss, and you know, when it comes down to the lower brackets, it's anyone's game right there. And you know, quite honestly, just like you said, what if TOB completely took a loss and flipped the switch? It makes everything quite crazy here, right?
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of wish something like that would happen. Like, I'm so tired of just seeing everything kind of go back to back. Now, we're gonna take a quick look at something. Now, this is the unofficial flip case, right? This is how the points would look if what has been normally happening did not happen. So it's if the Ohio Brothers got last place, if BloodThirstyKings got second to last, if Avalon got third to last, you know, and so on and so forth. And this would be essentially the only possibility that Night Horde would have to make it locked into playoffs. If Knights of Fate scored somewhere around the middle and Night Horde somehow got first, Night Horde essentially has to get first. This is their only opportunity to make it into top 4. And it just goes to show how big of a difference there is here, but there is still some possibility there, right? So Aggravate One as well would have to get first place here. Area 77 also need to get like first or second, I think, to be able to get up into the top scoring place. Bloodhounds, on the other hand, not too lagged behind. This is if they scored a little bit farther down on the totem pole. This is if they scored 7th, they'd be at 200 points, or no, 6th, they'd score 200 points. So I think if they could get to 5th or 4th, they look very good here, but that's definitely a long road ahead for them anyway.
I mean, anything could happen. We see Night Hordes on kind of this 4th place if they're able to get first, but quite honestly, if Bloodhounds, A77, AO, or Night Horde was able to get the first place, it would definitely bump them into a very contending spot for that 4th. Now, with Avalon kind of ahead in points, it feels like they kind of secured this 3rd place spot. So I feel like the juicy details on this 4th, and once again, the phase 3, it's only day 1, and anything could happen. And you know, if AO or if A77 comes out ahead and they take it, or if BTK and TOB takes a loss in the next 2 series, we might just see a little bit of a juicy action, Sharks.
Well, with the way these games have been going so far today, it feels like some juicy action could happen, and I sure hope it happens. Before we get to any of that action, we're going to toss it back to our beautiful host, Liz.
Going to go for the grand finals, which will be hosted in LA, and the venue has already been secured. The 2023 NACT Fall LAN Final will be hosted in Thunder Studios on Long Beach, Los Angeles. How exciting is that? I know a lot of you guys are from the West regions in Los Angeles, so this is going to be the biggest, greatest MLBB offline event yet, with double the crowd size. So make sure you share your experiences about the grand finals on social media, including your previous offline events and what you look forward to in the 2023 NACT Fall. Now, guys, have you guys booked your ticket yet? Because I will be seeing you guys in LA.
Ooh, a little bit of an early announcement, Liz. Gonna see us in LA. I cannot say whether I booked my ticket or not. You might see me there, you might not. I don't know. I will say this: I've actually never been to LA. So I've never been to West Coast. So if you guys see me, just know, show me a good time, guys. I'm an East Coast boy, so it's a long trip for me if I decide to go. UA, I think it's awesome though. We got to see Vegas. Now we get to see another big city in NA. It's one of the good things of having such a huge country that we live in. There's a lot of different possibilities on where finals can be.
Oh, well, I'm definitely driving up to that LA offline spot right there. And it's actually quite down the street. We got the sunny California vibes. We got the beach. We got the oceans coming in, a little bit of the mountains. So it's going to be quite the adventure. And as someone that's coming from California, we definitely welcome you guys. And it's an absolutely beautiful place. And we would love to see all your lovely faces there.
Absolutely. And every time I've been into LA, it was a dream come true. So without further ado, first things first, let's give us to the giveaway for all of you guys before we close the round table and then go into a little break. So 30 giveaway codes are listed on the screen. Redeem the code below for a chance to win a permanent Masked Knight skin. That's for Lancelot. Lancelot is a great hero to play and it will be a great skin to get. So make sure you type in that code right now and be one of the first users to redeem the skin. Now, as everyone is typing in that code, what do you guys think? How are you looking into the next couple series?
I think they're going to be very, very exciting. I think we gotta. Hopefully, they're very, very exciting. Hopefully, they're not one-sided.
Yeah, and we got the powerhouses coming in, so it's definitely going to be a very intense series. And once again, if the Kings fall here, we might just have some dream come true statements and get
or
different
the brothers,
teams
or if the brothers fall.
Yeah, so it's definitely going to be something beautiful, Liz.
And the excitement is going to begin right now as the players are ready for the next series. It's BTK versus the Aggravate One, and our casters' predictions are pretty close. UA, as always, is always cheering for the underdogs, but everyone else picked up BTK. We know BTK has just came back from the ISF. Zane also went on a little trip in Thailand, so I hope they had enough time to practice before this series, because all the other teams seems like they got some practice in.
Do they need it though? I'm gonna be the villain here. I mean, there's some questions. We've definitely had some roster changes and everything like that, But the fact is that if UA votes for you, you lose.
Well, we have to
NACT made it happen.
You guys don't know this, but really, UA has been putting voodoo on all of these teams. So public enemy number one, UA right now.
I still see the 4 in front of the 420, so. We still trying to get a few right, but once again, BTK versus AO. Gotta vote for my hometown boys.
That's what he says. Don't trust him, guys. But yeah, here we go. I mean, it's BTK up against Aggravate Ones. There have been some slight changes to BTK. I'm pretty sure T's going to be in the roaming position. Chicken's back, going to be an EXP. Definitely going to be interesting. If there's a time to strike, this could be it for Aggravate Ones.
And let's take a look at the roster update. UA, take us through it.
Yeah, so the roster updates from BTK. They actually have Warrior coming in as the roamer today, so I'm not sure if we have T available just yet. ISO still sticking in that gold position, so is Yato, Zane, and Chicken, so everything is still relatively standard. The odd one out, we saw Warrior do quite well in the IESF, but actually the player did get subbed out, so we're gonna have T joining us in that roam position for BTK. Now this is something a little bit interesting. We don't know if T has actually played in that roam position before in any of these bigger tournaments, so for me this is a first. I've always seen T play like a great Yuzong, Lapu Lapu, Glue, Uranus, but man, T and the roam position, that is going to definitely be a pretty big change, Trex.
It should be interesting. We'll see. I mean, you never know. Let's put it this way. All these players are good. And sometimes you put them in a different role and they shine, or sometimes they crumble. But I mean, we saw Sir Bossy do great in the roam. He's been an EXP laner forever. You know, we've like, so it's really hit or miss for me. Like either T is gonna thrive, or it's gonna be really bad.
So will they hit or will they miss? Let's find out as we jump into this series.
All right, UA, take us in.
Upsets? Do we see? Do we see any? Because it definitely smells like Aggravated Ones are looking to take the crown in this series. The bans come through, but let's talk about some of the teams before. BloodThirstyKings, they've been a huge crowd favorite. They're definitely one of the winners to go through in this tournament. And in order to get to that spot, they have to shine, especially in some of these day one phase 3 stages. And right, Aggravated Ones, they're a team looking to prove themselves, the young crowd coming out from the SoCal, from the West Side region. So definitely a strong stance to go against the Kings of the East.
Definitely the Kings of the East, BTK, the title holders right now for NACT. Once again, having a rough route, not able to secure a single win against TOB. Though they've beaten every other team, they still can't get a first place in a phase. Are they going to come into this phase swinging, or do they feel comfortable? Are they going to kind of take it slow? They go for the Valentina up front. Something I got to point out, it's bothering me, man. Uneven with the Oshi no Ko pose down there. With the K-pop pose. I like it. It's a vibe. But is that going to give them the dub?
Well, I could talk about Uneven a little bit. I actually had the chance to meet him, not in person, but to try out for a couple different teams. I got to see him. He is a Myanmar player, so shout outs to his country over there. He recently came from the C servers into North America, looking to try and progress in the professional scenes. And look at him now. He's gotten top 8
in the professional scene.
In the professional scenes, a dream come true for this guy. Talk about the picks coming through. The Valentina first pick, this is what we've seen often, and the Fredrin coming out as the response. But ooh, the Bruno. We saw Ooga Booga, we saw Powerless do quite well on this hero, but we also saw Basic getting not doing so well along with Mark QT on their first Bruno game. So actually the win rate is looking about a 33%. You know, it's a tough pick, but I do think it still brings a lot of value, Trex.
Man, Bruno has just like bounced into the meta, you know? Get it?
Oh,
anyways.
Oh, yes, the ball bounced.
No, I'm just kidding. Anyways, let's take a look at it. Now, this Edith pick, right? White Chicken picks it up, but I do think it could be it could definitely be a swap. We've seen Edith a lot in the roam. That's where it's most popular. And I think that could be a solid pick for T, because Edith has some EXP lane-ish vibes, right? Like, any EXP laner has probably played Edith a few times. So it could be a good start for T in this roam position. But ISO picks up this Claude. This is our second time seeing, picks up this Clint. This is our second time seeing the Clint tonight. What do you think about it?
Oh, I love the question, Trex. I've been waiting for this pretty much the whole entire time.
Your life?
I feel like the gold lane picks nowadays, they like to go for more of a late game, or more of an early game bully. Now, we've seen the carry being picked up. We've seen Claude being picked up quite a bit. But outside of those two picks, the Bruno, the Brody, the Clint, it's been quite a favor. And I feel like BTK, they definitely had a strategy going against this Bruno pick. They pick up the Claude, which in a lot of the C regions, they do end up doing quite well with it. Now, against this matchup, I do think BTK are going to be up ahead in terms of the gold lane already. They have the Bruno locked in, and they choose their matchup, and I think the Clint is definitely going to prevail here.
We'll see. The Bruno has definitely been a monster now. Avery locks in the Novaria, lots of range. We saw how much damage that Novaria does last game with Broco Roscoe, and with a target like Clint, with a target like Yato on the Valentina, there's definitely some possibilities there. Not only that, but they take the Fredrin away from Zane here. A very popular strategy that TOB does to BTK all the time. And also, we already know the Fredrin can be flexed, so if Aggravate One wants to switch it up here, they have that possibility.
Now, The bans coming out from AO, I just want to point out, especially in the second phase ban, those are 2 picks that BTK I know for a fact has prepared. T can roam with this R-Lot, and that would do so much damage. And also Zane with the Boxia pick, you know, he does quite well with a lot of utilities jungle. So now with the Boxia and the R-Lot being off the table, maybe they opt to go for a Kaja or a Franco in the roam into maybe an Akai. That might kind of turn their draft into a very front to back type of comp. But Zane, we all know him. He might pull out the Granger, he might pull out the Claude. We see him go for a lot of the Alphas, the X-Borgs, you know. So and the Martis is also still available. So a lot of picks being offered up to Zane here, and there's not much focus coming out from AO.
Yeah, I want to see something crazy from Zane. You know, AO, whether you like it or not, AO is a lower team on the totem pole right now. It's phase 3. It's day 1. This is a great time to get a little crazy. You know, give us some damage, Zane. Let us see something.
Smartest. Ooh,
Karina. He's been the only. So I'm pretty sure he's been the only one to pick Karina so far in NACT. I might have missed some other games from other teams, but I remember when he picked it against TOB last phase.
It's against a carry, I
and
think.
They almost did. Yeah, the carry, not Karina, or Karina. Yes, Karina.
Yeah.
He picked up the Karina last game. I mean, in a previous phase. So I mean, I haven't seen many other players pick it up, but he makes it work still. Even to this day, he makes it work.
Yeah, I think they pick up the Karina. I believe the first time that they picked it up, it was going against a carry pick. So they're definitely trying to negate a lot of the auto attacks coming through. And since Bruno is a auto attack focused hero, you know, when you compare it to Clint, where he kind of do the skill damage, the Karina, it makes sense. It does quite well. Now, you talked about it earlier, the Edith going into maybe the roam position, putting that Lapu Lapu onto the XP, or it might even be a potential flex. Maybe you have Mr. Chicken onto that roam position. I don't know what it's going to be here.
Yeah, so no, I think it's definitely T. I think they just haven't swapped yet. Unless Chicken's going to play roam, who knows? I mean,
we saw Bossy.
Anything's possible. Game number 1. Let's jump back into the Land of Dawn. This is the 3rd series of the night, phase 3 of the North American Challengers Tournament fall season. This is the road to M5, and it's BTK up against Aggravate One.
I just want to point out, guys, that having this Neo Beast skin collab coming out with the Brethren, like, you gotta give it to them, man. The tournament season's coming up, the M series are also coming up, and we get to see such a beautiful skin being walked around. A little bit of a invade happening, but Mobazane should be able to take care of that quite well. And yeah, it's gonna be fried chicken, and he goes with the magic shop on the Edith. That is something quite rare. Maybe he's gonna go into more of a defensive route just to make sure that he can scale well into that late game.
I'm not gonna lie, I like this better, knowing how versatile Fried Chicken already is, just how good of a player he is. And if he does amazing on this roam, my respect for him is just gonna go that much more up. He's already, probably one of my top players in all of NA. We've seen him play Gold and do great on it. We've seen him play EXP and do great on it. If this man comes in as a roamer and just shreds up teams, it's gonna be insane.
Yeah,
cool points through the roof.
It's kind of like the wisdom is showing for Chicken. There's not many players that can go through different tournaments and making sure that they can play all these off-roll picks, but definitely Chicken is going to take the icing off the cake. Now, already, quite a even match going through. The opening of BTK, it's not as aggressive. It doesn't feel like Aggravated Ones are even looking to go for any sort of aggression early, but the level 4 rotations coming out from BTK, you see that lane split being split up by the mage and the XP, and Chicken's gonna try and clear this mid side by himself.
I mean, he's gonna do a pretty good job at it. He's about to hit level 4. He's got the Primal Wrath. Mobazane gonna go up against Black for the 50-50 here. T and Yato coming around the backside. White Chicken gets knocked up. T with the Brave Spider looking for the stun. Black able to take the turtle. Cartman though, very low damage. Yato looking for the finish. Mobazane picks it up. In comes the Black Dragon from Uneven. Gets the Petrify with the damage. Fried Chicken brought low, but are able to take out Uneven for the trade. It's a 3-for-1, but the turtle goes to Aggravate.
Turtle goes to the Aggravated But on the side of BTK, they have this Karina, and it's still alive. He's going for that red buff. He's going to be denying this objective away from AO, and now he's looking to kind of clear onto that jungle. You can already see a small gold gap coming in. 2 minutes in already, a 1K lead. That's going to be a little bit tough, especially if you think about BTK being the team on top, and AO is trying their best, trying to get their first series win here.
And ISO already rotating around. BTK being a little more aggressive. They find Avery there. A nice pick off. Fried Chicken able to set that up for the team.
Yeah, Fried Chicken able to kind of pick up that kill. He's already at a whopping 0, 1, and 4. He's looking to go for a little mid, but Yato
in a lot of trouble. Does flicker with the dash. Going to walk in uneven through the wall. Will he be able to get away from this? They try to get the retro. Yato able to back off and survive that attack. Now they're going to re-attack. Cartman goes down. Yato picks up the kill in a nice fashion there. T now with the stun on uneven. Mobazane picking it up. It's 6-1 at 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, Aggravate One. They're trying their best to neutralize a lot of these objectives, but it just feels like they are getting picked off left and right. BTK, the experience is showing a 2K gold lead. It's not terrible, but definitely the snowball is going to come through. Items on the board, the Bruno definitely goes for the Hask Claws. That's something really normal. The Novaria opts to go for more of a utility, so he's definitely going to have the ultimates available and also the first skills, but it's going to be at the cost of some damage.
Definitely at the cost of some damage. Now the turtle back up. Yato takes a shot there. Yato has taken out Minoan's Fury, so we got to watch out for that one. Could be a big game changer here. Magic still on the boss side. It looks like they should get this turtle free of charge.
Yeah, free of charge. It's going to be a 2-0 on the turtle. 6-1 is going to be the scoreboard. BTK, once again, they're kind of just playing their usual self. It's not really anything special. They play the bully ball on some of the more neutral stuff, but Aggravate, they got that little gold crab, little bit of gold lead coming back, and they're looking to try and defend this boss side with 4 of the members. Even Uneven is looking onto the boss side. Cartman.
Oh my god, Cartman. Who's that? He's gone. ISO in trouble though. Magic able to get the finish. Magic starting to do some nice damage. Able to poke down on Fried Chicken as well, but Fried Chicken pops the Primal Wrath. Going toe-to-toe with Magic, but Black comes in.
Oh.
Snipe shot just misses. Fried Chicken able to get away.
Yeah, Fried Chicken definitely going to the gym, making sure that he can skim away from that Novaria shot. And a tower onto the top side. We saw Uneven clashing with Mobazane, able to get away with the Black Dragon, but unable to defend onto that top side. And T is just going to be taking care of business. Now, AO looking to siege mid.
And I mean, that's what you do with the Bruno, man. You go for the towers, but T comes in the backside with the Bravest Fighter. Not able to connect onto anybody there. It's a waste of utility. BloodThirstyKings still in the lead, though.
That's not bad at all. Now, ISO picking up a BOD first instead of the Berserkers, but boss side, it feels like he's going to 2v1 and take care of that Clint. That's going to be a 1-for-0 trade, but it's a 1-for-2 lane on the boss side.
Yeah, I mean, it's starting, so they lose the tower in the mid, they get a tower on top. BTK still feeling like they're controlling the map here. They're going to take this tower in the bottom now. And ISO does take that death, but still the damage is there. Cartman going to fall next. Mobazane shredding through, looking for another one. Uneven, in a little bit of trouble here. Uh-oh, that's a lot of damage from Magic. Yato comes in the nick of time, able to get the knockup. Magic now forced to back off. Fried Chicken pops the ultimate, does some nice damage onto Avery there, but Fried Chicken needs to try to get out. If he gets caught in a bad spot, Magic should be able to clean up. Avery finds the kill, though.
Yeah, Chicken is building the Edith kind of in a very greedy way. He has the armor boots. He's going for more armor, and the more armor that the Edith has, the more magic damage he's going to be able to do with the ultimate. So it's definitely a little bit of a greedy build, but it's definitely working out now. The turtle.
Uneven coming in. Mobazane still able to secure it, but now he's in trouble. Trying to get away. Able to take a couple shots. Ooh! That damage starting to get there, but Yato's here now. Trying to find the final hit on Uneven. Uneven still up, but ISO comes in, finds it. It's 1-for-0 plus a turtle over the side of BTK. Now, BTK, hold on, a little more action down in the mid. White Chicken able to back off. White Chicken's not really doing bad here. Yes, he's taking a couple too many hits to the face from Magic, but still able to make some nice setups. Oh! Just what I'm talking about. He flickers in, gets the knock-up. ISO picks up Black, and Mobazane shredding through under the tower. Able to find two before he falls down. Magic gets the shutdown, though.
A two-man flicker set coming out from Chicken, able to start up that fight. Zane is going to be the only one that falls, but he did take 3 of Aggravate One's member down. That's going to be quite tough. 13-4 is going to be the scoreboard. 8 minutes is going to be the game. Navaria picked up that ICP one, so a utility added for the side of AO, but is that going to be enough? Because BTK, they have the whole entire map open now, and they neutralized that mid tower there.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, though, BTK still holding solid control. With Magic, I mean, he's taken 2 deaths. Let's take a look at his item. He has the Hod's Claws, and he's working on Berserkers right now. He just gets Berserkers. If he can get a bit more time, we already know how damaging the Bruno can be. But is that already sealed with Mobazane on this Karina, like you said?
The auto attack, immune coming out from Karina does quite well against a lot of these heroes like the carry and the Bruno. But you talked about the Bruno, I want to talk about the Clint. He's about a 1.5k to 2k up in terms of that gold. Now the bonk comes through.
The bonk does come through, and Fried Chicken's there on the back. ISO firing off some free shots. T also dashing in. T's always coming from the side, man. Like, he does so well, especially in the lobby, with finding those flanks, finding those angles. Every time he just comes in unexpected. He never comes straight on.
Yeah, he's just got that geometry well done in the school, coming through with the angles. Now the 2-man knockup coming from Chicken, zones out some of the members of AO. They're looking to engage on the bot side, but BTK has other thoughts.
Here he comes again from the side. There goes a stun. Cartman taken out. Nice knockup onto Black there as Mobazane takes the Lord. They're going to take this fight up in the top side, uneven, with the Black Dragon taking a little bit too much damage from the rest of the team. ISO trying to get up close and personal. Looking for a couple more shots, but they don't need it because the Lord is coming soon.
6k and counting. T finishes up another item. BTK, they have the gold lead. They have the map pressure, looking to siege about this 10 minutes onto this mid side, and I feel like it's going to be a pretty free siege as ISO pushes this tower quite well.
I mean, right now, it's hard to really pick a player that's just shining for BTK because all of them are playing very well right now, and with 4 deaths onto their whole team right now, there's no one that's really falling behind. Everyone's probably just about an item up right now, and it's going to definitely become a major problem for Aggravate One.
Yeah, I feel like Aggravate Ones, they definitely have to see if they can get a pick. This Novaria provides a lot of clear speed, so they should be able to try and prolong some of these games. But in terms of their clear, besides the Novaria, they really don't have too much going for them. Chicken up in the front side. We kind of said, hey man, this is the first time of him being on Rome. We were kind of unsure if Chicken was actually going to be the one coming in, but definitely feels like he knows exactly what he's doing, sitting at a whopping 0, 2, and 11 here.
Funny about that is they didn't go for the Lord push. Instead, they opted to just go clear all jungle, expand their gold lead to about 7,000 now, or 8,000 now. And instead of getting the push, they go for gold across the map instead. And I think there's some value in that, right? They could possibly try to crack through these even without the Lord the way they're standing right now.
Yeah, 6k gold lead coming through. 11 minutes in. It's not the worst case scenario. And you kind of see the Navaria clearing out. This is kind of why that hero, it gets banned quite a bit. And on the side of AO, they're really taking advantage of the situation. They have the Bruno to crack down the Lords. They got the Novaria for a lot of the clear speeds. They have anti-sets coming out from Mina. So they're honestly not in a bad position, but they're definitely trying to play off of BTK's mistake. BTK, they have to kind of go in, see if they can siege a tower, and if AO can trade a couple kills here and there, they might just have a set.
White Chicken almost finds Black there. We'll be able to get away. T also looking for an angle. And you mentioned Aggravate One is doing a good job. They're not biting the bait right now, man. They're just hanging out. They're like, listen, we can sit in this base all day. You're going to have to come to us. They do have the clear potential with Magic. They can still damage down on Lords, and they have range with Avery like we just saw. And that poke damage is only going to go up and up and up, and will start to have an advantage to Aggravate One. There goes Cartman, ISO able to find it, and if BTK can keep doing that, it could be their answer.
Man, it's just the Michael coming in, but the Black Dragon
Does walk, gets a Petrify. ISO does use a flicker just in time, but still finds him. Uneven goes down. Mobazane picks up the kill, make it a double onto Black. Mobazane judging, thinking whether he wants to dive under the tower. He decides not to, but Lord is up, and it should go over to BTK.
Yeah, but you know, it is a one-sided match, but BTK is still kind of taking care of their business right now. They got that mid tower, looking to siege onto this top side and maybe potentially work onto the base, but I think they're going to look to disengage, making sure they grab up the objectives, doing things textbook style.
Yeah, I mean, White Chicken starts working on the Lord. The rest of the team just needs to come in. They'll be able to clear it down quick. Look at the damage from ISO right now. Just chunking away. Mobazane gets the Lord. And at this, with 2 base towers already gone, this could be a possible end here.
Yeah, 13 minutes, 10k gold lead. That's not something we want to see if we're rooting for AO. And I think I'm definitely the one that has the vote on the AO. So I'm still thinking that Aggravate Ones have the opportunity to clear this Lord. Make sure Novaria starts shooting her missiles down that mid lane, making sure that Cartman is in a good position so he can anti-set whatever comes through with that Edith's direction. So it just feels like Aggravate Ones, they should have an opportunity here.
Oh, Yato takes the Known's Fury just in the nick of time too. Cartman's going to be the first fall here. Cartman tries to pop it, not able to do it. Mobazane takes the kill. Lord down about half health. ISO takes the tower. Now they've cracked in. They're on to the base crystal. White Chicken looking for a way in. All there's 1-2 tank minions. BloodThirstyKings don't want to go too deep. They don't want to take the chance, but another wave is coming. ISO gets a little bit of poke shot, brings the crystal down to about 60%. BTK with concealed play. White Chicken looking for another pickoff here. T looking for an angle as well as ISO continues to fire shots from the backside. Uneven, brought low. One more shot and he's out. There goes Black, there goes Cartman, and there goes Magic, and there goes the crystal. BTK take game number 1.
Simple textbook style play coming out from BTK. 21 to 14 or even 4 is going to be the score. It's a quite clean sweep coming out from the Kings right now. 15 minutes, you know, it's a complete fast game here. And honestly, BTK just taking this series, making sure that they can go right ahead. And guys, man, my dog.
It's all right. I mean, yeah, BTK, it was, they controlled that game from start to finish. It didn't feel like there was a moment that Aggravate One could really breathe. Even when Aggravate One got a kill, which they ended up only getting 6, BTK still always came out on top. They always got a tower, they always got an extra kill, they always got a turtle, they always got something in exchange for that one kill that they would get Aggravate One in a team fight.
Yeah, and you know, 21 to 6 is going to be the overall scoreboard. 14 minutes in, you can see the Clint 7, 1, and 6 having an extremely great time, and Zane also did extremely well this game. 9, 1, and 4. So honestly, BTK, all the members, just like you said, are shining. Yato actually 2, 0, and 14, able to take care of everything quite well here. Chicken sets up for the fight.
Yeah, I mean, Cartman tries, but every time he goes in, he's solo, he takes too much damage, and he got shredded down. And that was from start to finish. Cartman ended that game 0, 8, and 7, and he was just never able to make a big play because the rest of the team wasn't able to follow up behind him. And every time he went in, I mean, he would last literally a matter of seconds before Mobazane or ISO deleted.
Yeah, deleted indeed. Aggravate One's just unable to defend against the Kings right now. They're kind of in a pretty tough position, and they just have to make sure if they can get a better draft, maybe they can probably try to push ahead, maybe prolong these games, make sure they can get the clears that they need, because BTK, they're just kind of walking through quite nicely here.
Very, very nicely. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if there's a huge answer for Aggravate One here. Like I said, BTK, it wasn't just the draft. It was control of the map. It was micro plays. It was macro plays. It was all over. BTK was there. Let's take a look at some of the stats. Rich Guy and Carry going over to ISO on that Clint. And he played it really well. 34% damage. Always had the correct distance from the enemy team. And even after taking a death in the early game to Magic, still comes out on top.
comes out on top. ISO 34% damage dealt, definitely did pretty much just backline the whole entire BTK. He had the carry, he had the rich guy. He's making sure that BTK is gonna come out ahead on these damage, and indeed they did. It was a complete clean sweep, no questions asked. BTK came out victorious on this game. Now we're definitely looking to see if AO has a strategy to bounce back, maybe potentially getting this series into a third game.
I mean, at least take a game, right? Is there a possibility though, right? Like what do they do differently here? What is the plan? If you are Aggravate One right now, what do you draft? What do you change up? How do you attack in the early game? How do you attack in the mid? Like what's their opportunity here to try to get the win?
Well, maybe try to go for a suppression hero, right? When all else fails, you can flicker in with the Kaja, going for in the suppress. You go in with the Franco, which, you know, a couple iron hooks will complete shift the game. Put uneven on something like the Joy, which he's done quite well in the previous segment of the tournament. I like the Novaria pick, and, you know, I honestly like the Fredrin pick, but they just have to make sure they can group together at the times, defend against the siege that BTK has, and make sure that they can kind of push these games longer, because BTK, they like to play the bully ball. They know they're the team on top. They're picking these strong meta picks, the Edith, the Valentina, right? Make sure, you know, we don't give BTK everything that they want here.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I think they try to take it away by picking up the Fredrin, etc. But I think another thing is, don't be like, if they pick up something suppression, don't be scared to get maybe a little aggressive in the early game. It's the way that TOB always gets on top of BTK, is they just try to bully back, right? And normally against some teams, BTK doesn't always throw the bully ball. Yes, they're the stronger team, but Aggravate One can't let that happen, right? They have to try to play at the same pace. That, or go for something late game and just try to hang on.
Yeah, and hang on. I mean, they really have to. They go with the Eve and the Expork ban. I don't know if the Expork ban is warranted here, because there's honestly quite a lot. Oh, no, that's actually BTK going for those bans. So they're taking away from Aggravated Ones. You know, AO, they did ban out the Kadita and the Uranus. So 2 mage bans, 2 XP bans, focused on both the same heroes. Now, it's going to open up a lot of opportunities for utility jungles like the Fredrin, the Boxia coming through that we've seen quite well. Maybe even an Angela pick, right? BTK, maybe try to spice things up here and maybe go for a Granger Angela like they did in the very first phase.
I mean, why not? They're up a game. They're up a game. I want something. Give me something. Give me the YSS. That's really the only thing I want to see Mobazane on. That would make me excited. Pick up the YSS. Get crazy. Why not? Have some fun. Bans are coming in. Terizla once again. Uranus on the side of Aggravate One. I'm surprised we didn't maybe. I'm surprised they didn't maybe go for the Lapu or something of that nature. T was definitely a problem on that Lapu. They're going to pick up the Valentina this time, take that away from Yato, so it's a good start for Aggravate One. BTK, on the other hand, what do they fire back with?
Well, I like the Valentina pick. That's something that BTK really likes to do. I think they're going to go with the opening, something like maybe an Edith being picked up. Edith Fred, Edith Boxia, that does well. Even though that's like 2 magic damage, maybe even pick up the Bruno themselves, because the Bruno, you know, did quite well early on against AO, or with AO's team. They're able to pick up a kill or 2 even onto that bot side. So maybe picking up the Bruno and Edith should be the go card for the side of BTK.
Gotcha now. So, I mean, still taking the Kufra and the Fred. This is going to be, you know, one thing that is exciting about this series. Fried Chicken on this Rome pick. I'm excited to see how he plays this Kufra. If we get to see any big picks here, Edith is going to come from the side of Aggravate One. So a little bit of a mirror here, picking up some of those picks that BTK picked up last time. And on the other hand, BTK getting some comfort picks in. Mobazane on the Fred. A lot of teams know that's not something you want to fork over. Even TOB, the #1 place team right now, never want to give Zane that Fredrin, and there is a reason for it. There's a reason why, you know, some of the fans and the non-fans call him MOBA Fred.
Yeah, the Fredrin, the Boxia, those are both really, really strong picks for Zane. it's something that we don't want to see now. Aggravate Ones, they have a different strategy. Pick up the Bruno again this time, but it feels like BTK, they have the solution for it. They're gonna lock in the Clint or even potentially the Brody, but oh my.
EXP lane Fanny, boys.
Oh, we've seen
EXP lane Fanny.
We've seen T on this, and definitely, you know, it warms my heart to see T on this Fanny. Now, this is something that we may see. What if T goes into that jungle position and maybe completely switch up the lineup? It does bring a certain spice into the equation, but I still feel like BTK, with the experience that they have, they're definitely going to be able to take Aggravate Ones on this problem.
I don't think it's that they don't trust T in the jungle. I think it's more of a retry thing. I think they trust Zane the most with the retry. And either way, T, like, listen, there are stories to be told about Fanny, about T's offlane Fanny. Back when people didn't even know who T was, they knew about that offlane Fanny. Had a lot of hype about that pick about a year or so ago. But I mean, so he can make it work in the XP lane, especially, you know, if they're feeling comfortable. If they're ahead of game and they feel like they can play around a little bit, this is definitely something they can pull out to cheese a little bit. And T does a good job on it, man.
I mean, I still think there's a lot of solutions to that Fanny. They could go for something like a Franco with the suppression. They could also go for the Kaja to be able to take him off. The Grok offlane does well too, but I feel like it might go against some of the mobility that Fanny has. She can clear lanes, she can get that level 4, turn around, gank into that gold lane, and then rinse and repeat, just cable back straight into that XP. So a lot of leeway coming out from BTK. AO right now, they got to complete their draft. They got to find a good suppression or a good counter to that Fanny, because if they let T just go unchecked, they're going to have an extremely hard game.
And what is, I feel like offlane, what does he pick up the Petrify here, right? Pick up the Petrify, and you try to catch people off. You go back, you recall back to base, you go and attack, you recall back to base, you go back to your XP lane, you recall back to, and you, like you said, just rinse, wash, repeat. It would be really interesting if we saw T go into jungle and Zane go into EXP or something like that. Like I said, this is a great time to do this type of stuff. I mean, we never thought we would have saw Fried Chicken on Rome, and here we are today. Final bans have come in. BTK ban out the Basha, they ban out the Grok, and ISO locks in the Beatrix.
You know, I like the Beatrix pick, but I feel like there's other... Oh, geez.
Is that for the Fanny?
You know, that's
EXP
definitely
lane?
an XP.
Is that EXP lane or is that jungle?
You know, this is shout outs to the biggest hater right here. He's a global Yin player, one of my friends right here. And to see the Yin out, I definitely think he's going to be quite excited now. The draft coming in like this, completed for both sides. The Lilia getting picked up, and we see the Lilia do quite well, especially in the late game. But unfortunately, A77 fell short using the Lilia pick, so maybe BTK is going to be able to pick this up this time around.
You know, this is a trip down memory lane right here. Yato also on the Lilia. We haven't gotten to see him play the Lilia in a long time, and this also used to be a major signature pick for him. The only thing I'm a little upset about with all of this is, like, they're having fun with all these picks. Why couldn't Zane pick up the YSS or something? Like, why couldn't everyone else pick normal picks?
No
and
fun.
Him have fun, because I think that's where we need to see BTK evolve a little bit. And this is the opportunity, and they're showing that they're willing to get a little weird in this game, but they don't with Zane. It's okay, though, as we jump into the land of Dawn. This is game number 2, match point for BTK up against Aggravate One. It does like we're going to be looking at a pause, but I want to take a second to talk about this Yin. It does look like Yin is going to be going to the EXP lane, right? And I think there's some possibilities with it, right? Now, take a quick second, everybody, before I go any farther. You're going to see a giveaway code on the screen. Make sure you claim the code in-game for a chance to win a permanent Mass Knight Lancelot skin. Take it a second to do that. I know I'm doing it. You can't see me on cam, but I've already got the code in. Just kidding. Now, EXP lane, uneven, up against Fanny. I don't exactly know how that's going to work. I'm questioning it. Even if he doesn't win out in lane, it could still be crucial later on in the game of just getting T out of these fights when they need to. That's kind of the whole idea behind Yin. Same thing if they want to try to pull Mobazane out of these fights for big retribution battles. They also pick up the Martis to help deal with T on the Fanny. So definitely a lot of possibilities from the side of Aggravate One. I don't see anything super wrong with the emblem, so I don't think there was exactly a mispick, or we're going to have a redraft, maybe just a quick pause, dealing with something, some sort of MS issue. Does look like Magic is recalling, so maybe there was a quick disconnect and we're waiting for him to reconnect right now. But taking a look at the side of BTK's draft, Yato in the mid lane with a very reminiscent Lilia. Now, for those that don't know, Lilia, I mean, Yato used to, I could debate him as one of the best Lilia players back in the day in NA, you know, up there with Hui back when Hui was kind of, or Huey, back when Hui was in his prime as well. Back when Zeal was playing mage for BTK and things of that nature. So it's, I mean, it's cool to see him on it, but still, I'm just kind of questioning, like, why didn't we put Zane on something crazy? So yeah, a lot of possibilities all around. Avery on this Valentina, not a whole lot to steal from. Does have the black shoes, does have the Tyrant's Rage, so a couple choices. Yue, how are you feeling about the draft?
Honestly, the Yin pick, it kind of worries me a little bit. We don't really see Yin coming in as a traditional XP, but I think it brings, again, the raw element, right? It brings the element of surprise. It changes up the dynamics. It might just be the solution that AO needs to go through with this match. Now, AO, once again, we know they're down in this series. This is a life or death situation for them in the upper brackets. They got to make sure this Yin pick goes through. And with the Petrify, it might just be the counter for T's Fanny, which is honestly quite, well, very untraditional too, right?
Yeah, I mean, definitely very untraditional. And I was mentioning that a little bit earlier, that the Yin could be crucial, I guess, in a sense of like what everyone thought it would be, but it never really showed up in the meta. But like the ideas behind the Yin is like, okay, we can pull the enemy jungler off the map, right? We can help secure retries that way. We could also get the Fanny off the map. So it could be their way to counter Mobazane in the Lord pit, in the neutral objectives pit, things like that. Yato also, you know, the Lilia, like we said, it's not like the strongest pick right now. And Avery now going to be able to steal black shoes along with the Tyrant's Rage. This could be a possibility for Aggravate One to pull off a win.
Well, a little bit of an interesting rotation coming in from Chicken. Traditionally, BTK, they like to have the roam upset the enemy jungle, but this time around, they're having Chicken kind of doing like a fast farm strategy along with Zane, which I don't really think that is necessary. Fredrin does quite well in the jungle by himself, but Cartman wanting to brawl out quite a bit, but Black on this Martis able to get a little bit advantage early.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Aggravate One going to take the Lethal Wander. Like you said, a small advantage, but still a couple hundred gold. ISO Magic going at it. Now, Magic, last game, possibly the 1v1 to finish. Can't get that passive off. And Cartman also harassing White Chicken here, staying in his face right now. Now, Magic on the Bruno didn't do bad last game. We saw the damage possibilities, but the rest of the team couldn't keep up. And once the gold lead got too big, it didn't matter what Magic did because there was no way that he could just get free shots off. But we know how good the Bruno is. We know how much damage he can do, and Magic is going to try to capitalize on that.
Yeah, but on the top side right now, Black getting chunked a little bit low, losing out on a little bit of trades, and it kind of almost seems like it's going to be a free turtle coming in from Zane, because if the jungle is going to be low, he's going to have to go back. But Zane getting punished a little bit. He's still quite healthy, but is it going to be enough for this objective? Is he going to have enough confidence to take care of this? Because they got a Cartman, they have this Valentina looking forward right now.
I mean, he stalls out a little bit, lets Yato get there. White Chicken coming as well from the side in this river. Keep an eyes on him, see if he tries to make a big play. Uneven takes Mobazane off the field, and Black secures the retry. That is the plan. Looks like Mobazane's also taking a little bit of damage, and the bot brings out the Appraisal's Wrath. Comes out bonking, but here's T. Bonking himself, takes out Black. It's a 2-for-0, but the Lord goes to Aggravate One.
Whoa, we have not seen a Yin pretty much take out the jungler in a situation like that. AO was able to secure the very first objective with that Yin, and talk about the bonk coming out of that Yin
That was
ultimate.
epic.
Man, that was quite nice, but looking at the skids, we have both the Neo Beasts, and that quite makes me happy. You know, you could look pretty, you could definitely try to get summon something interesting. ISO taking out the shotgun for a little bit of a play run here.
Yeah, definitely doing his thing. Mobazane now moving on to black. I'm still in awe from that Yin play. Wait a second. Nice taunt on Avery. Appraisal's Wrath comes down. Mobazane picks up the kill. White Chicken able to get Tyrant's Rage on to Cartman. Cartman shredded down low, but Avery's still on the side. Magic there as well, trying to dash in, take out Mobazane. Can't quite connect though, but Avery wants more. Mobazane looks for the taunt. Can't get the implosion off or connect. And now everyone disengages.
The discipline is so nice coming out from BTK. They know exactly when and where they should be going in for these flicker play.
White Chicken comes in to Beer's Passion to lock on, and ISO gets the last hit off. He's going to walk right into Avery here, though, able to use a flicker and sidestep away. Black trying to move on to White Chicken, but still, it's a good trade in my book.
Yeah, Chicken does end up falling, but once again, that is just the tank, and honestly, we've seen a lot of tanks falling in this very first day. We saw Bossy earlier going, 0-6, 0-7. Chicken also kind of do the same thing, but the Yin, takes care of business. Top side.
I want to go to that nether. I don't know how that works.
The realm.
How that works as a spectator, if you can see the realm. But T just got annihilated. And
that's kind of what we like to see, right? They pick up the Fanny and the Yin play does come out, but it's not going to have enough for this objective.
Tyrant's Rage does look on a black. Mobazane able to secure the turtle. Cartman taking a little bit of damage. Terrify does come on to Mobazane there. Avery able to help with the disengage. Yato still standing strong, 0-0-2, getting some gold in. We could start seeing some big damage coming out from the Lilia.
Yeah, he's definitely scaling well, and Yato definitely has a lot of mastery on this Lilia. I don't know if we're going to be seeing too much early on, but look at T.
T coming in with the Petrify, able to pick up the kill.
Solo.
Gonna be able to take this tower possibly too, but here comes Avery looking for a finish. ISO decides to back off. Black coming around the top bush. Cannot connect though.
Man, BTK is just playing this game so nicely. They had the Kufa defending onto the top side. T did end up losing a 1-versus-1 up there, but now with a little bit more gold into T's favor, it might just be enough. But Chicken.
Ooh. Never thought I would have said Chicken with the Tyrant's Revenge, but there it is, and the bouncing ball gets the knock up, making some plays happen. T back onto the top side now. He's everywhere and uneven. Gonna take him out of this realm. Can't connect though, decides not to use the ult. T able to back off.
Yeah, maybe saving the ult for the objectives might be the better decision, but with uneven on this Yin, he's going to be building straight damage, and a damage EXP typically means that they're going to be, sufficient into these ganks. They definitely have a lot of potential to, not have that frontline presence onto that XP side. On the other hand, Fanny, it doesn't really have too much of a presence, but definitely a lot of kill pressure here.
Can we talk about that Lilia skin? That thing is
fire.
Awesome. Are those little bunnies that pop up?
I feel like it's like...
Have the glooms become bunnies? Are those space bunnies?
Oh, it might be space bunnies. I mean, he definitely has the orbs coming out, but blue.
Oh, a little bit of play from Black there onto White Chicken. Mobazane gets the taunt off.
Oh.
The Carbon takes a lot of damage. Appraisal's Wrath connects onto Black. But Yato still goes down to Avery. Avery looking for another one. Mobazane not scared though. In the midst of both, White Chicken goes under the tower. Can't get the finish though. Bouncing ball and taken out. Magic gonna walk into Mobazane, but here comes T. Swinging in. Not able to connect or get the finish. BTK take a little bit of a loss there. 3 members.
Yeah, a little bit of an uncharacteristic move coming out from BTK, right? Yato did die on that Lilia without popping the ultimate. ISO did end up falling, and Chicken actually used that Tyrant's Rage underneath the tower, setting for nobody. So it does seem like there is a little bit of a miscommunication coming out from BTK, but I don't think that is going to hurt them that much. The turtle already at half health, and Zane looking to inch forward here.
Ooh. Someone goes in another realm. Can't remember who it was. ISO able to take out. No, Uneven takes out ISO. White Chicken misses the Tyrant's Rage. And now Uneven looking for more. Black with the decimation. Able to find White Chicken. Mobazane all alone. with Yato up against 4 members. BTK are starting to lose a bit here.
Yeah, and the Yin pick is honestly quite nice. He's sitting at a 3-1-1, did take out ISO, did take out T in the previous engage, and they were able to shut down Chicken at the same time. So actually AO doing quite well in terms of the gold. Now, comparing to the gold laner, ISO a little bit ahead. Comparing the mage, actually Avery is the one that comes out on ahead in both experience and the gold.
Zane gets flipped up from Cartman there. Black with the coils coming in, looking for a target. Mobazane decides to back off. Yato dropping down the glooms, dropping down the bombs, and watch for White Chicken. A little bit of a gutsy play there, but ISO is going to break that tower. BloodThirstyKings still controlling the map.
Yeah, this time around, AO did not get that free tower onto the mid side, but Chicken sneaking very, very closely. He's definitely looking to see if he can have an opportunity with steel cables into that Petrify, and it does look like the Bruno is going to look to recall, and T, man, Fanny and the XP.
I thought he was going to go for it.
That is a complete different style of XP, something we have not seen in this tournament yet.
It's always been a pick that catches teams off guard, and we don't see it all the time. I think we see it like once every NACT, probably. Oh, big damage. Cartman goes down. It's a good pick off. 23 seconds before the Lord comes up. Cartman will be back up just in the nick of time, but BTK should be able to claim a nice position on the pit. T 2-1-0 on this. The only person that's been able to catch him is that Yin, uneven. And you mentioned it earlier, the Yin has actually been pretty critical to Aggravate One's fights here.
And you can see a little bit of confidence spewing off from Uneven right there, but the counterplay comes out this time around. T takes the fight back into Uneven side, taking him out completely uncontested.
Revenge. It was so fast, he didn't have time to click that old button. Cartman possibly next, taking a little bit of damage. Lord is back up on the map. Is BloodThirstyKings going to go for it now, or do they wait for the enhanced?
I feel like 10 minutes in, they're definitely going to look to go for that Lord, try to get some of the outer towers to go completely through. But AO, honestly, on the back foot, it's only been 4K, but Chicken.
Yato dashes in. A little bit of damage onto Black there. White Chicken and Yato decide to back off, and while all this is happening, Mobazane chipping away at that Lord, and T just split pushing, man. Taking all the off lanes. They are his. This is his land right now, and if you're hanging out alone, he's going to find you.
Well, for me, Chicken on that Kufra, it's not too impactful yet. All right, he's sitting at a 0, 3, and 4, and we've actually kind of been seeing a lot of roamers being switched out. You know, we saw Twinks going from a roam into an XP back into the roam position. We saw Bossy on this roam position. It hasn't been, for me, too championship worthy. So maybe BTK is looking for an adjustment. Maybe they are just going with T on that XP, and, you know, Chicken just wants to have a little bit of fun. But top side, they do have a Lord marching down and bot Yin.
Yeah, Yin does go down to T once again. No, ISO finds the kill that time. Black in a little bit of trouble as well. Lord coming in, BTK with a 6,000 gold lead. Aggravate One seems like they had some opportunity early on, but now it's looking,
sweet.
Big damage from ISO. It's looking very similar to the last game.
Yeah, it's very, very sweet. Just as I said, Chicken hasn't had too many great sets. He definitely caught one right there, able to take out Cartman on this Edith. And that's a very, very good play. And you know, Chicken on this Kufra is not something that I've seen quite often, but he's definitely taking us through a seminar lesson right here. 7 to 10 is going to be the scoreboard. 12 minutes in, items on the board. You see Zane already completing pretty much all of the core item, and Chicken on the backside doesn't look to catch, doesn't look to really try and reach, because quite honestly, BTK, they already have a pretty sizable lead here.
Yeah, here's an interesting thing here. Yin going full damage here, which I get it, like it's something you build on Yin, but also you sacrifice a lot, because right now EXP laners need to be a little bit bulky, and it's why Yin is just getting shut down by ISO or shut down by T when he gets hit. And I think if they build him, if he builds a little bit tankier, you know, and just uses, it's more of a utility hero instead of like a I'm gonna get a kill hero, it could be the game changer. But because he's just committed to this full damage build, he's a little bit too easy of a target for some of the pickers of BTK?
Well, personally, I think Yin has to go full damage. And unfortunately, Yin is just not that type of hero that you really want to take into that XP. They were able to grab up some of the, the important targets, able to shut down T early on, but T is still sitting quite well at a 3-1-0. So, the Yin pick, it didn't really exactly work out. It had the early game pressure, but now with BTK having the whole entire map, AO really does not have a choice in terms of, let's say, checking bushes, because Black, he's going to be bursted down. Cartman, we've seen him fall to the Chinese Revenge of Chicken. Aggravate One's just in an extremely tough situation, and Second Lord coming up, this might just be it here.
Yeah, I mean, they have total control over the pit. 9k gold, like I said. Here comes T! Oh my god, the damage is insane. The worldly does come in, but it's still not enough. Mobazane going to be able to work away on this Lord along with ISO. Aggravate Ones can do nothing about this onslaught.
Yeah, the onslaught is just continuing. BTK takes up this Lord completely uncontested. AO on the back foot, looking to see if they could get at least some sort of advantage. And actually, they're doing a very, very unique strategy right now, and I think it's extremely disciplined. They're not looking to clear this mid so they can make sure that these lanes don't sync up too well. And BTK actually pushes this mid, so the sync is going to be completely negated. I feel like AO, they're going to be looking up to get ahead here. Oh!
White Chicken have a little bit of trouble there, a little bit too early. Cartman goes down, ISO able to pick it up uneven. Will take Yato out of the map. Might pay for his life here though, as Avery shuts down T. Uneven goes down though, it's 2 for 2 right now. Lord has crashed, connects, takes out the base. BTK gonna wait a little bit till they try to re-engage. They lost 2 major members of their team.
Now, quite interestingly, ISO picked up this Has Claws. You don't really see the Beatrix picking up the Has Claws anymore because Beatrix, unfortunately, the crit, it just does not work too well, but the damage is still there. Chunk down Magic completely. ISO, man, taking this game onto another level.
Yeah, Mobazane just picks up the
blade.
The bladed armor.
Tough.
Defense for Magic here. And it's going to respond a little bit of damage to Magic, so it helps out a little bit there. Take us through some of the other items if there's anything that catches your eye here, Yue.
There's something that's quite interesting that I'm not sure why it's not being picked up as often anymore. It's going to be the Twilight Armor, right? Against a Bruno, Twilight Armor definitely works well. And in this situation, they're just not going for it.
Oh, big knock up from Cartman there. White Chicken going to go down. The Primal Wrath pops. ISO, though, able to get a couple free shots. Takes out Cartman. White Chicken will be the next to take another, but Yato picks up the kill on the Black. And here comes T, able to take out Avery. That's 4 people down. Yin all alone back at the base. Where was he at? Because BTK is coming.
It's a good fight coming out from AO, but unfortunately, BTK just has too much items. They have all these spells available, and they're definitely looking to push for the end here.
Yeah, I don't think Avery can do anything about this. He's instantly annihilated. BTK gets onto the base. That is a 2-0 sweep. They drop Aggravate One down to the lower bracket.
As the Kings should, right? It's kind of, the prediction that has been said. BTK definitely a championship contender in this tournament. And AO, unfortunately, they just didn't get the wins that they were looking for here. And right, like AO, they tried their best. They tried to get into a game 3 situation. The Yin pick, honestly, I would say worked out. And especially the very first neutral objective, able to take Zane into the other realm, gets that retreat off, but unfortunately the bonk comes out. The Yin does end up falling, and the post-game stats come onto the board. 9-18 is going to be the overall scoreboard. 16 minutes game. Trex, who do you think deserves the MVP here?
I think everybody did an amazing job. Fried Chicken with all those short sets. I'm just kidding. T with that solid pick. ISO as well. I mean, it's a hard call. When a team dominates this much, it's kind of hard to decide who did the best because all of them just shredded through.
Yeah, and we take a look at some of the scoreboards. ISO did a very, very well done game. 9-2-1, able to farm up into that full items. Even picked up the Immortality as a safe insurance pick. Mobazane doing Zane things as well. Hit up with the Fredrin, played a complete, perfect, and clean game. So honestly, BTK dominated throughout every single role. Everyone did a part in their job, and you know, we got to see the 2 Neo Beast skins coming out, but some of the plays coming out, and honestly, it's not even a bad fight. A 3-man knockup coming in from Cartman, but they were trying to close out these fights, but it just feels like the Lilia is just a little bit too much to handle here.
I mean, that was just the perfect example right there of when a team gets too far ahead in gold, right? Even though you get a 3-4-man knockup, you're not able to take a single hero down with it. And you see that a lot. A team gets so far ahead that even when the team behind gets some huge combo off, they still cannot do anything about it because the damage isn't there, and the enemy bulky heroes are just, they got too many items locked in.
Yeah, and you know what's surprising? Yato doing 37% damage. He was sitting at, I believe, a 1, 2, and 11, so he was playing kind of a supporting actor, but ends up doing the most amount of damage. So props to Yato, definitely going away with this Lilia pick, and they got us to see both the Neo Beast skin, and you kind of talked about the little cyber bunnies that getting popped up from the Lilia. It's just really, really a pleasure to see.
All right, now we're taking a look at game 1 here, and Mobazane was on fire this game. Now that I think about it, if I had to really give an MVP to anyone, probably ends up being Mobazane, because game 1, he was all over the place. Game 2, he goes deathless. But there was, even the one time he died in game 1, it was after taking 2 or 3 people with him under the tower. He goes for a huge play, and on the Karina at that, showing, you know, this is a hero that he can still use very well, that not many people are running, and he can make plays happen on it.
Yeah, I'm going to have to disagree with you. I do think BTK, all members played well, but I do think the MVP goes to Yato here. He had a perfect game on the very first match, 2, 0, and 11, and continues to do the highest damage on BTK. He's the only magic damage dealer, but definitely it is all worth it when he is on any of these mages. And look at him, man. Look at him run. He's just running around with his cyber bunnies, making sure that he has the ultimate, the black shoes as the insurance, and taking care of business as usual for the Kings.
Definitely taking business as usual for the Kings. Now, Liz, I think we're going to be throwing back to you. How you feeling about those games?
Well, I hate to break it to you, Tretch is right. The MVP does go to our Jungle King himself, Mobazane. He did really well with his Karina and Fredrin having a consistent gameplay all throughout, despite his team all doing very well, securing a major victory against the other team. And Tretch, I know you talked about this. I also wanted to see Zane pull out some of his signature picks, but I need you to talk about how well he did on those 2 heroes.
I mean, he did amazing on those 2 heroes. Karina, like we said, he was shredding through. It's a hero that not many people are playing right now, so it is still a little off-brand, and it's something, you know, that is kind of his own brand. Fredrin, I mean, it's MOBA Fred, guys. We know this is something he thrives on. We know it's not something you want to give to him, and he showed it right there. I mean, the Appraisal's Wrath coming out of the Yin ultimate, the bonk, it's like a magic trick. Definitely some epic plays from the whole team. Mobazane with a well-deserved MVP.
Hey man, Mobazane, shoutouts to you. What a nice game coming through, but we kind of missed the YSS, we missed the Roger. That's definitely something that we want to see, maybe potentially in the next game. Liz, I'm gonna toss back to you.
Well, definitely. We'll see if Mobazane will hear our calling, but as we get prepared for the last series of the night, it's going to be with the OhioBrothers versus the Night Horde, and as our producers have hypothetically predicted, maybe, just maybe, the Night Horde will break the #1 right now and take it for the win. So let's find out as we come back in 5 minutes.
Welcome guys to the NACT recap with Liz. Now, can you believe it? NACT went into beast mode and we're already 2/3 through the regular season stages. It's been an intense journey and an uphill battle for some, but I'm here to take you through everything important that happened. Take a look. To start, TOB and BTK continued soaring high in the last stage, practically booking their tickets to LA. The next stage for these teams is more of an ego battle, stinging more than it waits. And if BTK fans are looking a little blue, it's probably because TOB continued to assert absolute dominance in the arena. By now, every member of TOB has put Mobazing's retry skill on the test, where even Shark managed to snatch a turtle from the Jungle Master's chest. Now let's hear from Shark on how he made his plays to get a taste of their victory.
Shark landed that hook onto Kaja, and what went on in that voice comms when that happened?
I mean, I'm calling the team to like stay in the mid spot, and I know the Kacha couldn't come to that spot, so I tried to hook on that spot, but for some reason I hooked Madis. I guess that lucky. Yeah.
So you wanted to hook Kaja, but you ended up actually hooking Mardis.
Yeah. In the voice chat I said Kacha, but I hooked Madis, so I just like 5.
Wait, when you hooked Mardis, what did they say? Like, oh!
I mean, we just 5. It's just a murder. I mean, it's even better if I hooked Madis there, so yeah.
Now that was just lucky. The rest is pure strategy, as when Shark is not landing his big hook energy, he is peeling for his jungler at all times, sometimes at the cost of others. Let's find out more.
And also, like, Shark, we noticed that you have played Angela a lot this season, and then you always save your ultimate for your one and only jungle best player. It doesn't matter who else needs that ultimate, but you always save that for best player, and that kind of is what makes it so golden for you guys. Because best player needs that like ulti, right? But also what we want to know is there like a secret agreement before the games? Like, does best player tell you, oh Shark, ult me, or if you ult someone else, would best player get mad at you?
No, I mean, this moment, I think just let Sia die, because the turtle fight more better for us. I mean, if I ult Sia here, he live and he don't do anything, and we don't have an Angela ult for the turtle fight, so I just ult Lin for the better, and we got turtle. Good trade.
That's true. It's all very tactical, and it teaches you guys as tank players to really look out for your carry and for what turns the game.
It is this sweet, sweet Angela that crowned our new King of the Jungle best player and let the Jungle King himself take us through some of his master engages.
And so today, we got you guys here to first talk a little bit about some of the plays that you've been making. Obviously, individually, you guys made a lot of plays, from Lord Steals to just Shark's Bush plays, as well as best players' amazing assassin skills. But as a whole, as a team, you guys have also made a lot of plays that got the viewers like, whoa. So let's go through a little bit and see like what went on in the team comp. And like this one here, Shark initiated, and then I don't even see Blessed player here, but then this was a 4 versus 4 right now, and then it kind of turned into just a mashup. So just go through a little bit like what happened here, guys.
I think for me, as a Fanny player, it was perfect for me. As you saw, Shark hooked the Mr. completely one-shot him. I was on my way down. Ramis also used his ult, which was literally perfect. Oh, Kaja also ulted the Fredrin, by the way. So there was basically nothing stopping me here. The only thing that they could have done was flicker out or just try to dodge me. But as you see here, I think I played it perfectly. Killed Ramis in one shot.
Power dive, but they like used all their utility.
Yep. It was actually the perfect scenario for me this game.
Were you recalling right here?
Well. Oh, yeah, I was, a little bit of bad manners, but that's all for fun, you know?
Oh, and that was one HP, but you still lived.
Now, as our reigning champs prep for the next stage, what do they have to say to each other to continue that dominance?
And as you guys are here, I want to know, best player, or Shark, is there anything that you want to say to each other that you haven't said? And I'm sure you've said a lot of things to each other during practice and everything, but is there one thing that you would wish the other person do more in the game, or just anything you want to say to the other person as a jungler or as a tank player? Like, what do you wish they're doing more, or just anything that you want to tell them?
For me, honestly, I don't think there's anything I want Shark to do more. I think he played this perfectly as a jungle and roam, you know. And about the whole ult thing, yeah, I mean, clearly the majority of the ults will go on me, but if he has to ult others, he will, you know. It's just like, all situations are different.
And he's like, if you will, but you know, you should still ult me. And Shark?
I mean, for me, Carlos, I think he stopped doing the recalling. Sometimes he might die.
Oh yeah.
It's up the game. But yeah, he did good the whole time, so it's It's fine.
Wait, so there's times where he like recalls and then he dies, and then it's just like a little bit embarrassing.
Yeah.
Is there anything
Thank
else you want
you.
to say to your fans?
For anybody that's out there, support TOB and make sure to support me and the BTK brothers out there in ISF.
Shifting gears to the fateful showdown of the underdogs, Stage 2 witnessed a major reshuffle as KnightsofFate stepped up their games. These NA gems has finally made a mark with their overpowered mechanics and high versatility as they secured a top 3 finish with some of the most unconventional and head-turning drafts. I've managed to get Zero and Powerless, the mastermind behind NACT, to answer some questions that you're dying to know.
Powerless and Zero, you guys have 2 weeks until that series come, and you're in a good position because we talked about in the last recap like how many points you need to get in order to make a comeback, and then for the bottom teams after around stage 1, you needed to get at least a top 3 play, and then you guys made it. You guys were the only team that made it through and got the top 3 finish in stage 1, in stage 2. So moving to the next round, a lot of our fans have been watching you guys since 2020, and I've actually put a lot of hopes in you guys too. So moving to next stage, are there any like changes that you guys are deciding to make to secure that top 3 finish, or how confident you are?
I'm pretty confident that we can get the top 3 again.
I too am confident with how it's going right now. To get top 3.
I think we just need a little more time to figure out a game plan and draft. Because in all honesty, this week we only kind of planned for Avalon, and we were like, yo, we're not going to be able to play the rest of the games. We're too tired for this. We don't know what to do. So we kind of just went along with it. We really only planned for winning against Avaternal.
As discussed in our last recap, getting a top 3 placement is critical for some of these teams to get a foot back in the game. Now, KnightsofFate made it happen, but not everyone is just as lucky. Despite Area 77 coming online with DPR landing that double Savage and Maniac in just 1 game, it wasn't enough. Bloodhounds also fell down the safety zone, putting their fate on the line. So stage 3 is where the real race begins, as Avalon, KnightsofFate, and Bloodhounds have to battle it out neck to neck on points to defy all odds and secure their quarterfinal tickets. But hey, anything can happen in the Land of Dawn, as there are still 2 weeks until our warriors reunite in the battlefield after ISF. This is also a reminder for everyone to check out ISF, where Best Player is joining BTK to represent the United States in Romania. Now, as that's happening, we're also looking at the first open period for NACT teams making roster adjustments. And based on the changes we've speculated and heard, it might be just what the teams need to turn their fortunes around in the last stage. I'm your host, Liz. This is your recap of the NACT and your journey to M5. I'll see you next time.
Bloodhounds, all of them very low. Tyrants rage onto the wall. Zero takes down Dino.
We are back for the last series of the night, where let's see how well the Ohio Brothers is going to do against the Night Horde, who's going to come on top. I know it might be a series that you're going to be like, it's just going to be the Ohio Brothers dominating their way, but we'll see what actually happens. Because anything can happen, and we always cheer for the underdogs, just like UA is doing for this game. Now, UA, take us through your predictions and tracks, what you're looking forward to in this game.
Oh man, rooting for the underdogs this season definitely has taken a toll on some of the statistics, but it's definitely brought in a lot of fun and enjoyment from the side of casting and, you know, being on board here. Now, Trex, 20-5 is your score. Not doing too good, but also not doing too shabby, right?
You don't tell me I'm not doing too good, Mr. 4-21.
Hey, the rankings, right? It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, Trex and me.
This is true. I'm actually second to last place, so I'm not doing that great, I guess. But no, I mean, listen, man. You know, I think some of these are easy. Some of them you have to take some chances. I think you could definitely just go through and whatever teams won the most, vote yes for that team, as some of the other casters are doing. But no, but I will say this: I did think that Bloodhounds was probably going to win that. So good for them. They got the better vote. I think as things go on, hopefully, as NACT moves forward, hopefully the votes do start to skew a bit more, and it's not always so one-sided, because that's a little how it's starting to feel. You know, last game, honestly, a little rough. BTK just completely demolished Aggravate One. I'm hoping that Night Horde comes up with something, and it's just not a complete and utter demise for them.
And I mean, it's true. And with the new roster update with the Night Horde, let's see what they swapped in and out.
Reckless is still going to be into that roam position. Jolie is going to be the new gold lane coming out for Kong. I believe Jolie did play on a couple different teams, so definitely familiar faces. Saku actually ends up joining the boat also on this Night Horde. One of the first female players in North America, especially in this NACT. Back then, we did see, you know, people like Nicolette, Ashley coming in, Panda, but this time around, we do see Saku and a player substitute coming in. Tyrant gets swapped into that XP position. And Matt, for you, does come out. I did not see his name right there. We all know Tyrant as one of the local guys around here. So definitely a very big face for the Night Horde server. Any names that stand out to you, Trex?
I mean, Tyrant is kind of like the runner of the team. Night Horde is like his thing. He used to play on the team, then he kind of backed off and went into more of like manager, coach, whatever, I don't know, but he hasn't really been part of the roster for a while, but he's always on the roster list, essentially. So I don't know what happened, but we are going to get to see him play. I haven't seen him play in a little while. Excited to see exactly what he's going to be doing with the team.
I think last time he did pick up a roam role, and he did pretty well in the game. I forgot which game it was against, but let's see how Tyrant pulls out against the strongest team right now, TOB, as we get this match started.
All right, last series of the night, UA. Let's pump up a little bit. Let's take a second, you know, a couple deep breaths, get in the groove. We're both, you know, we're feeling it. We've had some great games. We've had some sweeps. Let's hope we get a great game ahead of us. The Ohio Brothers up against the Night Horde. Ohio Brothers will be on the blue side with first ban, first pick, UA.
Well, let me grab my goggles real quick.
What are we looking for?
We're definitely looking for that Valentine. No, I'm just kidding. The Night Horde, honestly, it's a team that's really well known throughout the community. It's also the Ohio Brothers being one of the championship contenders, definitely looking to secure their first or second place in this phase. Night Horde, on the other hand, a lot of familiar faces, a lot of old names. So, you know, with the new roster change, maybe it might bring a different element of surprise. But we also saw in the last game, it feels like the Kings are just staying the Kings. The Brothers are staying the dominant ones. So I'm not going to be surprised if I do see Ohio Brothers kind of sweep through this one, because quite honestly, Night Horde just does not have the standings yet so far to say, hey man, they're definitely looking to be the team to upset the dark horses, because quite honestly, A77, Bloodhounds, and also for the Knights of Fate, those guys are the ones contending for that 4th spot here.
Okay, so quick note, Zed is actually the sub, not Tyrant. Zed, we're going to have some fun with that name later. Zed is in. We have the Fredrin band coming in from the side of Night Horde. Both teams, which I'm kind of surprised about, both teams taking things very slow. The OhioBrothers taking their time. Excited to see what Zia picks. Right now, like, Beatrix has been his like bread and butter, but now with Bruno getting so heavily involved in this, I'm wondering if we're going to get to see Zia on the Bruno, which I'm excited for, because Zia, honestly, probably ranked as #1 gold laner, I would have to say. Maybe it's just because he's part of TOB, but he's also just been doing a wonderful job. There have been games where he has carried TOB. The huge Lord Steal that he pulled off from Moba Zane back in like phase 1 or phase 2, I can't remember exactly, but just has been all over the place and has been decimating players all throughout phase 1 and 2. So I'm excited to see if this is going to be a pick for him, if this is going to be something we see him on.
And Zia, just talking about him once again, he's also that type of player that likes to pick winning matchups regardless of the meta, right? He likes the Clint, and he picked up the Clint before we ever even seen anyone do that. He picked up the Clint and did well. He's that type of player that likes the Bruno, likes the Rithel. He challenges himself to go, with a complete different type of meta, which makes him stand out compared to all these other marksman gold laners now. With the bans being on the board, something that worries me a little bit, right? We're seeing a lot of these tanky fighters being banned out. The Eve is going unbanned. Also the Fanny, right? It's a little bit disrespectful for me that you see best player on the OhioBrothers and the Fanny is not even being prioritized as the first 2 bans. It's going to get Night Hordes in the choke point, where if OhioBrothers lets open something great like the Eve or something like the Boxia, it might make Night Hordes suffer in terms of this last ban, because they're in a chokehold position here.
Kaja ban does come out from the OhioBrothers, like you said. So Ling's open, Fanny's open, a lot of options for best player. Is that something he even wants to go? We know the possibilities there. But at the same time, does Night Horde, if they're going to beat the OhioBrothers, you got to be able to let some things maybe go through possibly. You have to be ready for those possibilities. Night Horde, though, definitely thinking about it, right? And the Angela's open right now. We know, and the thing about the OhioBrothers, too, is they probably have one of the deepest hero pools, I would say, out of everyone on the roster of top 8. Yeah, like Knights of Fate gets a little crazy, but the OhioBrothers have probably an insane amount of flexibility, especially with meta picks. Like, we're not talking about cheese and like they'll pick some things, flex them around, and they're always throwing some sort of left hook in the draft, especially if they really think you got them. Like when they go against BTK, it's one of the ways that they always end up winning out. They're just able to shred through them in that draft, pull up a composition that ends up working and make it work in the game. Now, the OhioBrothers on the blue side, first pick is up. Valentina was the final ban for the Night Horde. So yes, Fanny's open, Ling's open, a lot of best players, hot picks are open, to the point where they don't even have to first pick him, right? Like, even if they don't get the Fanny, they get something else. Even if they don't get the Ling, they get something else. So a lot of possibilities, but there it is. Fanny will be the first pick.
Maybe they're going to go with a strategy of maybe going with the Kufra. Maybe the Franco is still available. There's also that XP export, but against the Fanny, it might not be enough. There's still a lot, a lot to kind of talk about for the Night Horde side. But once again, OhioBrothers giving the Fanny, for me, it's disrespectful now. Honestly, Shark on Fanny, that's we've seen that before, right?
Well, I mean, they might swap it. They definitely might swap it. Oh, look at all this space, guys. Looks like UA's having a couple technical difficulties. We're going to get them squared away. But today, for this draft, we are on the Trek Show. Hello and welcome. Now, we're going to go back to some story time once again, guys, because if you don't recall, UA, my counterpart, was just about to mention it. Super Shark Shark, the man, the myth, the legend, has actually played Fanny Rome before. And with him holding on to this, knowing how, you know, occasionally TOB, they like to cheese a little bit. They like to have some fun. And with the lead that they are in right now, those possibilities are definitely there. Did you hear what I was saying there, Yue? Are you at least up to date?
Most definitely. I'm looking at the
Or were you
draft.
gone for a second?
I'm looking at the draft right now. The Xborg pick does come back out. It's, you know, I like the Xborg pick, but is it really going to be, you know, counteractive with the Fanny? Xborg traditionally does well against the front to back. It has the fire, the mowing down built with the Ice Queen wand, does provide a lot of the CC and a lot of utilities there, but I don't know if that's going to be good enough. Now, Novaria, it's been a hot pick, but one of the best counters is assassins that are able to get onto that backside. And for me, that is going to be a no, because Novaria is going to be so fragile when it comes down to the cutthroat coming in, the steel cables. He's just going to be able to get onto that backside. And along with the Benedetta, paired up with the Petrify, I don't think Night Horde is going to have a good time in this draft.
I think Shark's going to go Fanny. I do. I think Shark's going to go Fanny, Petrify Fanny. We've seen him do it before. I think they're going to do it. They have a huge lead right now in points. They have a lot of space to have fun. You know, I've talked to TOB. I've talked to players like Hoon and like Shark stuff before. And Best Player is not really big on the whole like trolling thing, on the whole like cheesing thing. Like he's the one who's like, no, guys. But like knowing Shark's on this Fanny, I can hear the comms right now. Shark's like, I'm just playing Fanny. And Best Player's probably like, just give me the Fanny, swap it over. And Shark's like, no, I'm playing Fanny. But definitely a possibility. We've seen him run it before, especially when they don't really have much to lose. And we've seen him actually pull it off before. So we could be in for a treat here. Milo picks up the Benedetta. Something we haven't seen in a while. But I don't think it's like, I think especially against an Xborg, you have the ability to get behind the Xborg. You have a lot of possibilities to move around the Xborg. So if that Xborg is going to go EXP lane, I think it's a solid pick.
Now, I'm going to bring in a little bit of a juicy information on Milo on this Benedetta. He was actually very top United States Benedetta with an extremely high win rate back in the days when he was playing with Soda in 9OC. And these were like, you know, way back then. We're talking about when Benedetta first got released. So in terms of his mastery on this hero, I'm gonna predict that we're gonna see something unbelievable come out from Milo, because that is one of his bread and butter, and I think he's excited to go against that Xborg matchup here. The bans are out on the table. Eve and also Angela did get banned out, and two of the marksmen, especially the early game, does get banned. So maybe Night Horde looks to go for something like a Clint, but no, they end up going with the Beatrix pick here.
Jolie. Yeah, I like the Beatrix pick. Best player, you know, Lunox. That's probably for Hoon, right?
No,
I'm guessing it's going to be for Hoon.
He'll do it.
Jungle what? Jungle Lunox,
He'll do it.
Fanny Rome?
He'll do it. They'll do it. I've seen it. He loves it.
It's spicy. It's spicy.
Ooh.
Oh my god. I can't right now, yo.
We got a beautiful game coming out. I think Hoon did see that Zero was picking up that Gus earlier, and he was like, maybe I'm gonna be.
I don't need this. I don't need any notes. Let's just get into this.
Toss.
Let's have some fun, boys.
Toss everything out the table.
Yue, you got this. How about this? Yue, you want to play by play? Let's just get crazy, man. Let's.
Well, you know, the Gus pick, we've seen it work quite well. It does. You know, I wouldn't say it completely counters out the Novaria, but it does give some sort of kill pressure. Now, the only thing that I'm worried about is if Night Horde gets this Kufra into a great position. It can really defend against the Fanny. It can defend against the Gus. It does extremely well in the whole entire comp of TheOhioBrothers. But Night Horde completes their draft, goes with the Lancelot. We haven't seen it do quite well today in day one, but maybe Myth is going to change our minds here.
I think the Lancelot's solid. You also have a lot of abilities to phase out, and you know, with the Thorn Rose, you have some escapability from Super Shark, from Best Player, from Hoon, from all of this burst that could possibly come at you. Now, TheOhioBrothers, looking at this composition, right, like it's risk it for the biscuit, right? It's high risk, high reward. If at any point in this early phase they start to steamroll, it is a wrap. Hoon is going to be all over them. Best player is going to be all over them. Shark's going to be all over them. Yes, they are squishy, and Night Horde, I mean, in all technicality, Night Horde has the advantage, but if they get overwhelmed at any point, that is going to be it. Now, let's jump into the land of Dawn for the final series of tonight in the North American Challengers Tournament. This is day 1 of Phase 3, and we're going to wrap it up with the TheOhioBrothers up against the Night Horde.
Man, can we just take a time to, you know, appreciate the beautiful skins coming out? You got that legend skin coming out from that Lunox, the K Gus skin. You know, it's always been a staple in the community. You also got the Fanny with the little anime stuff. Like, honestly, it's a beautiful scene, but take a look at some of the emblems for adaptive penetration coming out from the side of TOB.
Or assassin emblems.
And you can see 3 Tenasties coming out. Night Horde is ready for a defensive show here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they got to do, right? I mean, just try to survive the initial onslaught. Because if they can last it out, like, don't get me wrong, if you saw some team draft like the TheOhioBrothers right here over in MPL, you would definitely say that Night Horde has the advantage in terms of draft. Shark, though, with the Petrify, almost gets the finish there. Reckless able to just get away, though.
Yeah, Shark actually got an extremely early level 2, already putting up some sort of damage. So he's doing quite well for himself early on. You talked about the 3 Petrifies coming out, Milo, Hoon, and Shark. That's going to be a lot of early game pressure. And if they're able to stack up maybe some of the Petrifies, it's definitely going to do quite well in this series and give them a very good early game advantage.
Shark, not the best one you want to be cabling against. The bouncing ball is going to slow you down here. Shark showing off the cables, man. Showing off the cables right now.
He's definitely taking some lessons from best player and Gosu Zero. He's definitely been looking at some of the cables, and I think, you know, it takes a bit of top.
Listen, Shark's, Milo goes down. Shark's been doing this, man. Little do many know, Shark's had cable skills for a while now, for several years. It's been this crit that he holds from people, but Shark's had cable skills. This guy's, it makes you wonder, man. It makes you wonder what could have been if he never became a roamer.
Definitely a lot of the roamers, I feel like, you have to play roam in a very high mechanical situation. You gotta have very good IQ. You gotta make sure that you know how to run all these things, but getting caught off here a little bit once again.
Yeah, that bouncing ball is going to be trouble. Bouncing ball is definitely going to be trouble. Hoon coming in as well, doing a little bit of chip damage, but still no finish. The TheOhioBrothers not able to be super aggressive with the composition that they have, waiting for that mid game.
Yeah, but Night Horde is already up in this 2-minute mark. That's something that you can't really say.
Oh, is he in trouble?
Jolie.
Yo, what if DOB lost like both games, not just one? What if they troll this one, lost, and Night Horde moves forward?
Well, we did see the little talent prediction, or we did see the prediction coming up when we did have our little round table. And you know, if Night Horde is able to secure this victory going forward, they should be able to do quite well, and they definitely have a chance to secure that top 4 position. So Night Horde's definitely fighting neck to neck here, but TOB, I don't think they're gonna give this series that easily.
I mean, you never know. This is Mobile Legends, and you know, I didn't think that Super Shark was going to play Fanny, and I didn't think Hoon was going to pick Dushin, or best player pick Lunox, but here we are, UA. Like I said, tonight we have entered into the multiverse of NACT. Everything has been flip-flopped, and Night Horde are up 3 against the TheOhioBrothers.
Now, here's the thing. The Kufra, it's already doing work. It's 0-0-3. I kind of talked about it earlier. The Kufra does extremely well against every single member of the TheOhioBrothers. It's definitely going to be a counter to a lot of the Assassins. So I think it's going to be based off of how well Reckless does. In TOB, they actually don't have a tank. So if they...
That's big. That's big. Here comes Shark, though, looking for a possible finish. Gets a Petrify on a Myth. Trying to get the final hit. Can't connect, though. And they lose Zia for not.
They do end up losing Zia there, but TOB, they still looking like they have the map control. It's only about a 2k difference, but TOB picks up the very second objective here.
An objective for them. They're not too far behind. It's only 1,000 gold. And like I said, Hoon, having not taken a single death, we've seen how much damage the Gushin will do from 0 earlier on tonight. We know that once that spike comes, it can be huge. Milo sitting at 1 death, but best player as well. I think Hoon and best player are going to be critical when this 7-8 minute mark comes in.
Yeah, and they're definitely looking to scale into some of the damage items. They don't have the tankiness that they necessarily need, but TOB definitely still has in Shark. Ooh.
Okay.
How?
Okay. I don't know exactly how that burn, is that the passive?
Oh, it is the lethal ignition. You are correct. They're able to get that. And Zia was able to pick up another one. That's a 3-for-0 trade. And suddenly, OhioBrothers catching up in terms of the gold. It's still a 500 gold difference, but definitely TOB's looking. And whoa, looking at the role switch right now, Milo actually sticking into a roam position.
Wait, is Milo's move? I mean, has he? What, did he pick up something?
Yeah,
Am I missing something?
He picked up the roam item, and now he's sitting next to Zia. Yeah, look, he's got that little gold thing on top. Conceal.
Milo looking for something here. Zia also taking a little bit of damage. Watch out for Reckless. He's gonna try to dive in. They already give the outplay. Hoon taking out Xborg. Zed's dead in the top lane.
I think it's just matchups, right? They know they could get a small advantage with the Fanny on the top side, but bots, they're able to take care of Milo trying to clear that waves, but unfortunately, they're not able to get anything outside of that.
Best player's still doing a good job though, right? 0 deaths, able to jungle. I'm ready to see where he's sitting in gold, where he's sitting in items, how well he's scaling right now with the rest of his team taking some deaths. Turtle is up, last turtle of the game.
And you can look at Jolie right here, desperately trying to get that bot side. They're able to they should be able to get that no problem. And they're still putting Zia on this bot side by himself. Milo, a little pressure.
Jolie! Super Shark will be able to pick up that kill. And with him going back, he may even be able to get up to the turtle in time.
Tyrant's Revenge does come out.
Best player in a little bit of trouble. Forces the Brilliance, trying to escape. Backtracks, still takes the hit, and Zed finds the final hit. Reckless does go down. Milo able to pick up the kill. Hoon finds Zed. That's 3-4-2 over the map.
Yeah, but the scoreboard is 7-7 at 7 minutes in. TOB picks up their second tower of the game. They're able to get that top side, looking to get that bot side, and now with a neutral objective, Myth. Let's see if he can grab a little.
Oh, nothing to grab there. Myth goes down. Hoon grabs something himself. He's 3-0-1 right now. And now that we're at the 7 minute, this is where we're going to have to start to be careful because Hoon's going to start packing a real punch.
Oh, Hoon's definitely going to be packing a real punch. He should be able to shred down any of the backline units coming out from Night Horde. But what Night Horde does have is they actually have some kills, and the kills are actually on their damage dealer. Beatrix already has that BOD, looking to scale into that late game along with that that antique, I don't even know what that item is called anymore. The antique thingy, Dreadnought, the Dreadnought
armor.
The Dreadnought armor.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. So Night Horde definitely haven't lost, but they have fallen about 3K behind. The OhioBrothers are starting to scale with the composition they have. That can be scary. Brilliance comes out there under the tower. Zia gets one more shot before they hightail it away. Super Shark in the bot side going to clear some waves, but up in the top, Hoon trying to make an engage. But Reckless, able to find him, gets petrified before he can pop it, but Jolie still finds a kill. Hoon goes down for Reckless, and Jolie gets some nice damage on to Zia before finally Milo falls as well.
Now, they were able to pick up 2 kills by the Shark.
Super Shark under the base, able to find Saku. Swings in.
They're able
finding those kills time and time.
They're able to get a couple of kills traded for both sides, but the bad thing is OhioBrothers seemingly they just have the macro available. They're still pushing the towers. Look at the bot side tower already chunked dangerously low. They traded kills for a mid-side tower push too. So even though kills are still quite even, 10-9, but OhioBrothers definitely going to be leading with the map very soon and looking to kind of snowball into that mid-late game.
Yeah, I mean, they're running. Here's the thing, like the OhioBrothers normally run a very tight composition. This time they're all over the place, and it works so well with the Fanny, with the Gushin, with the high mobility of Milo. They're all over the place, and yeah, like you said, even if they tie up in kills, if every time they have a skirmish, you know, they 1-for-1, they 2-for-1, they 2-for-2, they 3-for-2, whatever. It doesn't matter as long as they're controlling the map, and that's what they're doing right now.
Yep, controlling the map. Milo, even though he's on the roam position, he's quite squishy, so there's still a lot of opportunity to pick them up. TOB with a bad team fight. Honestly, that team with this type of comp can still fall, but Night Horde, they have to make sure that Kufra can get a good set. They have the clear potential to go into late game. 3 of the biggest clears in the game, the X-Borg, the Novaria, along with the Beatrix. So honestly, it does look like Night Horde should be able to take this game into that mid and late game phase, but they must not get snowballed. They must not lose these niche objectives, and they need to make sure that they do damage and poke before TOB comes in and kills them.
Yeah, let's see if they can pull it off here. Rekkles needs to have a big set. You mentioned right when this game started that Rekkles on this Kufra was going to be very important for Night Horde's victory here. But it seems like he's having a little bit of trouble, and the mega kill happens. Zia picks it up. They get onto him, and now they're going to move on to the Lord. And with that gone, Night Horde is going to have a little trouble entering into this pit.
Oh, a little bit of a Spider-Man action coming out from Shark right there. Hit like that 8 cables, and the Retribution does come out. Myth unfortunately came a little bit late, and Milo might bite off more than he can chew.
Ooh, Milo goes in, is able to get away. Zia picks up the kill onto Myth with the torn apart memories. We're going to have to start calling him Shark. We got to just start calling him Spida.
The Mr. Spider-Man on this Fanny. I would not. I would like to see Shark on this Fanny again. All right, he's going to play a pretty good game right now. He did get damaged early on, but best player with the chunk Rekkles down.
Yeah, Rekkles takes a lot of damage. Best player to pick up the kill, sitting at 2, 1, and 4 right now. Another tower drops in the bot side, and they're going to take this top tier 2 as well. The OhioBrothers controlling the map completely, taking away buffs, taking away everything, just completely oppressing the Night Horde right now.
Can we
Ooh, best player goes in. Brilliance comes out, gets some damage on a Myth, decides to back off, but still clears the wave. And now mid-tier 2 drops as well. The Lord is connected and broken through the bot side. Now they're going to move in comes Shark.
Whoa.
Dashing through. All inhibitors do still stand. The OhioBrothers decide to back off.
Man, they make roamers like that? If a roamer can do that, I don't even know what to say. Like, I play roam, but I definitely cannot do anything what Shark just did right there. You know what I'm curious about, Trex? Some of the items coming up. I want to see how many defensive items OhioBrother has, and quite honestly, they got Milo on an anti what is it called? Immortality. But,
I mean, he's got the dominance
not
ice.
Immortality, yeah.
It looks like he's working. He's got I forget what the hat's called, but the way onto
an Oracle or Athena.
Onto Oracle, or to Athena's. But other than that, everyone is damaged. Zia has the gold meteor, but it's just full kick and punch on the side of the OhioBrothers. They're just trying to knock down the door. They got the raid squad going on, the goon squad, as you might call it, ready to kick down the door and come in. Night Horde just trying to survive here. Rekkles looking for a play time and time again, but hasn't been able to make the big one happen.
It's definitely kind of a killed or be killed situation for Night Horde. They do have an advantage. They have this front line able to check bushes, but the damage coming out from Ohio, and honestly, the micro and the macro, both in terms of getting these objectives like the towers on the bot side, mid, and the top side. They're able to get everything, including the neutral objectives, and also take care of business when it comes down to fights. So OhioBrothers, they're just playing this game quite well.
Ooh, Rekkles connects. Finds a kill. Super Shark goes down first. Rekkles looking for another one, possibly has to flicker back, but goes down. Zia picks up the kill. Myth now on the run, and Hoon dives into the line. It will do some nice damage. Milo also going to the backside, looking for Saku. He's under the base. What is he doing? Zed picks up the kill. The OhioBrothers don't care right now. They're ready to fight. They want to have fun.
Having a little fun. This is kind of what we want to see, but OhioBrothers, they still have to make sure that they're keeping business in check, because, you know, with 1 or 2 team fights, a whole entire map can be, you know, completely overturned. We saw in the A77 game, they were able to get that victory because of a throw here and there, and I would not say OhioBrother is, you know, completely protected from that. If they run a bad fight, if Jolie was able to come up ahead and stay alive, that might spell some trouble for Team Bloodhounds.
Oh, big damage on Jolie there. Best player able to pick it up, moving on Saku next. Walks into Zed, though. Might be in a little bit of trouble, taking a lot of damage. Best player's not going to be able to survive that one. Goes down. Reckless now watching out for Hoon. It's 1-for-1. Best player for Jolie. Milo trying to lock on to Reckless here. Reckless might not be able to get away. The Petrify, the stun, and Milo picks up the kill. Zia, while this is happening, picks up the inhibitor on the bot side, able to get some nice split push action in. Milo moving on to Myth, but takes a meteor to the face, taking a little bit too much damage and has to get out.
Yeah, TOB, they're still playing the macro game really well. They definitely are not afraid to trade a couple of kills here and there for some of these towers. And I do think that is going to be the right decision that OhioBrothers make. That's the difference why this is a championship contending team versus the ones that are just trying to survive. They're not afraid to fight. They're not afraid to die. And quite importantly, they're making sure that they have the macros, they have the push, and they're getting objectives even with the death of their members.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's definitely going to be interesting. Night Horde very on the back foot right now. They've only been able to take one tower. 7K gold deficit. The OhioBrothers with their composition. I mean, the burst damage, the possibilities. Night Horde does still have a chance. They just got to kind of even out the gold, I feel like. Get some of those defensive items in to where the Gushin starts to fall off, to where the Fanny just can't output the damage and one-shot people. Get some of those immortalities in. Get some possibilities to actually make these fights last out. Because the picks that the Night Horde have, I mean, they're all solid picks. This is a composition that you would see, you know, in the current meta, but the OhioBrothers are just outclassing them, outstyling them. And what we've been mentioning the whole time, the major problem is the macro. They're all over the map right now, splitting up the Night Horde.
Well, here's the thing, right? Night Horde, they do have a lot of clear. They have the Nova, they have the Beatrix, they have the X-Borg. So in terms of the Lords, they should be in quite a good situation. On the other hand, TOB, they have the Assassin picks to make sure that they can get onto the backside. If they get a good sync here, they should have the potential to at least get all the outer towers. If not, maybe even get that inner down and, you know, take the game. But it does seem like the sync is not going well. The mid has been pushed out and the Lord is only marching onto the bot side.
And Milo now going to get a little bit of an engage, but best players is going to hang out. I mean, Lord coming. Can the OhioBrothers end this here? They have the damage. They have the punch. They've got a 9K gold lead. The possibilities are there. You mentioned that the Night Horde does have a lot of siege potential, a lot of defense potential with Jolie as well. They're going to start melting down the Lord. They drop the bombs. Lord down to about half health already, but Milo comes in through the mid side, able to break down another base tower. The Echo... The Astral Echo comes out, Vision onto the side of the Night Horde, but here comes Shark with the Cutthroat onto the backside. Reckless tries to get the big push, brings everyone under the crystal. Zed comes in with that last Insanity, finds best player. It's a little bit of a response, 2-for-1 currently, but all their base is cracked open, and Milo doesn't stop, neither does Hoon. He dashes in, he's looking for an engage. Hoon tries to drop the knives. Ooh. Milo flickers in, gets a dash, trying to finish off Zed. Zed does have the immortality though. Shark is onto the base. They have the minions. Can they get the finish here? Zia gets a couple shots off. More minions having close. Hoon dashes in, finds a kill, and that is it. The base goes down. The OhioBrothers take game number 1.
Isn't that just so ridiculous, Trex? They're able to just take this game like this, and seemingly it almost felt like the sync did not go well, but it ended up being a perfect sync. The Lord marching down onto that far lane on the bot side, and the mid wave crashed at the same exact time. Like, they're able to kind of just plan out everything and just dominate with every little bit of these map pressures that are coming through. OhioBrothers completely outclassing Night Horde right here in this very first game, especially with the picks that are coming out. It's, you know, it's almost unheard of to go with a Fanny Gus mid lane and Lunox jungle and able to get the victory. We don't even see that in ranked games, Trex.
It's definitely quite the game. Super Shark. I mean, like we mentioned, just full damage build from everybody. Literally out of 5 heroes, we have 2 defensive items, and they are on the same player, Milo. So it's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage. Night Horde not able to withstand it. End up going down at 18 minutes.
And you know what's quite interesting is the switch that they made, a mid-game switch. They put Milo from the XP position. He bought Roam and they shoved him onto that Roam position to try and defend the bot side with Zia. And quite honestly, Nighthorde had the advantage early on. They were able to get that push on the bot side, able to grab up a few kills here and there, deny Shark, especially with that Kufra, but the late game potential, Shark kind of just went Super Saiyan, able to grab up, and man, look at that Lunox.
Moon 2 just constantly coming in, best player all over them. And I mean, it wasn't like an insane game from best player there, but still finding the kills. And this is, I mean, they just all constantly kept coming in, constantly kept hammering. And as long as one or two players, you know, as long as they keep getting those 1-for-1 trades, they have someone else somewhere else on the map, you know, taking a tower, taking a tower, taking a tower. And it's not just the picks, right? And like, without those picks, they may have not been able to run that strategy, honestly. And I know it seems cheesy, but really, like, it does kind of work in a sense, because best player goes in, jumps onto 3 of them, but while that's happening, Zia's taking a tower. And then it goes the same way around. Milo jumps in, but while that's happening, Super Shark's somewhere else taking a tower. So that's really how they won that game, just taking tower by tower throughout the whole stage of those 18 minutes.
It's honestly such a well played from OhioBrothers, already showing a master class of the game once again. You know, this is once again like, are you guys entertained yet? The Gus, the Fanny coming out. You got the Lunox in the jungle. You got Zia taking care of business by himself with the Brody. He needs nobody there. And even the switch coming in from the Roam, it just it makes OhioBrothers look untouchable in this series so far. And going into the second game, last series of the day, I wonder if Nighthorde has some sort of pocket picks to maybe overcome a game or two to push them onto a better position.
I mean, at this point, I don't think pocket picks are what they need. I mean, I feel like the OhioBrothers show, like the OhioBrothers just went completely off the rails, completely off meta, and still were able to get the dub. I think Nighthorde, like you said, they had a small advantage at the beginning. I think they need to learn how to push. They got to just push that in, man. Once you get an inch, you got to take a mile in the OhioBrothers. Once you have an advantage, you can't be scared at any point. You can't be worried. You just have to come in. You have to play good. And if maybe just rely on the OhioBrothers getting a little off-brand again and taking advantage of that. That seems to be the only hope. They definitely got to step something up here. Reckless needs to land those attacks. And like, the OhioBrothers can get a little crazy sometimes. Even when they pick super meta picks, they can be very aggressive. And I think that could be the downfall. If Nighthorde can set some traps, be patient, maybe there's some answers there.
Now, what's something interesting is, are we gonna see another Fanny being let go for the OhioBrothers? For me, it's extremely disrespectful, right? You have best player on the Fanny, now you're taking Super Shark on the Fanny, and he did an insane amount of jobs. So not taking that off the board, it smells a little bit of trouble for me, because it's just opening the best heroes for the side of OhioBrothers. With the X-Borg ban, I don't even think an X-Borg is warranted. I don't even think OhioBrother cares too much about that hero. I feel like maybe Bloodhounds definitely like to prioritize that, or even A77 DPR has a very good X-Borg, but OhioBrothers, they like to go light. They like to play the assassins, they go damage heavy, and quite honestly, I don't know if Nighthorde has it in them to take this game too.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough, it's a hard cause to believe in. The OhioBrothers are definitely just, you know, it feels like they're leagues above the Nighthorde right now. Nighthorde though, I mean, we've seen it happen. We saw the OhioBrothers lose a game to Bloodhounds in the first phase. You know, we've seen the possibilities from some of these teams. Nighthorde's definitely the new kids on the block here, and with some of the major roster changes that they had in these past 2 weeks, and now even this final switch in with Zed. It definitely doesn't seem like it's in their favor. We're seeing, it feels like there's just a lack of synergy, and the OhioBrothers are probably one of the most, synergetic, I don't know if that's a word, but one of the teams with the highest synergy out of anyone in the league right now, anyone in the season right now. they work so well together. Even when they run a composition like last game where it just feels like all of them are everywhere, it still feels like it all has a purpose, right? Like they're doing everything for a reason, and it's so hard to keep up with that. You can't just beat it off of raw talent. You can't just beat it off of a great draft. You have to also have that same type of synergy. And if the Night Horde doesn't have that, it just feels like whatever they bring isn't going to matter.
Now, what I kind of am wondering right here coming out from OhioBrothers is it going to be a all work, no fun? Or are we going to have another fun game? And talking about some fun, Surf's Up right here. You talked about it early on. We have Mr. Gord coming out with the Bloody Hunt of Franco. That is a true wombo combo. And with the buff Gord, man, Hoon is going to be looking sharp in this mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, we finally get to see the Gord tonight, you know? And the Gord is definitely vicious. Shark also on the signature Franco. Now we're getting serious, which is scary. Which is definitely scary. Last game was scary. This game, that Gord looks very scary right now. And like, Gord's been getting slept on, man. This guy, he's a problem. He's got some insane wave clear. He can keep up with picks like the Valentina. And there's your Fanny. Myth is actually going to pick it up. But against the Franco, a little bit scary. A lot to play around there. But still, a Fanny on the field can always make a difference.
Yeah, the Kufra does get picked up, and I do think this is going to be a very good counterplay to deal with the Franco. But the Fanny, right? We saw it getting picked up game one. Myth now is going to be the one that picks it up. I feel like OhioBrother understands this pick, and they definitely do not respect the Fanny pick. They're going for Jungle Gus here, my best player.
Jungle Gus, best player? Question mark.
Oh, I've seen him play a lot of different junglers.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I believe he can do it. I'm just wondering, is that what we're gonna see here, Jungle Gus? And like in all technicality, what it can chase down the Fanny, it can burst down the Fanny.
Sure.
Like let's just say hypothetically, both players are same exact skill level, Myth and best player. Like, does the Gus actually like? I feel like the Gus on paper could actually do well against a Fanny.
I think the Gus could do well, but if they were both on even grounds, I still have to give it to Fanny, right? One of the most
kind of like who catches who off guard, right?
One of the most pick and ban heavy heroes in MPL for the last knows what, right? M3 days, you saw Blacklist banning the Fanny and the Ling every single game. M4, you have Kyrie on top. Still, the Fanny's being banned out against Super Ken, all those good teams, and now coming through once again. The Fanny's still been a staple, even with the nerfs coming out. So I honestly feel like the Fanny pick is going to be much better. On the other hand, if OhioBrothers was able to win with a chicken coop with a comp like what we saw earlier, where it's all damage, right? It really kind of pushes me to still vote for the side of OhioBrothers.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, the possibilities of everything. There's a lot of stun. And that's the thing. Like Fanny, like it's bossly, but also with the projectile from Hoon, the stun from Franco. There's a lot of ways to stop Fanny right here. You don't just need a Kufra to deal with a Fanny. So still, Fanny's gonna have a lot to play around, and it's gonna definitely be troublesome. Zia picks up the Leslie here, so we have some late game insurance now as well for the OhioBrothers. Night Horde still need a marksman. Beatrix open, Bruno open, or no, Bruno's not open. Bruno got banned out. I feel like Beatrix, Melissa doesn't stop the knives, so you're still an easy target for best player.
You could go for the Claude to try to make sure you could hit the Gord, but it's going to be bad against the Leslie, right? You could go for a Clint, which is a lane bully, but it's going to be bad against the Assassin and the range coming out for Gord. So there's not much of a choice, but Night Horde choosing to go for a very risky draft. The Angela is going to be the only magic damage dealer on the side of Night Horde, where there's going to be 3 physical. But on the other hand, Night Horde is going with almost a true magic damage, right? The true damage coming from Leslie, it's almost not physical. It's it's just true damage. So I feel like both teams opting for a very unique draft. One is extremely heavy on the magic side, and the other one is extremely heavy on the physical side.
Yeah, and the Guinevere pick for Milo there.
Quite.
Another interesting pick. I will say this, that's not as like far-fetched as last game, I would say. Like, because like Guinevere, like we see it very occasionally. Like Wise has been known to pick up jungle Guinevere. We actually just saw it pop up. I don't think it was, I want to say it was MPLID maybe. I can't remember.
Yep.
But we've seen it pop up here and there in the jungle every once in a while. This time it's going to be in the XP. But this is game 2 match point for the Ohio Brothers. Possibly the last time we jump into the land of Dawn tonight. Can the Night Horde pick up a win? Will the Ohio Brothers move forward?
That's a big maybe for me. Night Horde, honestly, they have been doing quite well to get up to this stage, but unfortunately they're going against one of the best teams in the game. So TOB definitely has the advantage even with just the... Oh, yeah, and look at that! Trex.
Did they just steal blue buff? They just stole purple. They stole purple?
Yeah,
they stole purple.
Poon had that little bouncing ball.
The projectile. Yeah.
Pick that up.
Shark.
Lives?
Shark may go down. Oh, okay. Saku finds a kill, but wait, here comes Milo, able to get the knock-up. Doesn't have level 4 yet, no Requiem, but still, honestly, a purple buff for Shark at 30 seconds, I think is a fair trade.
No way. Fanny definitely needs as many
That's what I'm saying. I think the Ohio Brothers come out on top, right?
Oh, yes. Most definitely Ohio Brothers come out on top. They could sacrifice Shark twice and make sure that they could get Myth on this jungle camp. And look at it. Best player, level 3. He is not scared. And Fanny, he just cannot do anything. Best player is able to pick up this bottom camp. And I believe they're going to look to go onto that top side, deny the green camp on the other side.
I mean, the fear Shark's in him, man. You put the fear, all you got to do is one big play like that. And now it's a mental game, man. After game 1 and now game 2, you've already taken the purple away. Best player in trouble. Myth picks up the kill. Shark might go down next, should go down next. Myth should be able to get the final hit here, able to pick it up. That's 2 into the pocket of Myth.
Yo, that's not bad. Fanny without a buff. Already 2 kills down there. Zia also losing in a matchup that he should traditionally win. So Jolie actually doing quite nice in this gold age right now, denying Zia on a matchup that he's definitely supposed to be losing. And
I don't know. I feel like Claude's kind of like, Claude like has the ability to like at least stalemate. That's a good thing about Claude. I feel like he kind of has the ability to stalemate a lot of marksmen. Like he can lose, but he can also win. Like he's never like completely in doubt.
But the flicker set does come out.
I thought they took it again. But now Milo's in trouble. Myth able to pick it up. That's 3-0-0 for this Fanny. Jolie comes into the mid side, brings out the Blazing Duet, is going to get hooked in, but the Heart Guard comes just in time for Jolie.
Yeah, but the scoreboard is going to be a 4-1, but if you take a look at the gold, it does not feel like it's a 4-1 scoreboard. It definitely feels like TOB has the advantage still. Once again, they lose out in members, but they get trades. It's either going to be the gold plate tower, or they just get these small little micros and make sure they come out ahead.
Oh, big hook. Saku takes some damage. The Magic Gush comes out. Followed up by the Bloody Hunt. Reckless going to go down next. Best player picks up the kill. Milo may go down here, but Myth gets found by Hoon. It's a 3-for-1. Make it a possible 4. Zed on the run. Shark doesn't throw out the hook, and Zed gets away.
I honestly thought we were going to see a little bonk action coming out from Zed, but he flickers out. He just wants to save his life, making sure that he can kind of push through a little bit onto the late game. Now, the gold is back in favor for the Ohio Brothers. The gold, I mean, the overall kills are still relatively close, but with the gold now in the favor of Ohio Brothers, it's going to be tough.
Best player finds Saku there. Good target. Reckless now on the run as well. The Magic Gush comes out. Hoon doesn't use the flicker, but Reckless still goes down. The hook secures it. Best player going to start farming up here. He wants to try to find Myth. Does have to lock on. We're going across town here. The chase is on. Milo's there to help out with this purple buff. Myth's going to try to come in as well, but they're waiting. Look, he's not even forcing it. Heartguard comes in, and Best player gets the kill. Zed also there as well, taking a little bit of damage. Reckless tries to come up. They want to try to get Milo here. Saku finds stun, but the Requiem comes in. The knock-up, the taunt, but Reckless finds it. Milo goes down, and Best player will be the next to fall.
Yeah, the bonk does end up coming out from Zed, able to take 2 of the members down from the side of Ohio Brothers. Now, Ohio Brothers, even still, with the 2 players down, they still have a 1k gold lead, so they're doing fine, but it does seem like a few of the trades are coming back into Night Horde's side now. Best player, 6 2-1, giving a complete seminar in the jungle, and bot Reckless coming through.
And Jolie, Jolie doing a good job down here. If the rest of the team just needs to kind of pick it up, because Jolie definitely going deathless, able to face off against Zia here in the gold lane. Arguably one of the best gold laners in NACT right now. Jolie definitely has some potential, but Shark, Myth walks right in, or cables right into him there, and that's going to force the Heart Guard out before this turtle should give it over to TOB here.
Well, the Heart Guard was traded for a Bloody Hunt and a Mystic Gush, so I'm not sure if that is going to be a spell that is advantage for the side of TOB, but even with those spells down, they still look like they have a lot of pressure.
Ooh, Reckless gets a Tyrant's Rage. A lot of damage on a Hoon there, brings it down to about half. Jolie pops the Blazing Duet. Myth looking for more, trying to lock on to Zia there, not able to get the final blow though. Oh! Zia still goes down to the burn there. Reckless now moving on to best player. Saku coming in as well. Magic Gush comes out, but the Ohio Brothers unable to find one.
Yeah, the gold lead is actually cut neck to neck right now. Ohio Brothers actually looking to defend this, and what's interesting is they're going for a little bit more of a standard comp. I don't know if Gus mid is a standard comp, but it definitely feels like Night Horde is looking quite well in this game too.
Ooh, Reckless in a little bit of trouble. Does go down there, takes too many tower shots. Super Shark able to lock him down at the right time.
Yeah, they take care of business. Best player looking to see if they get advantage on this blue buff. He does end up using his retry, so he's going to look to disengage. Now, Milo, next, looking to see if he can get something.
They're trying so hard. They're just non-stop harassing Myth right now, man. But that could start to bite them.
Yeah, and Milo is sitting at a 0, 4, and 2, so he's not doing quite well, and kind of the same thing happened in the previous game. So this might be something that BTK might take note, because definitely BTK is looking to contend in this championship, and TOB is spots like there is a little bit of weakness. They're taking games a little bit lightly, but maybe as they should. They just want to have a little fun. They want to bring the crowd a little bit of entertainment, because quite honestly, it might have just gone a very fast 2-0 sweep if they actually, pick something really, really strong.
Yeah, I mean, the possibilities are definitely there with it being 9-8. Ohio Brothers having this, 1,000 gold, back to a 1K gold lead, still nothing major. We can't count Myth out just yet. He's 5-2. Best player sitting at 6-2. Heart Guard does come out. Myth might try to make the play happen. Is he can he guess that Zia's in the bush? He goes for it. Zia able to get away though, and now Hoon also coming up. While this is happening, the Ohio Brothers taking the mid tower.
How does Ohio Brother get these advantages onto the mid side? They could lose fights, they could lose kills, but it just feels like Ohio Brothers can get the advantage.
That's dangerous. Jolie is able to get away though, but a hook comes back in. No escape. That's going to be two members down, Saku and Jolie. And here comes Milo with the Violet Requiem under the tower. Reckless in a little bit of trouble. Everyone's there, and Zia gets the final hit.
Yeah, Shark is just looking so well and so prepared on this Franco, getting hooks after hooks after hooks. He's creating the impact that every Franco would like, especially early on now.
Oh.
Best player.
That's disgusting. that shouldn't be allowed, but it happens. It happened. Best player will take that, and this is going to be a perfect buff for the side of the Ohio Brothers.
A little bit of fast hands, but a hook.
Another big hook onto Zed. The Magic Gush connects, but Zed is definitely bulky enough to take those hits. Drop the appraisal wrap, but everyone dodges it. He's forced to try to flicker away, but Zia wants to get him. Gets the final hit, and Zed's dead, baby. Zia now falling back. 3 members down for Night Horde. Best player goes down a 1-for-3 trade.
Still 1-for-3 trade. A 2-for-3 trade, actually. They were able to grab Zed and Saku, but at the cost of Fanny's blue buff. Now, Fanny, if you guys did not know, Fanny loves that blue buff, but in a situation like this, I think Night Horde is just taking whatever they can get. Zia already scaled into that BOD. Milo has the concentrated energy, so it's going to provide a little bit more utility. But best play having double pen, but
Myth just keeps walking into it, man. It's becoming a little bit of a problem. The Ohio Brothers controlling more and more of this map, controlling more and more of the game. What started as 1,000 and Night Horde almost had it even. Now they're starting to lose it. Reckless goes very deep there. Jolie comes in with a Blazing Duet though, able to shred down. Hoon falls. So does Milo. Night Horde not quite out of it just yet.
They trade for a whopping 2 for 0. And that's quite well, right? Night Horde definitely, if they're able to get up 1 or 2 kills, they should have somewhat advantage. But the map still belongs to Ohio Brother. That definitely smells a lot of trouble. Night Horde on the back foot right now, trying to get anything that they could possibly grab.
Oh, nice hook. Best player going to pick up the kill onto Reckless there. Myth back on the map, just trying to secure the purple buff.
No.
Loses it to best player. That's where that level difference is going to start coming in handy. Lord on the map. Ohio Brothers trying to make quick work of this game.
And honestly, you say the level difference, it is only going to be a 12 to 13 for Bloody Hunt.
Oh my god, not again. Myth cables in, caught up by the Bloody Hunt. Zed looking for the taunt, but Milo's here as well. Watch out for the Violet Requiem. Decides not to go in. Jolie pops the Blazing Duet. Still ends up going down. Myth there as well, and now Zega's free shotting. 3 members down, an unstoppable kill. Gonna try to move on to the tower next. Reckless gets a bump on to best player there, but the Ohio Brothers are not stopping.
I'll be honest, the attention has been focused onto best player this whole entire game on this Gus, but Zia has been farming quite well for himself. 5, 1, and 5 is the scoreboard for him. He's probably already finished that endless battle, looking to work into that second BOD. So Ohio Brothers is doing quite well.
Oh. Bro,
he's so fast.
Player. He is. He's smooth, man. He's all over the place. And even they know, they're like, oh, we got to be careful if we're going to engage him. He goes back in. He's going to get bonked against the wall and taken out. Reckless getting the kill. Zia also gets a shot off there, but the Lord is up. This could be the time for Night Horde to try to do something. Well, TOB doesn't have a retribution on the field.
Yeah, they could definitely try and do something, but Fanny right now, all he's been trying to do is make sure that he can maybe at least get a blue buff once in a while. Now, the Lord actually is being started by both teams, but I do think they're going to look to disengage this because Ohio Brothers does not have the Gus, and the Fanny is on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Fanny could be there, though.
Oh,
Fanny
what?
could be there in just a second. They're going to keep on doing this. Milo on the backside, though, gets the Violet Requiem. Zia able to take out Jolie, and with that, Myth will come in, takes the Lord just in the nick of time. Only a matter of a couple hundred HP on that Lord, and still they secure it. Ohio Brothers not able to get it, but the Ohio Brothers get a couple heroes in exchange. Saku, Jolie both down. Zed might just be next. Zia just needs one more hit to finish it, but Milo picks it up.
Yeah, Milo's able to pick up that very last kill, making a scoreboard 3, 6, and 8, so he does not have the 0 and 4 opportunity, but TOB, they kind of letting this Lord kind of go in a freestyle, but best player looking to deal with Myth here.
Yeah, this is the 1v1 we've been watching non-stop. Myth wants revenge, takes a little bit too much damage, has to cable away. This is looking rough. Lord will get melted down. Zia makes quick work of it, and now the Ohio Brothers have control of the map once again. But wait a second, Milo in trouble. Jolie picks up the kill.
Yeah, it's going to be 7 deaths on Milo. He might be that roamer that we're looking for, just kind of like the previous game. You know, he's got to have a couple deaths to be able to kind of scale into that late game. But the flicker!
Flicker coming from Shark. Heartguard does come in. Myth still up on the field, able to get away, and Zed moves on to Hoon. Hoon going to get taken down. Zed picks up the kill. And now Night Horde with a little bit of advantage on the map. Maybe trying to reclaim a little bit of space here.
Yeah, that is going to be a 2 for 0 on some of the micro plays coming out from TOB. I say maybe the decision making is not, you know, completely serious, right? They chose to engage a 2 versus 3 situation, and the Gord really had to flicker backwards and still end up being on the chopping block. So Ohio Brothers kind of letting some steam out, providing us with some family-friendly entertainment, making sure that we end today, you know, well-rounded.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Night Horde finally going to take a couple towers here. Finally getting some space to breathe overall. The Ohio Brothers, like, we're starting to see the composition, you know, it's starting to falter a little bit, right? Because the game is going on this long, because now we're at the 40K gold mark. And it's not like last game. The Ohio Brothers don't have a huge gold lead. It's only about 2,000 right now. So Night Horde definitely still in this.
Well, you know, I talked about the comp. It's about a 4 magic comp, or 3 magic comp, and a true damage dealer for the side of Ohio Brothers. And on the other end, Night Horde has 3 physical, right? They got the Claude, they got the Fanny, and also the Fredrin paired up with just a magic Angela. So honestly, both comps are skewing very to the extreme side, but OhioBrothers, it just feels like they still have the map. And look at the position of Milo. With 7 deaths, he's still not scared to be that man sitting up in the front.
And I mean, but with Zia, right? Like, I think because both teams are skewing a certain way, I feel like Zia ends up having the advantage with the true damage. I guess Jolie does do like a per HP damage, so it is kind of similar, right? Like with DHS and things of that nature. So it's also kind of ignoring, you know, defense a little bit. But in the end, I do feel like in the late game, Zia will end up having the advantage here when it comes to terms of marksman.
Yeah, I mean, the late game Leslie, you just cannot ignore that. If Leslie gets out up ahead and he's able to kind of just poke E to death before a full engage comes through onto her, you know, that's going to be smelling trouble. But Night Horde, they still have this Kufra. We saw Reckless do quite well setting up a lot of kills on the very first match. He's doing still quite well for himself. A 3, 6, and 7. It's not the perfect score, but he's definitely getting some job done. And OhioBrothers with the map 3K gold lead, 16 minutes in, but the Iron Hook comes out mid.
Yeah, nothing major. I think he just locked on to Reckless there, or Zed. Here comes a conceal play, though.
Whoa.
Best player's going to get found out.
Hello?
He's able to dash away, though. Myth just misses him. Smooth fingers from the side of Best Player there. He's going to move around. Hoon just picked up the winner Truncheon, going to give him a little bit of sustainability in some of these fights.
Well, definitely Reckless could have locked down Best Player on that Gust, but it feels like Zed actually, you know, disengaged that stun, making Best Player completely free there. So a big misplay coming out from Night Horde's side. And man, like, if they can't even get Best Player sitting in that bush, it's going to be quite tough for the side of Night Horde to find the picks that they need to get back the map pressure.
I mean, well, things will be a little bit different if they try. I mean, I feel like Night Horde needs to try to take this fight here, man. They can, then they are just going to give this Lord away, man. I don't know if they didn't know, if they didn't have enough vision, if they were too worried, but that is that, and I felt like that was a Lord they needed to try to fight. They need to, I mean, at some point, you have to start taking these fights, right? And before the game gets away from you, I don't think they're too far behind, but there comes a hook. Myth shredded down, caught out of midair. That's going to be a problem for the Night Horde.
That's not fair. That's not fair. Shark can hook flying fannies, can hook blind bushes.
He just no-scoped him.
Yeah,
man. He just no-scoped him.
He's getting everything that you can possibly dream of.
Oh, Reckless might have something there, though. Jolie pairs it up with the Blazing Duet, able to take out Best Player and Super Shark and Zia. Night Horde trying to make a comeback here, looking for more. That's 2 for 1 right now. Mist still off the field. Oh no, with the Magic Gush Flicker, able to find Reckless. Zed moves in. Shark gets the hook, though. Milo looking for the knock-up in the Violet Requiem. Not quite able to connect. There it is finally. Paired up with Hoon. They get the finish. A double kill for Hoon. They do stop the Lord just in time, but with that, instead of the Night Horde getting a huge counterplay, the OhioBrothers even it out.
It's just a funny team fight coming out from TOV. You got the Gwen jumping in. You got Hoon flickering around with the Mystic Gush. It's quite interesting, but honestly, it's all for the entertainment. We do have 18 minutes in. 25-19 is going to be the scoreboard. The Gwen getting up to pretty much most of the items, but I feel like the Leslie has to be the one that ends this game. They need to make sure that Zia does not get another death or two, because if Zia is going to be alive in any of these team fights and members of Night Horde falls, I feel like Ohio's going to be able to just walk through this whole entire map.
I mean, now with the Wind of Nature on Zia as well, there's a bit more ability to last in these fights, survive the Blazing Duet, maybe get 2 or 3 shots and get kill onto Jolie winning engages. So there's something a little more for Jolie to worry about, right? I didn't see, does Jolie have the Wind of Nature as well? I wasn't able to see it. But those are going to be the small plays that really start to matter. Milo gets a split push here, takes down the inhibitor. Best Player engages as well, but they're going to take that and run away.
They took that and run away indeed. They got an advantage onto the bot side, and they're able to take a kill onto the top side. So OhioBrothers really using their brains right now. They made sure that they could get advantage on both sides, and now they're looking to definitely push ahead onto this mid side with maybe a little bit of a dance party.
Yep, there it is. There's
the dance party. Looking good.
Little rave in the mid lane. Coachella in the mid lane right now. Having a little bit of fun. Getting ready for LA. Here comes the conceal play, though. They're going to move in. Milo moving on. Best player as well. Gets some knives out. The Violet Requiem comes in with the magic gush. Nice chip damage on his Zed, but he's still at half health. Here comes Myth. Locking onto Milo. Immortality pops. The hook just misses. The Appraisal's Wrath gets the finish. Zed picking up a kill.
That's not bad. That's a kill onto the side of Night Horde, and they could look to contest this Lord possibly, but it doesn't even feel like TOB is looking to get any of this Lord. They're just sitting in that mid bush, seemingly letting the advantages go for the side of Night Horde.
I feel like Myth was supposed to re-engage there, man. Best player missed everything. He had a full energy bar. He should have gone for the cables, but instead Super Shark's going to lock onto Reckless there. Magic Gush able to get the finish. Zia picks up the kill. Now Zed trying to make some space. A little bit of taunt onto Super Shark there. Jolie in the backside does have the Heart Guard on him, but Zia still finds Zed. The damage is starting to become too much, and Best Player looking for the next target. Wants to lock on, dashes in, gets the ult. There goes the Heart Guard. Jolie tries to fire back, able to take out Best Player, but it's not enough. Saku goes down, and so does Jolie. Zia with the double kill. They're going to be able to end this right here. They have the minions, and that should be it, but Myth comes in. Zia gets a couple free hits off onto Myth there. All they got to do is lock onto the base, guys.
Oh, they're trying. Or maybe
Come
not.
Come on, guys. Let's just end this. Zia with some final hits. They're going to move on to Myth there. The Magic Gush. And the minions will lock on. Night Horde are dropped down to the lower bracket. The TheOhioBrothers finish this up.
The Coachella dance party indeed coming out from the TheOhioBrothers. Give me a little bit of a victory lap towards that very end. TheOhioBrothers able to take this series with a clean sweep, 2-0. Added a little bit of fun and spice coming in, entertaining both of us in this series here, Trex.
Very, very entertaining. Very, very entertaining.
We like it.
Yes, the TheOhioBrothers take the series. Night Horde will drop down to the lower bracket. That is the final series of the night. And I mean, the TheOhioBrothers just show dominance, right? They just show they're not a team to be played with. Night Horde, you know, fresh starts in this season. I think overall have done a good job. They still have some more time to shine and maybe show some skills in the lower bracket before Phase 3 is over.
Yeah, but the dream continues, right? The dream continues for these teams right here. TheOhioBrothers taking this series 2-0, 31-21 is going to be the stats on the board. A 21 minutes of a classic performance coming out from TheOhioBrothers. Now take a look at some of these stats right here. We kind of saw Best Player pop off relatively early. He was able to grab up a lot of kills. I believe he was 5-1 early. And then Zia kind of shifts the gear into a little bit more serious. He takes care of the business. He gets onto this Leslie, makes sure the damage dealers are dead, and really just prevail. And of course, you got the best supporting caster right there. You got Super Shark with those hooks coming in left and right. It's hard to dodge. It's just unfair, man.
21 assists. Shark had 21 assists. Might be the most assists we've seen in NACT this season. I don't know for sure. I don't know the exact numbers on that. But like we said, 21 assists. The man was no-scoping fannies in midair, just throwing out hooks and still catching them. It was pure insanity.
Yeah, it was pure insanity. This is kind of pretty much the last fight. I believe it was on the second game. Zia was able to kind of take and just pick off opponents over and over. Although Night Horde is able to get this Lord, TOB was just kind of running it down. They made sure that they're able to get some kills here and there. You can see Zia picking off Saku right here on the Leslie, and the members of TOB kind of just making sure that they can take care of business on that mid side.
Yeah, that was a point when we felt like Night Horde may be able to come back, but still every time they got a big playoff, TOB bites back harder. Let's take a look at some of these stats. Zia with the rich guy and carry once again. Sandbag goes to Zed, and the forgotten one for Super Shark.
Yeah, and you can look at some of these, headshots, and honestly, Shark and Zia, they look both quite well there. You can take a look at some of the statistics. 33% damage dealt on Zia, 21 and 24% each for Hoon and Best Player, but the stats bleed the stats bleed red right now, except for the damage taken, which we do know that you got that Fredrin, you got that Kufa, you're definitely taking a lot of damage there.
And here comes the replay from both games. This was game one where the TheOhioBrothers picked a very unorthodox draft, but still reigned supreme in this game against Night Horde. And the major thing we pointed out about this game is look at the minimap right now. They are everywhere. Zia on the bot side, Milo and Hoon in the top side, Shark coming in from all angles and making plays happen everywhere at once. It was too much for the Night Horde to handle. And this is now into game 2. Once again, the replay that we just saw, Milo getting these big pop-ups, and even though Myth secures this Lord, the Ohio Brothers always fight back harder and end up securing the dub. A good series to finish everything off. Now let's throw it back to our beautiful host, Liz.
You guys said it. It is the game that we want to finish the series off, and Zia will be the MVP. He's the only constant in the crazy games that he had. And while his teammates are having fun, he's there to peel for everyone and make sure that they secure that victory. Props to Zia and props to the Ohio Brothers. They put out some of the most unconventional picks, but they still gapped Night Horde pretty hard and showed that they are really the king of the jungle so far. And how do you guys think? What
I mean,
is
Zia,
this?
Zia
Is this
always,
how you want to end?
Zia's always a very well-deserved MVP. I feel like Zia always does a great job. From Leslie, you know, you mentioned earlier, UA, he's got a great hero pool. Big shout out to Jolie real fast, because Jolie was working with him in that gold lane for a minute. You know, I hope to see Jolie, you know, in the future. Maybe, you know, maybe switches. I don't know where Jolie ends up, but there's a little something there. Maybe a spark.
Man, definitely Ohio Brothers, a man of business. They took care of it tonight. All 5 man showed up today and definitely reigned supreme on that party. You know, it's a great game. It's very entertaining, and you know, it's very exciting to see them do extremely well in this very first day.
It's a great game, and it is a great night that we had. So let's take a look at what we've seen so far in today's matches. In the first half of the series, it was Avalon versus Area 77 and KnightsofFate versus Bloodhounds. Area 77's valiant effort in some intense 30-minute games against Avalon unfortunately could not quite tip the scale in their favor. On the flip side, KnightsofFate faced early game struggles both games, but they managed to stage a comeback each game, where Uda Buddha, Boogeyman Powerless put out the Hanabi from the box and rendered Bloodhounds powerless. In the second half of the night, BTK played it by the books, securing a resounding series win against Aggravate One. Now, meanwhile, TOB answered the fans' calls with some wild card picks and still managed a dominant victory against the Night Horde. It's been a night of surprises and excitement. So, casters, what are some lasting thoughts that you have to wrap this night up?
I think it's been an interesting night. I think we had a great start and an interesting finish. Avalon versus Area 77, definitely the highlight of the night. I'm mostly excited to see how the bottom bracket plays out. I mean, I feel like, you know, BTK, TOB, we know how those games always go. But what I'm excited for is that lower bracket over the next few days to see where Bloodhounds. There's still a lot on the line for the number 4 slot, and we still don't know who's going to make it to playoffs just yet. So make sure we stay tuned, because I sure will be.
I think the dream continues for all the underdogs in this series. You know, a lot of people, they were rooting for a lot of different teams, and if your team did not make it, do not worry, there's still tomorrow. Make sure to come out and support us. You know, it's been quite a good series to cast, quite a good phase, and I mean, we're ready to definitely watch the games tomorrow.
Definitely. And as we wrap up the fun night that we had, we want to give a big shout out to all of your amazing viewers that are hanging out with us at home. Your support means the world to us, and we can't do this without you. We're thrilled to have you along the ride. Tomorrow's games are shaping up to be just as epic, if not even more, as Sunday's games are usually a little bit more intense. So until then, kick back and relax and get ready for an even more awesome day 2. This is me, Liz, the host of the night, as well as Trex and UA, and it's us signing off, so good night.